Hello, everyone, and welcome to Racer TV and a Friday here from the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit. I'm Rodney Tomlin, going to be joined by Jen Kenyon and Sean Hackley here in just a few moments as the stage gets set for our motocross portion of the racing. Moto 1 for most of our classes have been run. We're getting ready to run into LCQs, and of course tomorrow on Saturday we begin our second motos. To explain how this motocross process all works and what we're going to be looking forward to today, let's head on down to Sean Hackley, who's standing trackside.
Yes, unlike Supercross, we're coming out right now. Both Moto 1 and Moto 2 come. So a lot of divisions coming up. Racing's been great. Some of the riders have had a little bit of trouble coming in their qualifiers or Moto 1 results, but a lot of multiple number ones for several classes that had 3 divisions. We're going to have 3 ones come into the main event. So I'm sure there's a lot of tension.
Well, once again, we say good afternoon and welcome here to the world-famous Gatorback Cycle Park as we continue our coverage here on a Friday of the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics, and unfortunately a little behind schedule as far as our broadcast day today. Just want to let everybody know everything is A-OK and fine here at the racetrack. Races are running fine, and we are having and experiencing just a small technical difficulty with one camera that we wanted to make sure that was in the shot, and that's one reason we've taken a little extra time, because we want to ensure the best possible shots available that we can give to you from here at Gatorback Cycle Park. Rodney Tomlin, along with Jen Kenyon, of course, and Sean Hackley, who is a top motocross star himself today. And I tell you, Sean, I know we've been watching the chat room and so forth. I know a lot of folks are a little bit frustrated with the lack of the coverage and everything. And believe us, we understand your frustrations, and we will have things up and rolling here in just a moment. We've actually got more classes on the racetrack right now. We've got plenty of racing still to come. We're actually still in the process of wrapping up the first motos and qualifiers with those division races and everything, so we've still got first moto action before we even get into the LCQs, and we'll get a chance to check out some of those LCQs also coming up here in just a little bit.
Yes, we have a lot of races going on still this morning. Everything great races. You know, sorry that we couldn't get you guys the coverage we want, but one of the main cameras was down. But we're trying, I promise you guys that. And right now we have the 50 class out there, so we're gonna look at our leaderboard and see who's leading out there.
Exactly. This is the 51 4-8 limited class. This is Division 1 of 3 divisions, as a matter of fact. So only the top 10 riders in each one of these division classes will be heading to the second moto without having to go to the LCQ. And, man, look at these little 50s, man. They are launching off there. And, Sean, watching this all begin to unfold here and everything, I can't help but just think how far the 50cc is racing come since I was watching you race 50s. Seems like only yesterday, but I know it's been a few years ago.
Yes, I mean, well, it definitely wasn't yesterday. I'm getting a lot older now, but it's crazy that, you know, when I first started on a 50s, I was on a PW 50 that could barely make it up some of these hills. And now these guys are going up the hills and jumping 50 feet plus. So it's really great to see how the racing's going.
Justin Allen opening up with the lead here in this limited division number 1. He's the rider number 26. The 112 of Kyle Smith running in the number 2 spot. Reed Cooper is the number 23. He is in the number 3 position, while Little Johnny Weber, the 24 slash, out here with us. He's running in the number 4 spot. Gavin Towers is 5th. He rides the number 15 KTM. 6th place, another KTM ride, the 51 of Trey Atkinson, along with KTM rider Andres Facian in the number 7 position. It's the 711 of Jordan Torres riding 8th. Ivan Aldama Jr., the number 7, is 9th. Rounding out the top 10, your final transfer spot is that number 4 of Justin Marcel Salazar. He's from out of the Pensacola, Florida area. By the way, Justin Allen, who's riding the number 26 machine out of Merrimack, New Hampshire on a Cactus Jacks MSR Pro Taper TXC boots back machine. And look how tight the racing action is up front already for the beginning of this one. Kyle Smith was 2 seconds behind aboard the number 112, but I'm looking at this now, and it certainly looks a little tighter than that.
Yes, definitely. Our leader, Justin Allen, there just bobbled a little bit coming through one of those deep ruts, and then in the following corner tipped over. Didn't, you know, all the way fall over, but was able to pick his bike right back up and maintain the lead.
Another rider to watch out for, I'm thinking, is possibly going to be that 23 of Reed Cooper out of Cold Spring Harbor, New York, while Alan Smith and we see Cooper back there battling 1, 2, and 3 top of the key as they get set to head under the Red Bull Arch here the world-famous Gatorback Cycle Park. And this section of the track right here seems to be where the little 26 of Justin Allen is able to stretch things out. He has got some great techniques in the jumping there, man. I mean, he looks like he's out there racing on a 60 right now, the way he's manipulating those jumps.
Yes, he's going big, and that's great to see. You know, a lot of other riders doing it as well. But, you know, these little bikes hitting these big jumps, I'm sure they'll be able to do backflips here the next few years.
Backflips, really?
I mean, things are
Are you doing
crazy.
Are you doing backflips yet?
No,
Well,
not at all.
Don't put so much pressure on these guys.
Yeah, no.
You know what, though, Rodney? The thing about these young kids is they don't have any fear. By the time you get to be an old man like Sean, you're already kind of scared of those kinds of things. But those kids who are, 7 or 8 years old, they'll do anything their buddies tell them to.
Can you say that one more time? The old man part. I thought that was funny.
Does that make you feel young?
That makes me feel a little better anyway. Sean's not looking so happy right now, though.
A little bummed, but hey, I am getting older, so it's okay.
Well, that's okay. The great thing about it, Sean, is that you're doing a great job of making the transition. So whenever you are ready to hang up the boots, you can pick up a microphone, man. You're doing a great job.
That's a great thing. So I'm looking forward to that. Just not wanting to give up racing yet anytime soon, but I appreciate the opportunity to be able to stay in the sport and keep amateur racing going.
There you go, man. Justin Allen continues to lead. Kyle Smith, Reed Cooper still third. Little Johnny back there in the number 4 spot aboard the 24 slash, while Trey Atkinson still holds on to 5th after 2. Gavin Towers to 15. KTM ride is 6. Jordan Torres up from 8th now to 7th aboard the 711, while Andres Fashion, the 21, is 8th. Justin Marcel Salazar running in the number 9 spot. Colin Allen now moving into the number 10 spot aboard the 35. We see Ivan Aldama Jr. dropping out of the top 10 aboard that number 7, just outside the bubble right now. Aboard that 7 machine, it's the 107 and 12th, Jordan Renfro. Renfro seems to be making up some grounds right now. He's about a half second behind Aldama. Could be challenging Colin Allen for that number 10 spot as we approach the conclusion of lap number 3, and actually about 2/3 of the way through this lap as we pick back up with our leader. A lap ago, Sean, this was a much different race. It's amazing the difference one lap can make.
Yes, Justin Allen, you can definitely tell he had some problems that lap. His lap time was a little bit slower, but this lap he picks it right back up. He got the whole shot, I think, the motorsport.com, so he's out here out front and on a charge.
Kyle Smith still in second, but he's got Cooper all over him in the hunt right there. It's set .291, 2/10 basically, almost 3/10 of a second, all that separated him at the finish line there as they wrapped up lap number 2. White flag out now as they wrap up lap number 3. Justin Allen continues to lead. We'll see whether or not Cooper was able to get around Smith, as the 5.9 second gap between the number 1 and 2 spots, and Kyle Smith still holds on to the number 2 position with Reed Cooper right there, right at the half-second mark, right behind him. Lap times that time around, Smith a 2:12.5 and Cooper a 2:12.9, 4/10 of a second difference. The 2:08.891 was the lap time for Justin Allen, the 26 machine. Little Johnny Weber back there in 4th, a 2:14, a 2:19 back for the 5th place ride of Trey Atkinson. Sean, watching the ride early on, you got to wonder what does actually separate these riders out there like that, because we went almost 2 laps where they were running nearly nose to tail, and then all of a sudden it's almost as if a switch flipped in the 26 of Justin Allen, and he really started to put on a good show. And speaking of good show, here goes now Smith and Cooper battling for that number 2 spot.
Well, just Justin Allen, he had a few bobbles that lap, but they're doing a little bit of track prep right now. So some of the ruts may be covered up. They got stuck in that, maybe made a few bobbles. But picking good lines, avoiding the ruts, avoiding the bumps is one of the main things for the 50 riders.
Wow, that's Allen there in amongst that lap traffic now, trying to manipulate that to get through. So he's trying to, once again, put that distance back between himself and that second place ride. 5 seconds, almost 6 seconds is what separated them at the end of 3 as they roll through this final lap. Allen regaining composure, it appears, and holding on to a very solid lead now as that battle still wages on behind him for the number 2 spot, but it too is in amongst some lap traffic right now. Top 10 riders as they rolled into the final lap. Allen, Smith, Cooper, Weber, Atkinson, Gavin Towers in 6th, Jordan Torres 7th. Salazar was running in the 8th spot. Colin Allen had moved into the number 9 spot, and Andres Fashion now moving into the number 10 position as things could start to tighten up for him. Ivan Aldama, 2:31 lap time as opposed to the 21's 2:35, a 4-second deficit between the two and 4-second difference in their lap time. And we'll watch for that. But the on-track Moto Hero race winner, Justin Allen, as he wraps up that fourth and final lap, pulls off a 4.3-second win over the 23 of Reed Cooper with another 3 seconds back. Kyle Smith. Looked like some of that lap traffic may have started to put the pressure and begin to separate those riders just a little bit, Sean.
Yes, it looks like Reed Cooper closed up a little bit at the finish line on Justin Allen, but you know, he wasn't able to overtake him when Justin made those mistakes, so hopefully in this second moto he could be able to do it.
Yeah, we saw a 7-second difference, I think, in that lap time as opposed to his faster. Well, actually, it was only about 3-second different lap time, but Justin Allen could be the one to watch in this 4-8 limited class. As we take a look at the Farron Racing top 10 board, it's Allen, Cooper, Smith, Weber, Atkinson, Towers, Torres, Salazar, Colin Allen in the number 9 spot, and Fashion holds on for the number 10 position in the first division. Again, top 10, if memory serves me correct, what will transfer in this particular division. And we go to division number 2 next, where the start is off and rolling on that one. We got riders like Lazzie Outerbridge out of Bermuda, Braden Johnson on the number 11 slash out of Orlando, 11 Jose Marmo out of Miami, the 15 slash James Clough from Elko, Minnesota, could be one to watch. 18 Noah Geyer from Fredericksburg, Virginia. 24 Levi Leatherman out of Telford, PA. 25 Leland Golozewski out of Almont, Michigan. We got the 33 of Mitchell Sandoval from Kissimmee, Florida. The 34 Aspen Boothby from Ocala. The 41 Edgar Lewis from Verdun, Illinois. 41 slash James Kleiser IV, Cape Coral, Florida. Stefano Tini out of Corona, California, the 44. 48 Maddox Owens out of Arlington, Tennessee. 57 Chase Madden out of Palatka, Florida. 66 is Casey Cochran from Arlington, Tennessee. The 87 Colin Del Larco from Lake Mary, Florida. 88 will be Hamden Hudson out of Danville, Virginia. We also got Thomas Welch out of Charlotte Hall, Maryland. The 100 of Aiden Dickens out of Skippers, Virginia. 164 Ryder McNabb from Minnedosa. And we got Nicholas Lorene, the 226 from Waldorf, Maryland. 318 Robert Penny from Brooksville, Florida. 329 Austin Dinkfeld from Irwin, PA. 372 Ryan Conagier from Marysville, PA. 505 Kobe Hardy out of Livingston, Louisiana. 689 Brody Tobinski out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 762 Landon Harbin from Brazelton, Georgia. 928 John Carver. As we check in with our leaders now, the 164 trying to position himself there about 5th place, it looks like, or maybe, yeah, I believe that's 5th place that we're looking at with McNabb. Meanwhile, the front runners there's the 41. He's also trying to inch his way up, but our front few have really began to stretch things out here, Sean Hackley, as we see those 3 now dropping down into the Gator Pit.
Yes, these kids had a day off yesterday, not being able to race their, the motocross track. So I feel, a lot of the kids like to hold it wide open. The Supercross, they're limited on what they can do, some of the bigger jumps and stuff like that. But with outdoors, they find these straightaways, and they want to go fast.
And they're finding the throttle. They're finding the speed for sure as division number 2 wraps up lap number 1. We begin to sort them out here. And it looks like we are going to see if we can catch that number. It looks like wow, watching these guys. Look at the drop. We were talking about that yesterday, talking about the jump. Remember yesterday they were probably 5 feet or so up higher than that. These little 50s are actually getting a long distance down that big drop we call Gator Falls here now.
Yes, everybody's getting a lot more comfortable with riding the track and stuff like that. So it's just a drop. It's nothing too serious. You can land flat if you want to, but on the 50s, I feel as that might hurt a little bit.
I believe that's Hamden Hudson out in the number 1 spot out of Danville, Virginia, on a CT Racing Hudson Insurance Agency backed Cobra backed, actually. He's also got a little support from over there at Cobra Minicycles, and rightfully so. This kid seemingly on a rail out here as we begin. Well, now lap number 2, we're about halfway through that one, and look at the challenge already starting to be put forth. We talked about these front 2 stretching things out there, and that's exactly what's going on. I believe that was the 100 of Aiden Dickens out of Skipper, Virginia. 88 and 98's back there. Sorry about that. Tommy Welch is also back there. Don't know where I saw that 100. I swear I did, but the 98 running in the number 2 spot, Tommy Welch out of Charlotte Hall, Maryland on an Acres Cobra, backed by Bumsticks Limited, as well as Fly, ECW, and Moto Hose. And here comes the challenge is being made right now. It looks like Welch putting the hammer down on the 80.
Bar to bar. Look at these guys.
Look at that speed he's carrying around the outside. Look how rough the outside line is also with those braking and acceleration bumps.
Yes, he had a couple of bumps right there. Got swapping a little bit, but he was able to get under control and make that right-hander.
Amazing how critical even at this level suspension on these machines are, especially when the racetracks get as rough as what they are right now. These little guys need to be able to soak up that just as much as anyone. Division 2 of our 51 4-8 limited class are on the track right now. We'll try to, again, get you sorted out. Looks like timing and scoring having some issues as well. But we're not having issues seeing that big drop down Gator Falls, and still no change. Hamden Hudson and Tommy Welch running 1 and 2. There's the 41. I believe that might have been Edgar Lewis on his Cobra out of Verdun, Illinois.
Track looks like it's developing well today. You know, we had a couple races earlier today, and you know, the 50s, you know, they groomed the track, I think, a few motos ago, as you guys can see while we were in standby. So track's turned around great once again. The people who are here are taking great care of the track.
For sure, this is a 4-8 limited class right now, and some of the 50 classes that we saw yesterday, there were, I think, 1 or 2 that might have ran yesterday, and the ones that we saw yesterday, remember, the track conditions were extremely rough and very challenging. It looked like a pro national track by comparison for those guys, maybe even more than that. Some of those guys really, I think, shining in those types of conditions made for exciting racing from a 50cc standpoint.
Yes, definitely. This here at the Mini O's, this is a great race, a lot of classes, a lot of motos going on. So the track gets a lot rougher than it may for a lot of these local races. You know, they cut the program a little bit short yesterday for the 258 guys. I would really love to see them out there on the roughest part of the day.
Wow, as Aspen Boothby moved up, there's a battle with the 44 machine now, Stefano Tini. And actually he goes blowing by without much issue or much problem at this point. Man, this kid is on the rail. Boothby out of Ocala, Florida on a Big Sun Auto Salvage Alias Scott Mom and Dad back machine. I believe he is actually still running in the number 2 spot. But Boothby working his way through the pack. Sean, you could tell this kid is probably not got the best of starts because he's slicing through the pack right now like a hot knife through butter, literally.
Yes, it looks like he's running some great lap times. You know, the scoring's down right now, but just looking at him, he looks comfortable, staying really close to the leader, if not making up some time.
So white flag is out. Final lap in this one for division number 2. Now watch this big drop. Wow, that had to be at least 15 feet. Wow, that one went even farther. That's pretty amazing, man. I can imagine the excitement. And like you say, I mean, these guys are just getting more and more in tune with that and accustomed to that. So it's not nearly as challenging for them like it was, say, for the first time by. Look at the air that young man's getting.
Yeah, so the angle at it, look, I was like, oh, I hope he doesn't jump on him. Saw him coming up with the face. But these riders are getting comfortable with the track, their bike, and the conditions of the racetrack as well.
Here comes our leader once more, and I believe that is still the 88 machine. No change there for Hamden Hudson as he has led this one pretty much from the start of the moto. And second place is a little bit of a gap back there to what I think now might be Boothby, the number 34 machine. And there goes your leader by now. Look at this. Rhythm section looking rather, again, like the whole thing has been used all day long. There are no main lines through it. There are no, a lot of times you'll see through a section like that, and you probably witnessed it a lot, Sean, and that is one line starts to be eaten out a little bit, and it gets a little more level through there, but that's not so much the case there. Every line is even, it looked like, through that rhythm section.
Yes, I got to take a lap around the track yesterday for you guys, and you really got to see how well the track developed, even though it was early in the day. A lot of the turns go left, right, so you can go outside, inside, use the middle, the track. The ruts are really good, too, so they're not all just sinking down to a single file line, so great for passing.
All righty, there went Boothby, I think, the number 2 spot. See if we can't pick up on third route. They're flying by like lightning strikes right now. It's a good battle shaping up, it looks like, for that number 3 position right now.
Yeah, coming down to the last few turns, so they need to make it happen here in this last turn coming up before the finish line hill.
Checkers are out, and your on-track moto hero for that one is going to be the number 88, Hamden Hudson out of Danville, Virginia. He's your race winner in the 51 4-8 limited division number 2. Division number 3 coming up next as we take a look at Leighton Fosnot out of Fort Pierce. He's riding the number 2. The number 3, Justin Starling out of Newark, Ohio. 5/ Landon Hartz from Chelsea, Alabama. We also got Braden Butler, the number 6. The number 8, Braden Calderson. The number 12, Juan Vasquez. The 13X of Joey Arico. Trey Leatherman, 25T. 31, David Amoroso. 45/ will be Joseph Bauman. 45, Mitchell Zaremba. We've also got the 50 of Jaden McCurdy. Jet Reynolds back with us aboard the number 79. 81, Cole Kish. The 115, Matthew Leblanc. The 188, Braden Morgenstern. 199, Ryder DeFrancesco. We also got the 201 of Ryder Maddox. Hayden Deegan out there aboard the number 238. Now, this kid might actually do a backflip.
Yes, you're right. His father's one of the first ones to do it. You know, Brian Deegan with the Meta Militia crew, so that's great. Sounds like a pretty stacked heat we have here, too. A lot of big names.
Yeah, even guys like Brendan Miskinnis. We got Nolan Riley, Noah Stevens, Colton Truly, who could be a factor in this one. Bruno Carrera, Michael DeRico, Elijah Odom, and Rosso Hernandez. Off and rolling we go, and once more we've got ourselves a great battle shaping up for division number 3 here.
To me, that looks like Ryder out front. I'm not sure. These guys have such small number plates and everything, and they're so small, it's really hard to tell their numbers here.
You know, the exciting thing about this is not only we get to see them in these 4-8 limited classes today, and DeFrancesco is the early leader in this one, but I believe we've seen a number of these kids as well battling on 60 so far this week.
Yes, a lot of kids, this is the stage right now where they're moving up to the 60s as well. So it's really good to see them ride the 60s and hop back on the 50s. They have a lot more confidence dealing with a little bit slower, a little bit lighter bike, and they like to push the limits.
And pushing limits right now, DeFrancesco, who has won a few championships out front, but look at the riders coming up behind him right now. That is the 115 machine. That's going to be Matthew LeBlanc, and I expected him to be one of the forces to be reckoned with. LeBlanc just got passed, I believe, there, Sean. Who's that? That's the 70.
That was Jet Reynolds that just passed him coming out of the rollers right there.
Yeah, and Reynolds, 9 years old on that Team Greenback machine. He's one of the riders that is a top contender in that 7 to 9-year-old 65cc class, as a matter of fact. And wow, he's still a top contender on a 50, it looks like.
Yeah, that's just what I was talking about. Being fast on the 60 and then transfers him back onto the 50 is a lot easier for him. So I'm sure he's able to handle that bike with confidence.
Jen Kenyon talked with Jet Reynolds yesterday. Jen, I understand that he doesn't have a whole lot of time left on this bike.
Yeah, when we interviewed him in the Supercross portion, Jet told us that this was going to be his last race on the 50, and I asked him if he was a little bit nervous or excited, and he said he was excited. He was going to miss his Cobra, but he was excited to move on up to the 65.
Tell you what, the kid really seems to have the Cobra dialed in, and the 60. I mean, he hasn't had much of a problem transitioning at all, I don't think.
No, not at all, and he actually made a comment about an 85 as well, so I think they're just making the whole full thing, moving on up right away up to the 85.
Wow, that'll be interesting to see him riding in a 85 junior class, and also the 65s. I think he's going to be a threat in all of them, and it's amazing how quickly these kids just seem to mature, and with the type of talent that Jet Reynolds got, I can see him actually doing that. DeFrancesco out front. We've got Jet Reynolds in second. LeBlanc has dropped back to the number 3 spot. And, Sean, look at the separation we have in amongst these top 3 with the rest of the pack. 15 seconds after one lap of racing, separating 3rd to 4th right now.
Yes, these front 3 guys out there are just really riding. We thought they would be, the top guys in the class, and as we presumed, we were correct.
Yeah, and it's just amazing. And I guess a lot of these kids are ready to make that step up. Reynolds, LeBlanc, DeFrancesco, still, he's got some teeth to cut out here in the 50s as well as the 60s. But these guys really making the transition well. McCurdy back to the number 4 spot. Mitchell Zaremba, the number 45, was running 5th. Bruno Carrera, the 777 and 6. Landon Hartz is 7th aboard the 5/ Braden Calderon, the number 8, is 8th. Colton Truly, who's seen some good battles so far this week. The 615 is 9th, and Rosu Hernandez, the 899, is rounding out your top 10. DeFrancesco continues to hold on the lead. 1 .129. So a little more than a tenth of a second. It was all that separated your leaders at the end of that first lap as we drop down into the Gator pit for the end of lap number 2. These riders checking in at the finish line at the end of lap number 2. A 2:04.3 lap time. LeBlanc back around. Didn't see what happened there, but Jet Reynolds must have gone down or had some sort of an issue. A second back to Matthew LeBlanc now. And/or Reynolds maybe went by the finish line so fast he didn't even get checked in. Nope, the 2:14 lap time. He's now 8 seconds behind LeBlanc. Don't be surprised to see Reynolds try to make that gap back up. It'll be pretty tough because even his fastest lap was right in there in time with DeFrancesco and LeBlanc in that 2:04, 2:03 range.
Yes, and in the heat race, we don't have a lot of laps, so that's right there. You can't really afford to make mistakes like that and still be there at the end for the win.
Now these first motos, all 4 laps, I believe, or most of them, a good number of them, but the LCQs are only going to be 3 laps apiece for all these riders out there, so it's going to be trying to make quick work of things once the LCQs get underway here in just a little bit. Well, race 36, I believe we got to go through race 39. Still to come, race number 37 on the docket. It's going to be the Schoolboy 1, 12 to 16. We've got 2 different divisions in that one. And as we look to race 38, it's going to be the 85, 12 to 13-year-old class. College 16 to 24 BC division races going to be following that. That's Division 1, Division 2, and that'll be it, 2 divisions. Then we'll start in with our LCQs, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. We talked a little bit about it in the opener. Look at this, man. Things are tightening up in this number 1 spot, looks like, Sean Hackley.
Yes, it looks like they ran into a lap rider and got tangled up a little bit right there. He's second place, Matthew LeBlanc, not able to jump the tabletop right there, so Ryder was able to open it back up coming into the closing laps of this race.
Wow, so we should be taking a white flag if I'm counting this down right. DeFrancesco out front, LeBlanc in second, Reynolds in third last time around. One has to wonder, will DeFrancesco be able to keep Matthew LeBlanc at the at bay? There was a second that separated them at the end of 2. At the end of 3, it looked pretty tight going by. It may have opened back up. It did. As LeBlanc says here now, had problems, and Jet Reynolds is in 9 seconds down. What happened to LeBlanc? Didn't he go by there just a moment? Must have had something happen down in the Gator pit or something, because I swear I seen him go by there a moment.
Yeah,
right
he was just
him.
there. But now it looks like Ryder has a big lead, so he's able to take it easy a little bit coming through these lap traffics, not make mistakes, and pull in for the win for this division.
Wow, tough break there for LeBlanc. Let's see what's happened. We had 27 seconds back to 4th place. That gap continuing to open. We're looking at lap times in the 2:03s, 2:04s, 2:05s for our front 3, and then we're looking at lap times 2:24.9, almost 2:25 basically for these guys on their fastest lap, and nearly 30 seconds at the end of that second lap. And we still haven't seen the 3rd place guy check in, I don't think.
No, it looks like these front runners of the track really know the lines. Wish everybody else could see the pace that they're going in the lines, their selection to go around the track so fast.
Wow, LeBlanc, according to scoring and timing, hasn't checked in. McCurdy checks in 46.8 seconds down in 3rd. Mitchell Zaremba another second back in 4th. Noah Stevens now in the number 5 spot. Bruno Carrera up to 6th aboard the 777. Colton Truly, 6:15 is 7th. Braden Calderon is 8th. Joey Arico, the 13X, checks in the number 9 spot. And still waiting for 10th, and that's Braden Morgenstern. Morgenstern is the 188 machine. He is your final transfer spot now as they head into the final lap of racing. LeBlanc has yet to come through, so not real sure. We might catch a wind of where he's at right here, because right here was the last place I saw him, I think, a lap ago. Not far off the pace of DeFrancesco. Reynolds, some 10 seconds back in the number 2 spot, did check in behind DeFrancesco. So riders down into the pit, the checkers come out, and
Big
looks
no footer by Ryder.
DeFrancesco, the on-track Moto Hero race winner here for the 51 Limited Division number 3. Wow, that went by pretty quick. Those little guys making it happen. Now we get back into some big boy back action. This is Schoolboy 1 classes, the 12 to 16-year-old Division 1 and 2. You got a Schoolboy 1 and a Schoolboy 2. Tell us a little bit about those classes, Sean.
Yes, the main thing on that I think just differs is the age. You know, one's 12 to 16. I think the other one's 13 to 16. So a couple of kids just getting on the big bikes, you know, just riding with some of the mature riders rather than the kids just coming off of 80s getting comfortable with the 125s.
Yeah, and exactly 125s. Those schoolboys riding a lot of two-strokes out in these divisions. Also, as our Fair and Racing top 10 board, look at that. Reynolds, 5 seconds behind, but we're going to be looking at close to well over a minute before we'll see the third-place rider check in. That goes to show you that DeFrancesco, Reynolds, and Leblanc, even though he's had problems there, are three riders that are certainly very tough to contend with. Leblanc has yet to check in for his. He must have had bike problems, the only thing I can figure.
Yeah, hopefully it's nothing serious. He's able to come back for the LCQ so we can see a good battle here in the main event between these guys.
So on to our Schoolboy 112 to 16. Justin Norco, the number 2 out of Newcastle, PA. The 7 of Felix Lopez from Cairo, Georgia. 17, Ricardo Garcia from Ecuador. The 19, Bradley Taft from Missouri. 22, Jordan Fancher from West Blockton, Alabama. The 23, Jamison Duclos out of Wisconsin. We got the 28, Cameron McKinney from West Pittsburgh, PA. The 28Y, Ethan Williams from Londonderry, New Hampshire. We got the 36, Ben Abigan by. Can you say that?
Hurry?
No, not Ben.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to try that, to be honest with you. I don't want to mess it up for them.
Ibiansks. Ibianskas.
Sounds as good as I would
He's
say.
out of Lamont, Illinois. Buddy Herring, the 43 out of Anderson, South Carolina. 47 / Michael Giovanelli out of Manville, New Jersey. The 48, Bennett Mantooth from Danville, Virginia. Austin Winslow, the 50 from St. Cloud, Florida. 51, Andy Denicole from Clyde, Australia. We got the 62 of Hunter Tyson from Havana, Florida. 68, Daniel Tweed from Greenville, Tennessee. 71, Shylon Tennant from Willis, Texas. Timmy Crosby out of Confluence, PA on the 79. 99, Cannon Shira out of Madisonville, Louisiana. 134, Brent Gorley from Boonville, Indiana. Austin Kozad out of Alachua, Florida. We got the, he's riding the 138. The 168 is Justin Chapman out of Florissant, Missouri. 235, Will Garrison out of Gastonia, North Carolina. We got Ty Kirshner, the 244 from Columbia, Maryland. 305, Jeffrey Ackerman out of Stewart, Florida. 333, Cameron Scheller from Port St. Joe, Florida. Cody Redfern, the 413 from Cocoa, Florida. 422, Nathan Hall from Lebanon Junction, Kentucky. 456 is Bujold, Jean-Christopher Bujold out of Canada. We got 669, Adrian Hill from South Newbury, Hampshire. New Hampshire. The 701, James Weeks from Fort Pierce, Florida. 726, Cameron Dowell from Dowell, Maryland. 827, Max Markoff out of Fort Mill, South Carolina. 976, Chase Marquier out of Newcastle, Oklahoma. Wow. Cameron Dowell got a whole town named after his family, man. Dowell, Minnesota, or Dowell, Maryland, I guess it is, huh?
Yes, but that was number 79 KTM of Timmy Crosby with the motorsport.com hole shot. So looks like he's comfortable out there scrubbing the jumps, going fast, and trying to open up a little bit of a lead.
Now listen to the bikes on the track right now. You hear a lot of bumblebee action out there, man. That's what old school motocross used to sound like.
Yeah, this is motocross to me. Two strokes. I love them. I miss them so much.
It's nice. I don't think there's a four-stroke. I think this is the all two-stroke class that they're racing right here.
It's all 125 two-stroke class.
And that to me makes for such exciting racing. I mean, if nothing else, a different smell of race fuel in the air makes and brings you back. It takes you back a lot.
Yes, to race gas and premix. That's just one of the best the smells of motocross.
Hard to believe we could miss something like that, but most certainly do. And someone asked me the question last night, what I thought about four-strokes and what they've done to the industry, and I'm like, dude, don't put me on the spot like that.
Yeah, they've definitely made the sport go a little bit faster. You know, racing's been a little bit more spread out now.
Right.
I think battling was a lot better when we just had two strokes, but
yeah, I know there's a lot of variables, a lot of arguments there, and right now the great argument for this class is that these bikes are perfectly suited for these riders making those transitions from the smaller bikes to the big bikes. Crosby, Marquier, Hunter Tyson in the number 3 spot, Bradley Taft. He's running in the number 4 position. Shylon Tennant, the 71, is 5th. Andy Denicole is 6th. We got Will Garrison in 7th. Bennett Mantooth is 8th. Cameron McKinney in 9th. Tyler Kirshner rounds out your top 10. And I believe actually taking the top 16 in this, and we'll give you those. We got Jean-Christopher, the 456 in 11th. Felix Lopez is 12th. Michael Giovanelli is running in 13th. Jamison Duclos 14th. Adrian Hills 15th. Brett Gorley rounds out the final transfer spot aboard the number 134 in 16th place position. Back up front to the battle that really seems to be tightening up right now. Crosby not nearly as uncontested as he is on this lap. It looks like Bradley Taft has passed up into the number 2 position, and Crosby now starting to feel the pressure from a former 4th place ride. And with the momentum that rider's got going on right now, one has to wonder whether or not Crosby's going to be able to slow him down.
I'm familiar with the number 976 out there at Chase. I see him locally around there and everything. It looks like he's riding really well. He came around second the first lap. He was in third, but I don't know if he made a mistake, but looks like now he's going for the lead.
Wow, it's amazing how quickly these things turn around as they check in for lap 2 complete now in the Schoolboy 1 class. We're seeing Taft has taken over the lead. Marquier is now in the number 2 spot, where we'll just go with Chase at this point with 976. The number 3 ride, Timmy Crosby. How quickly things can turn around. We're 2 seconds separating first, second, and third. Hunter Tyson, the 62 in 4th. Andy Dynacol is in the number 5 spot. Tennant is 6th. He's moving up. Bennett Mantooth in 7th. Garrison in 8th. Tyler Kirshner in 9th. And Felix Lopez rounding out the top 10 as they continue to sort things out. Brett Gorley actually dropped out of the top 16. He's now running in 17th after lap 2, and that's kind of a little bit of a surprise for Gorley. We're generally used to seeing him up a little closer, if not battling inside the top 10.
Yes, he had a couple great rides going to the Supercross, so I'm not sure if he's having problems or not, but needs to get together or he'll be in the LCQ coming for the second motos.
All right, we're going to watch this one. The 976 is on market, on target right now. Lap time last time around for him was a 146.5. Taft turned to 144.7. Remember, it took Marquier a little longer to get through the lap traffic or some of those other riders than it did Bradley Taft, so he was battling with Crosby probably a little bit longer, so that gave Taft a little bit of breathing room. But let's see what happens on this lap as far as lap times are concerned, because I believe that the number 19 of Bradley Taft and the 976 of Chase Marquier are probably pretty on spot and close to identical lap times on this lap around.
Yes, Taft really airing it out, coming over that roller, coming into turn, using all the speed he can to really jump out there and just try to gain more time for his lead and open up some coming to the final lap of the race.
White flag is out. Taft, Marquier, Jimmy Crosby, 1, 2, and Crosby still in the number 3 spot. He was under pressure. Yep, he's got Hunter Tyson just a little less than 2 seconds behind him. Dynacol, the number 51, is 5th, and he's a half second behind Tyson, turning almost a full second faster lap, so we should have a good battle shaping up for the number 4 spot about right now. The number 62 of Hunter Tyson, the 51 of Andy Dynacol is what we'll be watching for out there. And look at these riders. They're really starting to bunch up. The top 5 not really far away. First, second, and third are about 5 seconds apart, but 4th and 5th and 6th. Now, Tennant's starting to pick up the pressure a little bit. The 71 machine, Shallon Tennant on his KTM, is starting to make, I think, some things happen here in lap number 4, the final lap himself.
Yes, yesterday he was out there making a run for the lead. I think he was in set and putting pressure on Taft, if I recall correctly, and I think he had some bike problems, so it's great to see he got his bike fixed, whether or not that was the same one. I'm sure the guys at KTM helped him out, and he's going for it right now.
Yeah, he is. There is the 62 of Tyson. Dynacol, the 51 machine, also back there, and the 71 of Tennant rounding the top of the key right there. It looked like Tennant was right within striking distance to me as they rounded the top of that turn, or the bottom side of that turn anyway. And right there he is, man. He's still trying to put the pressure on. There's actually now 4 riders. I think Crosby might have dropped back a little bit. So it's Crosby, Tyson, and Dynacol, and Tennant. Actually, more Dynacol and Tennant, I think, battling back there for the number 5 ride. Yon-Track Moto Hero race winner here for the Schoolboy 1 Division 1, 12 to 16 BC class. Bradley Taft takes the win. less than a second over the 976 of Chase Marquier. Timmy Crosby holds on for third, about 7.5 seconds back, and that was Tyson coming up on Crosby with Dynacol right there in the number 5 spot. Shallon Tennant, 0.158 behind Dynacol. That was tight. Will Garrison was 7th, Felix Lopez in 8th, Austin Winslow 9th, and Michael Giovanelli rounded out your top 10. Got our next race rolling. We also got all the way back to we got Jean Christopher, Jamison Duclos, Adrian Hill, Nathan Hall, Brett Gorley, and Ethan Williams all making the grade for the top 16 as Division 2 is off and rolling now. It appears there Sean Hackley, and already we got some riders beginning to establish some early dominance out there, it appears.
Yes, it looks like Logan Stokes, grabbed the motorsport.com whole shot. And then I think Scott Meshley's behind him, and then as well behind him is Alexander Fry.
Stokes on board that number 70 from Greer, South Carolina. Rock River Yamaha backed by Bars Competition, Pro Motion Suspension, as well as FMF and Roost MX.
Lorenzo Lucrucio is in this race, as well as Alexander Fry. This is a race I've been wanting to see. These guys have been winning a lot of their divisions. I saw them racing in Supercross, but they didn't get to battle. But right now, I think they're running 2 and 3. So, Alexander is into the lead, so Lucrucio really needs to make it some time so they have a good race in their hands.
Well, I tell you, Fry's really been putting on a clinic out here as far as some of these classes are concerned. This kid really peaking out the last 2 years has been expecting a lot of great things out of him. He's shown a lot of great things, but right now I think he's really starting to peak and show even more than he's ever shown before as far as the great talent this young man possesses. It's Alexander Fry out front of Logan Stokes, who got the early lead. There's Lorenzo Lucurcio, we expect to be a threat as well. Scott Meshy, the 41 in 4th. Ramiller Alves, 5th. Josiah Hempen in 6th. Zach Putnam in 7th. Tyler Pantley, 8th. Trenton Harrington, 9th. Taylor Barnett in 10th. 11 through 16, Casey Stewart, Dylan Greer, Walter Bentonez, Ashton Dixon, and looks like Tom Flintrop with Richard Jackson rounding out the top 16 after 1. Don't forget, folks, when you're tweeting out and you're looking for a new tweeter to follow, that's a good way to put it, I guess. Some more twits to follow. How about Racer TV on Instagram and on Twitter? Just simply @Racer TV, and you'll be able to keep up with the date with all the happenings around here, and maybe even some of the behind-the-scene videos that we take before the racing action gets underway and the broadcast start.
Yeah, so get your tweets on, people.
Get your tweets on. I like that. Stokes back there looks like he's under pressure now from a fellow Yamaha pilot. That's the 83 of Lucurcio. Lucurcio taking his time getting around the number 70 machine, but it looks like Stokes is not making it easy for Lorenzo at this point, so he's having to work for it. Scott Meshy's another one to keep an eye on. He was about a half second behind that battle at the end of that first lap. He's dropped back a little bit, but he's still got his sights set on what's going on up there. And anything happen detrimental between these two, and he could be in striking distance. Wow, look at Lucurcio go, man. Jumped right into position.
That was a great pass right there.
Where's the instant replay on that,
Yes,
man?
we need that. In slow-mo, that'd be even cooler.
Yeah, that was some awesome stuff there. Alexander Fry, Logan Stokes. Now actually Lucurcio is second as Stokes drops to the number 3 spot after Lorenzo just launched into that number 2 position. Lap time for Fry, 1:43.6. Lorenzo, 1:43.9, and he was battling with Stokes. You could almost say he was slowing down a little bit as Stokes' lap time of 1:46.9 there, so a whole 3-second difference in them. I got to wonder what this lap time is going to mean for Lucurcio as we head into the 3rd lap now, as Ramiller Alves is 4th. Scott Meshy rounds out the top 5.
Yes, Lucurcio has an open track right now and try to make up some time on your leader, Alexander Fry. So I actually hope that this comes down to the last lap. That'd be a really good race to see these two battle.
I think it could. 2.5 seconds is all that separates. And if Fry gets any bit comfortable out front and Lorenzo Lucurcio is able to find another second or two of speed out here, it could present just exactly what we're hoping and looking for. And looking at these lap times, these are 125cc machines. And look at the lap times they're turning. I mean, some of the fast lap times I think we were seeing yesterday were 139s, and that was on 450s and such. These guys, 125s, 143.660, a fast lap time right now.
Yes, no, these guys are riding great. It looks like Ramiller Alves making the pass up into the 3rd place.
Wow, Stokes under all kinds of pressure now. Lap after lap after lap. Who's coming next after Stokes? We got Scott Meshy back there. Lap time's not indicating that Messi should be able to close that gap, but if you look at the gap what it was a lap ago, then quite possibly Stokes could be right in the same position he was the last 2 laps if he doesn't play his cards right here in these this next lap. Lap 3 coming to a close. We'll see, I believe, the white flag coming out this time. Or is it? Yep, white flag is out. Alexander Fry is your leader in this one, a 1:43.721. Mercutio about 0.8 of a second faster. He chips away a little bit. We're now down to 1.8 seconds. So it's critical that neither one of these riders make a mistake. Fry doesn't want to make a mistake because obviously he doesn't want to let that gap close up anymore. Lorenzo doesn't want to make that mistake because he doesn't want to miss an opportunity if Fry would present one.
Yes, no, it looks like Lorenzo Mercutio is riding great out there. Dropped his lap time exactly what he needs to do, hitting his lines good and hitting all his marks. So come down to this final lap. Fry doesn't need to make any mistakes.
Fry, Mercutio, Alves, Stokes, Meshy, your top 5. Tyler Pantley in 6th. Josiah Hempen is 7th. Zach Putman is 8th. We got Trenton Harrington in 9th. Dylan Greer in 10th. Casey Stewart is 11th. Ashton Dickinson is 12th. Tom Flintrop is 13th now. Taylor Bartine 14th. Richard Jackson in 15th. And Drew Swinson in 16th. Got a battle going on for the number 3 spot. Alves, actually, this might be a battle for the number 4 spot starting to open up. I know Alves and Stokes had one going, and Scott Meshy might be checking in on this one as well. We'll keep an eye on that.
Mercutio is definitely closing out with that gap right now on that examiner.
Yeah, we were talking about that, and look at that. Maybe Fry relaxed just a little too much, got a little content rolling through this final lap, but all he has to do is ride just fast enough right now through 2 more turns, and he'll have this win. Alves still back in the number 3 spot, if I'm not mistaken. Checkers are out on this one. Look at that. Wow.
That was a close race. That was good. That's what we want to see. Wow. Lorenzo Mercutio runs a 1:41.6. That's faster than some of the top 5 guys in the 458 class.
Wow, that is right. 1:41.647 for the number 83 of Lorenzo Mercutio. Still comes up 0.392. That's 0.3 of a second, almost 0.4 of a second short. Miller Alves will take the 3rd. Logan Stokes in 4th. Scott Meshy in 5th. Pantley, Hempen, Putman, Harrington, and Greer should round out your top 10 as we look at our Farron Racing leaderboard. Our remainder of the qualifiers, we're looking for Stewart, Dickinson, Flintrop, Barnett, Richard Jackson, and Drew Swinson to round out your top 16 in your final transfer spots here. As race 37 goes to a close, we go to race 38 on the gate, the 85, 12-13. And off the gate they go as they get set to drop down into that Gator pit for the first time. Some big names in this one. We got Augustin in this one, Trey Fagert, Dennis Mullen. We've also got Tommy Rios, Hank Hayes, Ezra Hastings. Brock Pappy's out in this one. Jordan Bailey, I imagine Bailey's probably going to be on point here today as he is winning nearly everything, especially over here in the outdoor portion of this one, Sean Hackley. Jordan Bailey is one of those elite riders to kick things off, I think, here for the upcoming 2014 season. Is going to be surely one to keep an eye on. We've been watching him for the last few years, but right now I think he is really starting to shine brightly.
Yes, he got a 2nd place start, so he moved over to lead it already. I'm not sure who got the whole shot, but yesterday Jordan Bailey was riding great. He won his one moto by, I think, 24 seconds, and then he had another moto. He was coming through the pack, fell, came back, and still almost won that race. So he really picked it up from the Supercross to the motocross portion of the Mini-O's.
Well, our 85, 12, 13-year-old riders are jockeying for position right now, trying to get it all sorted out. Starts as critical here as they are in any form of motocross racing. Jordan Bailey is riding on a rail right now. This kid, I mean, talking about fluid, we talk about R.J. Hampshire and how fluid he looks with his bike and how at one and at peace he appears. You know, I'm going to have to say the same thing about this young man. He looks as, he looks as.
That was a good, did you see that save?
That was a great save right there. That was the number 370 machine. Noah Skinner from Youngsville, North Carolina, Kawasaki rider, backed by Brewer Cycles of Henderson, North Carolina. Total control suspension. That might have saved him right there.
He had total control right there.
Exactly. Branded not to quit. That's another thing.
There you go.
That's a great. I don't know what that sponsor does, but branded not to quit. That is that's a very good. They picked up a great rider, man, because he didn't quit, man. He didn't let go of that one. That's for sure.
Yeah, they can use that clip right there as an ad for their suspension and Brandon out to quit. Didn't give up when he was just about to fall over.
There you go, Jordan Bailey. Kobe Hefner, the 931, now in second. Little Chase Sexton, the 486 there, running in the number 3 spot with Mason Gonzalez in 4th. Tommy Rios is 5th. Justin Rodbell in the number 6 spot. There's Brock Pappy way back in 7th. Keep an eye out for he and this number 9 KTM ride in 8th spot. Trey Faggart, the number 9's position, the 60 of Dylan Woodcock. If he hooks up with these two, we could see a 3-way freight train trying to move to the front of the pack. Slade Smith back in the number 10 spot, while Hank Hayes is 11th. Ezra Hastings in 12th. Josh Strickland in 13th. Ashton Bloxham in 14th. Devin Sale rounds out your top 15. Only 36 riders in this class total, so no division races in this one. Everyone that started this one will also make the second moto, and they don't have to worry about LCQs and all that crazy stuff. But, again, both moto scores do count, as they do every time that these guys are on the track here for the motocross portion of our racing. And the better you do the first time out, obviously it's going to set the stage for a little better result in the end, especially if you can hang on to and stay consistent with 2 good finishes.
Yes, because unlike the Supercross portion, both motos count here. So you don't want to go 36-1, because in Supercross, you can still win the overall, but the outdoors, that'll give you 37 points, and that won't help you much.
Yeah, and the way they score the motos here, every moto counts. So if you're racing your Moto 1 division race, that score counts through your top 16, and if you don't qualify through one of the through the qualifying process, either one of the top 10 or top 16, whatever the case may be, then you got to go to an LCQ. There are only 3 laps. If there are 2 LCQs, they take the top 10, to the top 5 from each one of the LCQs, and if they're one LCQ, they take the top 8. And again, it only happens in 3 laps, and a lot of things happen quick in 3 laps in LCQs. Jordan Bailey out front of this one. Chase Sexton in 2nd. Kobe Hefner in 3rd. Tommy Rios in 4th, and Brock Pappy in 5th. By the way, those LCQs is what counts toward the the overall score for anybody riding an LCQ. If you don't know how that works, say if we take 10, Sean, from the division races, if you come back and you win in an LCQ, you would then finish 11th instead of getting a 1, which would set you up for a championship. It wouldn't be fair, so they give you an 11th place position, so you start out the moto with an 11 score instead of 1. But it's about as, and then if there's 16 in it, you would get a 17 score if you were an LCQ winner.
Right, having a little bit of trouble in your qualifier is a big bummer, but they still give you a chance points-wise. Other riders can have mistakes like you had in your qualifier or bike problems too. So there's still a way for you to win the overall. It's a little tougher, but it can happen.
Yeah, it is a lot tougher. Jordan Bailey not finding things too tough right now, as this kid has got this track dialed in. Chase Sexton running in the number 2 spot. Kobe Hefner back in the number 3. As we wrap up lap number 3, we'll see a white flag coming around this time. Again, all riders will go to the second moto in this 85-12-13. Only 36 entries in this one, but amazingly, Sean, some of these classes having as many as 113, 111, 112 in the 250B, 250C, 111, 250C limited. We had 103 in schoolboy, 2. So that goes to show you some of these classes. If you just make the starting line, we made a mention of it yesterday. If you just make the start for a second moto, you're lucky.
Yeah, that's just an accomplishment in itself. This is a very big event. The Mini-O's has always been something historic as amateur racing.
So Bailey on his final lap. Sexton within 2.3 seconds. Another 10 seconds now back to Hefner, who has dropped off the pace a little bit. As Kevin Kelly would say, Kobe Hugh Hefner. Tommy Rios is the number 24 in 4th place. Brock Pappy up from 7th now to 5th. Mason Gonzalez running 6th aboard the 93. Dylan Woodcock is running solid in 7th right now aboard the number 60. I believe Mama's still watching over in the UK. Ezra Hastings, the 51, is 8th. Slade Smith, the 737, and 9th. And Trey Faggart, the number 9, is your 10th place position. Hank Hayes back in 11th. Looking down through for some of the expected players in the front of the pack. And Hayes is one of those we kind of expected to see up there, but still back in 11th right now. Pappy is back in the number 5 spot. That is Bailey, the other KTM ride, the 133 machine. And it looks like Bailey may be starting to see some pressure from the 486 of Chase Sexton now.
Yes, but this is also the final lap, so maybe just his charge went up a little bit too late right now. Looks like he had a faster lap time, almost by a second over Jordan Bailey that last lap. So Chase Sexton, another rider out there who's riding great.
Chase is on the rails. Hefner back there in number 3 spot. We're looking at lap times 149s, 150 there for Jordan Bailey as he does take the checkers, and less than a second behind with a 148.7 lap time. Chase Sexton takes second aboard the 486. Your on-track schools Moto Hero race winner, Jordan Bailey, 151.97. His final lap time, fastest at 149.9, so he stayed really consistent. Only 0.2 of a second separating him and his 2 fastest laps. That's pretty consistent. Chase Sexton is second, Kobe Hefner in third, Tommy Rios in fourth, Brock Pappy holds on for fifth. Looks like Dylan Woodcock will for sixth, Gonzalez in seventh, Ezra Hastings in eighth, ninth Slade Smith, and Hank Hayes moves into the 10th spot there in our Farron Racing top 10. $85-12 to 13 wrapping up now. That's race 38. Going to the college 16 to 24 BC divisions now. And this is another, this is another one of these that I get really excited about watching races. These guys right here, and a lot of kids still in the transitions in this one, I think, too. You know, we see a lot of B and A, this particular division, B and C riders out there together.
Yes, the leader who got the motorsport.com whole shot was Zachary Bishop Burnett. A lot of people in the live feed that we have on Racer T cheering for this guy yesterday, so he has a lot of fans from back home.
A lot of folks down with ZBB, is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
And rightfully so. Zachary Bishop Burnett has really come alive this 2013 amateur season. I can recall watching and keeping up with some progress, and even seeing him at Loretta Lynn's, though he may not have presented the results that he'd hoped to in the end. He still had some good, solid rides, and once again making marks and names for himself. And as we roll into this college 16 to 24 BC division, he's really making a mark for himself here in the early going. Zachary Bishop Burnett out of Memphis, Tennessee on an Air One, Sky, also Scott, Fly, Rhino Power, Pro Circuit, C4MX back machine. Probably spends a little time at MTF and runs those Dunlop tires as well in that Kawasaki.
Yeah, it looks like he's a great rider, has great style. You know, his gear looks good out there too. So he has a pretty bright helmet. So he stands out there on the line, and when he comes around in the first turn, that's always a great start to this race.
Well, as we see the first laps wrapping up, ZBB out front, the gunslinger himself, Josh Cartwright, 151 running in the second place position. Nick Farrell, the 14/ in third. Eric Grondal, the 35 in fourth. Dustin Winter, the 434 in fifth. David McFarlane in sixth. Blake Lewis, 271 in seventh. Augustin Poli, the 198 is eighth. Evan Walker is ninth. Victor Gonzalez rounds out your top 10 at the end of that first lap. He rides the 21/, and this college 16 to 24-year-old class has a total of 2 divisions, so the top 16 riders will transfer. 11th, Frederick Marcelisa. We also have Timmy Bake, Shea Kehoe. We've got Daniel Fernandez in 14th, Danny Brown in 15th, and Sadar LaRoche rounds out your top 16. Our friend from over in France, Pierre-Louis Costich, is running in the number 17 spot just outside the bubble. Watch this battle, man. Look at that. That's already starting to heat up. I mean, we're probably looking about 3rd or 4th place right there, but it's still heating up.
Yes, the last few turns here, Nick Farrell and Josh Cartwright have been battling. It looks like Nick Farrell got him coming around the gator tail.
Yeah, you know, that's kind of surprising. It looks like that possibly the Supercross portion of the track might have been more of Josh Cartwright's forte, so to speak, man. That kid was on rails out there. Not saying that he's not running fast here today, but just doesn't seem to ride with the same aggression and confidence that we saw him ride with over there on the Supercross portion.
Yeah, it's definitely a different type of ride. You know, Supercross, a lot more jumps. It also got rough and rutted, you know, from the rain that we got this previous week, but outdoors holding it wide open. Seems like these other guys might have them a little bit.
Well, those of us down with ZBB, Zachary Bishop Burnett wrapping up lap 2 with a 1:43.6 lap time. Nick Farrell on the move, though, with a 1:42.4, 1.2 seconds faster. He's now 1.8 seconds behind Josh Cartwright, the 1:45 with a 1:45, drops to the number 3 spot He's another couple seconds behind Farrell. Dustin Winter, the 434, is fourth. Eric Grondel in fifth. David McFarland is sixth. Seventh, Blake Lewis. Eighth, Augustin Poli. Evan Walker, ninth. Victor Gonzalez rounds out your top 10 now. The 47 machine of Zachary Bishop Burnett into front, but here comes Farrell. You've been in this position before, I'm sure, Sean Hackley, knowing what it's like to get out and establish an early lead, and then all of a sudden, you've got someone appearing in that rearview mirror.
Unfortunately, I have it. That's kind of a bummer when you're feeling good out there taking a lead, and then someone's just going a little bit faster than you, pushing you behind. But Nick had a great lap last lap coming around with a 142.4 before Zachary Bishop Burnett's 143.6. So needs to pick it up a little bit, hit his lines, and can't take a break coming up here this last few laps.
Wow, where's McFarland coming from right now, man? He's looking like he's riding that rhythm section pretty handily out there as we see that battle starting to shape up. The 35 of Eric Grondel and David McFarland, they're actually battling for the number 5 spot right now. I got to say, McFarlane looked real good through that rhythm section. Doesn't seem to slow him down any coming off the Gator's tail out there on the back section. Blake Lewis was behind him. Augustin Poli was running back to the number 8 spot with Evan Walker in 9th.
It looks like Zachary Bishop Burnett picked up the pace that time. Nick Farrell was still a little bit faster than him, but he's keeping and maintaining his lead.
At this point, it's a matter of maintaining as much of that 1.284 second lead that Zachary Bishop Burnett has over Nick Farrell right now. 3.8 seconds back now in the number 3 position is Josh Cartwright. Dustin Winter, the 434, is running 4th with Eric Grondel in 5th. David McFarland is 6th. Augustin Poli is 7th. Blake Lewis in 8th. Evan Walker in 9th. Victor Gonzalez is 10th. Joachim Poli, the number 11 in the number 11 spot aboard the 199. What's going on, man? Is that tightening back up out there?
This is getting really close coming to the Gator Tail. This is where Nick Farrell made the pass in the second, I think, 2 laps ago. So he has a good line around here. He's coming a little wide, trying not to get as much air coming off this roller.
Oh, I think he's got the line. Can the 47 of ZBB shut the door on him? Zachary Bishop Burnett under all kinds of fire and pressure from the 14 of Nick Farrell out of Townsend, Delaware.
Let's see. Inside. Moving over a little bit, coming over the roller.
Wow, this is one that you just watch with bated breath at this time right now, man. ZBB is keeping it real right now as we drop down to the Gator pit, and that might have been the last-ditch effort that we're going to see out of Nick Farrell, but what an effort, man.
Yes, that was great. He did exactly what he did, block his line. Some people may think that's aggressive rider, but he's had to lead the entire race, so that's something that he wants to hold on to.
Sure, man. You're going to the checker flag like that. You don't want to give it away, and Zachary Bishop Burnett takes the moto win, the division win. Nick Farrell will take second, and of course, ZBB, your on-track school's moto hero race winner. Farrell second, Josh Cartwright in third. Looking for Winter in fourth, Grondel fifth, David McFarlane in the number 6 spot. Augustin Poli, Blake Lewis, Evan Walker, Victor Gonzalez, Joachim Poli in 11th, Frederick Marcelisi is 12th, Saidhar LaRoche in 13th, Daniel Fernandez in 14th, Shane Kehoe in 15th, Pierre-Louis Kostic looks like he could be rounding out the top 16 as Division 2 off and rolling now, Sean.
So I think this is Division 3 coming out, and that's Keith Tucker with the motorsport.com whole shot. He's had some great starts here in the outdoors. He was kind of slacking a little bit on the starts in Supercross. Had a couple wins in the main events and everything like that, but he seems like he has the outdoor track dialed. For
sure, as we check in with our leader, that is none other than my good buddy from out of Fuquay-Varina, North Carolina, old Keith Tucker there on a Triangle Cycles back machine. Tucker out there on the Yamaha's back machine by Triangle Cycles, Answers Scott, Factory Connection, and MTF. Actually spends a lot of time down at the MTF facility while we get this one sorted out. Actually, we're going to take a quick break and be right back with more from the Mini O's 2013 in this 42nd annual running of the Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of. said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
Hello, Phil from Farron Racing here. My partner and I, Mike Maroney, in 2010 had a dream to start an amateur race team. We're proud to announce that we've had 2 riders come through our program and now have pro contracts in place. In the near future, it is our dream to have a pro team in place where our amateur riders can then move forward to our pro team. With our new partnerships with MAV TV and Lucas Oil and other sponsors, all of our riders' dreams can come true. If you haven't watched MAV TV, check with your cable provider, give them a call, and insist on MAV TV. Let's go racing!
And we're back racing here as we continue with the 641 of Keith Tucker out front. Mason Price running in the number 2 spot about 2 seconds back, while Benny Bloss, old BB, back there on the number 33, is running 3rd. Timmy Bador in 4th aboard the 71. Curran Thurman, the 91, is 5th. He's riding the 91/. Cameron Fosnot is 6th. Will McCracken in 7th. James Anderson 8th. Mason Moz 9th. Rigo Angulo is 10th. Kyle Pacey was 11th. Talon Smith 12th. Greg Tate in 13th. Tucker Cantrell in 14th. Ryan Blandford in 15th. And Jonathan Baker rounding out your final transfer spot. Gavin Chin's back there also in 17th at 150. He could be a threat for the top 16 also. But meanwhile, we're back up front watching this battle. We got the Hondas of Mason Price and Benny Bloss and Timmy Bador running 2, 3, and 4. Those 3 are about to shape up a battle of their own, while Keith Tucker still tries to hold down point out there out front.
Looks like Benny Bloss got around Mason Price going through the roller section right there. We spoke with Benny Bloss earlier in the week. He won a championship. Those long legs help him get through those rollers really easy. So he's got in the second. He's going after Keith Tucker for the win.
Well, at the end of 2, Keith Tucker, we see him launching a 1:45.107. That lap, that gap now with Bloss between them down to 1.4. It looked like Tucker might have got a little bit comfortable out there, but Bloss is not going to let that happen the rest of the moto. So half the race, Tucker was comfy. Now it's time to get under a little pressure. Can he rise to the occasion as Benny Bloss is finding that extra ounce of horsepower out there in that Honda? Mason Price back in the number 3 spot. Bador is 4th. Cameron Fosnot now in the number 5 spot.
Yes, Benny had a great lap time that last time with a 1:43.0. I mean, that was great for the race, but at the same time, these guys in the schoolboy class on the 125s are running 142s, weren't they?
I believe they were, man, and that's kind of impressive if you take a look at it like that, of what the 2-stroke machines are still capable of, and also what those riders that are riding them are capable of doing on them, I think.
Yes, those guys are the 125s. You know, the bike, I think it fits a lot of the tracks really well. You're able to hold it wide open a lot longer and just make it perfect and then stay on the gas a little bit longer than some of these 450s will be able to.
Exactly. Tucker on the step up now. He's going to step back down, head toward the Red Bull Arch now. Keith Tucker, 2nd spot. Benny Bloss, the 33 machine. He is brought to you by the good friends of Donnell's, as well as Answer Truck Central, Pro Taper, Factory Connection, Bell Smith, and Atlas. He's out of Oak Grove, Missouri on a 33 Honda. The 3rd place position, Mason Price now, number 193 machine. Price out of Floral City, Florida. Looks like self-sponsored, self-made.
There you go.
Tucker in with 3, now a 2.2 second lead. Looks like he's picked up the gap, or picked up the pace of 1:43.122 is his fast lap now. He's just a fraction slower than Benny Bloss's fastest lap of the race. Bloss, though, slows down to a 1:43.878, and the gap now opens to 2.2 seconds for Tucker. And that can mean a lot in this lap, but it also could mean very little in this lap if you don't continue the pace that you started with.
Yes, you know, for Benny Bloss, he could be banking on Keith Tucker maybe making a bobble or something like that where he can make up some time and have a battle in his last few laps. But for Keith, just ride his race, hit his lines. You can see the lines have been great here all weekend. Great track maintenance by winning the crew here. So great racing we have.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was a good word. Maintain. I can't even say it.
Yeah, I couldn't get that. I'm like maintaining, maintenance.
I know. I do it all the time, but it's fun whenever somebody else does it, Sean.
Hey, at least you know we're live right now because we can't censor that and
exactly.
just mess that up.
We can't back up on that one. That one even struck our producer pretty good. I make that guy laugh a lot, so I just keep going. and don't look back on it. But I just couldn't.
I looked and I'm like, wait, did I mess up and say something else? But
all right, no, don't say anything else. Keith Tucker, Benny Bloss, 1 and 2, man. This is tightening back up, Sean, and this is the kind of action we like to see. I mean, these are the kind of things that, though we may not see it really boil down to where we want to in this first moto, it opens the stage for a second moto. The cool thing about these division classes is that, these guys are fast in each division. When we get them all together, that's when it really gets exciting. It's Keith Tucker's your on-track school Moto Hero race winner. Tucker also winning a couple of Supercross titles, if memory serves me correct, and also showing pretty strong favor out here in the motocross portion yesterday. Benny Bloss in second, Mason Price, Timmy Bator, Cameron Fosnot, Will McCracken looking for next in the 7th place position, Mason Moss. Kyle Pacey is the 8th place position, and Rigo Angulo is in the number 9 spot, Talon Smith, Tucker Cantrell. Mascus Vilsins is 12th, Gray Tate in 13th, Jonathan Baker 14th, Ryan Blanford in 15th, and Jake Streichert in 16th rather. Actually, as Ryan Blanford may end up ending up with James Anderson ends up with that final transfer spot. So a few changes there. I chuckle because as I go down the Farron Racing leaderboard there, I too have problems speaking here this afternoon. So that should wrap up. If I'm not mistaken, I think that does wrap up. Was that race 39? And
yes,
if it was, that will wrap up the first motos for all of our racing action. This is where we get into the LCQ version of this part of the racing action. Remember, we talked about these divisions, and we talked, okay, only the top so many go in each one of these classes. And every class that had a division race and had to qualify to make it into the second moto will also have an LCQ. So those that didn't make it in either the top 10 or the top 16 will have an opportunity to either make it in a top 8 or a top 5, depending on what LCQs that they have. We have, if we have 2 LCQs in the class, it'll be the top 5. If there's only 1 LCQ, we'll be taking the top 8. And actually, there might even be a couple of LCQs where we take only the top 4 because of the number of riders. When we get into the 112 riders, 113, 111 riders, they had to break those things down a little bit and make it a little more exciting for us to try to figure out who was going to be making it into the second motos. But right now we are doing a little track maintenance, Sean Hackley, and the Gatorback Cycle Park is getting itself refitted for more great racing action as the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit continues here on Racer TV.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of. I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
And welcome back to Gatorback Cycle Park. As last evening, our friends at Thor presented us with our Thanksgiving dinner. Lots of turkey and lots of fixing to go along with it. And, Sean, I know that, it's not the traditional family Thanksgiving feast where Grandma gets up and cooks the turkey all morning long and the aunts and the uncles and all the cousins and everybody running around. But in a sense, I think it kind of was because Tip and Ina were there once again. They're kind of the grandma and grandpa, I think, of the motocross industry there with Parts Unlimited and Thor. And, they were over there serving it up, help cooking it up and everything. So I guess for our motocross family, it was kind of that, our cousins and aunts and uncles all serving us up and running around having a good time.
Yes, the guys from Thornton Parts 11 put on a great feast yesterday. And so it wasn't Grandma just cooking one turkey. It was guys over there cooking 400 turkeys to feed everybody. So a lot of food. It was really good. It was great to see your friends there. You get to spend Thanksgiving with them, hang out, and just chit-chat.
Yeah, and in reality, folks, we got to come clean on why we got started here late today, right?
Yeah.
We all ate a little too much turkey last night.
Slept too much, had to go to the bathroom,
Yeah, all that all that good
we won't
stuff.
lie to you.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, we had the nap, man. Talent needs the rest, right?
That's right.
And you are talent, so we had to let you rest up as much as we. And I never even woke up this morning, so it took them a while to get me up.
Still sleeping.
Still sleeping from the. Wow, I actually went for I know people, so I had a second feast last night.
I know people too.
After you guys left, I got to eat a second time.
Okay. So you're actually broadcasting from your motorhome bed right now? Just look out the window.
Yes, I am. Thanks for hooking the monitors up down there. That was part of the what took so long to get this thing going too.
Hey, you can do that since we are racertv.com. Just pull up on your iPhone and you can watch the races.
Hey, that's not a bad idea. I'm going to go on over there. If you need me, just yell every once in a while. I'll try to chime in. But there's something we haven't seen a whole lot of this week so far, Sean Hackley, and that is water trucks on the racetrack, water going down on the racetrack, because really hasn't been much of a need for it up to this point, because the saturation point of the ground was perfect leading into the first day and a half of racing here, I think.
Yes, we had some people out here doing the rain dance for Thanksgiving, and Mother Nature delivered. Put down lots of water. The track was great. The track still is great. You see them disking up the track, still moisture under it. So it's good they're coating the top layer with water to keep the track good for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, and you can see how dark the soil is there. You can tell that it's still got a lot of moisture in a lot of areas, but it's just that top section. We want to make sure it don't get too dry. I mean, the one thing we don't want to see is dust, and I don't think we have a lot to worry about there, man. The Unlimited Sports MX crew does such a spectacular job of grooming this track and keeping it prepared for these championship quality motos that we are witnessing here today. Nice little panoramic view of what's going on out there on the racetrack right now. You can see how big of a facility this is. Traditionally, it seems like a lot of the motocross tracks, unless they were built back in the 1970s or 1980s, a lot of them are getting smaller and more compact. This track being here for 40 years or so, you can see that it still keeps that traditional motocross style feel to it. Big, wide open, and a long motocross track, too. A lot of tracks are getting down into the 130 range, 120 as far as lap times. A lot of the motocross tracks you see across the nation, but this one still in that 145 to 2-minute range for a lot of the riders out there.
Yes, it's a great track. It's always been big. It's nice and flowing. They can't really shorten this track up too much because if you see right in the middle, we have a big hole. It was just a big gator fall. So I don't know if there's any more gators in there anymore, but I know there was a few in there back in the day.
Yeah, used to be a big gator pond. Used to be a huge gator down there. We used to watch him swim from the announcer's tower a lot years ago. I can remember watching that. And yeah, I don't know how deep. I've heard rumors. And I know we're a couple hundred feet down to the water from that cliff right there, but they tell me that the water is like unbelievably deep down there, and I don't know if to believe that, but it's beautiful, man. Beautiful green, bluish green water.
Yeah, I'll take their word for it. I'm not going to get in there if there was once gators in there. I mean, if the Gator Boys came here and helped get them out, but if that's a couple, 20, 30 feet deep, there's still maybe something down there.
Can you imagine miscuing off of a jump or getting a little head shake and a little out of shape and bloop?
Yeah, I've looked at it before, but I realized that's not a good thought to process through my head, so I stopped going fast around that section.
Back in the day, Tip Tipton was telling me some stories about guys doing that before.
Yeah, I've been here before.
I have seen a bike go from the lower side. I have seen some bikes go into the pond from the lower side, but never from the upper side. That would be a ride, to say the least. But, man, what a great day. Beautiful sunshine. That's something that we haven't necessarily been plagued with for the biggest part of the week. I mean, yesterday we got a lot of good sunshine, but today, I don't know, it just seems so much more welcoming today than even yesterday. Maybe it's because the temperatures are even a little warmer today than what they were yesterday. We started out with like 29-degree temperatures yesterday morning. We were a full 10 degrees warmer this morning and about 39 whenever things got underway.
Yes, coming to the Sunshine State, I didn't bring many pants or sweatpants or anything like that, so I have mostly shorts. So I'm pretty cold.
Yeah, pretty cold. I tell you, somebody that's not cold, but she is pretty cool, Jen Kenyon, standing by outside. And taking a look at what's going on out there right now, Jen Ken.
Yeah, Rodney, I know you guys are stuck inside that trailer, but it is the perfect weather. It finally feels like we're here in Florida. I'm standing here on the track while these guys do a little bit of maintenance. You know, I've been playing with the dirt over here while you guys have been talking, and Sean, you're exactly right. This dirt and kind of a sand mixture as well, it's got a lot of moisture in it. When I pick it up with my hand, it feels like the perfect consistency. Now, I'm not a professional track builder or anything like that, but I do know that just from the looks of it, this track looks really nice. It has been getting a lot of lines, as you can see in these corners. Plenty of line choices out there. The dirt's finally starting to dry up, tack up a little bit. It does look like they're adding some water to the track. They're smoothing some things out, and it's going to be an awesome day for LCQ racing.
All righty, thanks a lot, Jen. And I know that Sean he also suggested you taste the dirt too, right?
Yeah, that's one thing, how to get familiar with the track. Just taste it, see how it tastes, see if it's a little bit of clay, sand, what's mixture in it to get a feel for the event.
And also it determines how badly you want to get a hole shot, because if the dirt tastes real bad, you don't want to eat it off the
then you
hole
don't want to get the whole shot. I'm not sure if they put manure on the track or anything like that, but hopefully not.
They don't do that anymore, man. They used to do that back in the day, but they don't do that kind of stuff anymore nowadays. EPA won't allow it, but yeah, it's pretty cool. A lot of places you go in the East Coast, there's a lot of different variations that track builders use and stuff to hold the moisture in the soil. The great thing about this Florida track is that they've got that big hole that we were talking about. That's where a lot of that clay type consistency soil that we have, that's where a lot of that track is built out of. But then they have to mix a lot more of that sand into it, and that's what's helping really, I think, keep all that moist and airy. I mean, it's amazing how the sand works. It helps it drain, but it also holds the moisture at the same time. It just blows me away how sand makes the perfect racetrack, it seems sometimes.
Yes, their tractor that they have here has a chisel plow with a rotated thing just to mix up the dirt a little bit more. So it turns up the dirt, gives a good mixture. When the rain comes, sets in, soaks in, and provides good racing.
I know a lot of farmers probably watch track maintenance sometimes, and they look and they say, man, that right there, that'd be a good place.
Some good planting soil.
Good planting soil out there.
Have some crops here one day.
Yeah, hopefully we won't ever see that happen here at Gatorbank Cycle Park. I don't think so. As we talked about this week a lot, it's a new era in racing right here at Gatorbank Cycle Park. It's just recently annexed into the city of Newberry. I know it's been deemed as part of Gainesville for a long, long time, but over the last few months it's been re-annexed, and Newberry, here just down the road from here, actually welcoming the track and facility with open arms. They were really excited to have it annexed into their part of the city, and we're glad to be a part of Newberry. It's a great area of Florida to be around down here, and just the people around here. And it's the same people, but they're all just great people from around this area.
Yes, it's good to see that, this coming into this new district or county, that them welcoming with open arms. So we don't have to get rid of a track or a racetrack because they don't want racing there.
Now, see what I was talking about with that dirt? If you're watching Racer TV, look at that. Hey, speaking of looking at that, let's go ahead and take a look at what these riders are looking at. Yesterday we had a chance to watch the helmet cam footage that you had gone and taken yesterday. Now, the conditions of the track are pretty much the same as what we saw yesterday, I think. So what we see yesterday is a lot of what we see here today, I think, as well. We're going to listen to your commentary here on this one. I got a kick out of it yesterday, Sean, and we'll watch it again. It's one full lap around Gatorback.
We're now about to take you on a lap of the 2014 Mini O's. On the right of me is the start coming up to the first turn. We just went past the mechanics area, so that's where all the riders are going to be getting their signals at. This is probably one of the coolest parts of this event, is the drop-off right here. They're going to come up here. I think they call this Showtime Tabletop, or at least when I was racing, that's what they called it. We have a couple changes to the track right now. We used to go up here, go straight down that, do a step down, but now they switched it up, slowed the track down a little bit for some better racing. Lines are going to be good today. We got quite a bit of weather the other day, so the track's really saturated. This is one of the new parts of the track. As you can see, we're only a few motos in today, and the ruts are already good. This is the big sweeper that they've always had here. Another one of the things that Gainesville's famous for. Not too much time left on the track, but as you can see, big ruts everywhere. Coming up beside me on the right is vendor's route. That's where you get all your food and your snacks for the weekend. On the right of me is the announcer's tower, so that's where you're gonna get all your, well, if you're at the event, that's where you get all your announcing from. You used to have the big uphill right there before the finish line, but now a little bit lower, not going up there. And here's your lap for 2014 Mini-O's.
All righty, and our lap for 2013 as well.
Yes, 2013.
You know, you were just thinking ahead to next year, I think, weren't you? You think, I'm going to be back next year, just might as well make this for next year, right?
Yeah, I can ride 25 plus next year, so I was a little excited, looking for it.
Really?
Yes.
Is that something that you might think about doing?
Possibly.
Really?
I had fun riding the track.
And then you could help with more Racer TV coverage of it. That would be
could
really,
do that too.
That would be awesome. If
Broadcast live during the
moto.
moto. Like, yeah, guys, I'm about to get the whole shot.
That would be awesome to see something like that. Well, now it is. Here it is, Sean. Let's talk a little bit about the LCQs. We'd made mention of it earlier. We had, like we said, some classes like the 250B class, we had 112 entries in. We had 113 in the 250C. We had 111 in 250C limited. We had 95 250B limited. 91 in the 85 9 to 11 limited class. 103 in the Schoolboy 2 class. I mean, those are some big numbers. We're talking nearly 2,100 entries for this particular motocross racing event. And we got to narrow it down to only 40 men per gate. And with that being said, some of these we had to run heats or qualifiers, moto qualifiers. Division races is kind of what it is. But the thing about it is in motocross, we talk about it, supercross, none of that counted only toward gate picks and things like that. But in motocross, it actually counts every time you're on the racetrack. So
yes, it's a lot like your local race that you have going every weekend. Your first moto counts for your second moto score, and they tally to your events by just first is 1 point. So, you know, the lowest point wins.
yeah, and the thing about it is you have more than one first, you have more than one second.
Yeah, so it makes that last moto really good. You know, the division winners all going for it. So if, you know, someone who gets second, another person gets first, it can get mixed up a lot. So there's 3 1s going in, 3 2s coming in, so the race is going to be great.
It is, and that also with all those division races, sometimes we have to have, we have the LCQ, so with the divisions and those that don't make it in the division has to go to a last chance consolation opportunity to get into the race, depending on how many consies they have. If it's a 1 consi race, they have to be part of the top 8. If they have 2 consolation races, they have to be a part of the top 5, but in some instances also we have some divisions that have 3 consolation races, and there we'll only be taking the top 4. So you really got to get a lot done. You got to get it done quick, and you got to get it done in about 3 laps, because that's all the longer these LCQs are.
Yes, I remember the 250C class has 3 divisions, so that's going to be great. You know, you want to get a good start, go out there, hit your lines. You see they're doing a little bit of track work right now, so track's probably going to be a little slick for these first few guys coming out. I know the 258 is going to be the first constantly coming out, and, you know, they get to set the good lines there for the later races.
Racer TV is on Twitter and Instagram. If you're not following, do so now. Follow us at Racer TV, both on Twitter and on Instagram. I know that we posted an Instagram message prior to the start of the show that
before I did my makeup, thanks
before you
guys.
Did all your makeup and all that stuff. So if you could check that out, I think you will probably get to see a lot of silliness that Sean is capable of. I'm a straight laced guy, man. I never get funny or anything like that. I'm always on mark, on target.
Yeah, I'm not really funny. I think I'm just funny looking.
As the giggles and chuckles come from over there, I guess maybe I'm a little goofier than what I think I am, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
What?
I mean, yeah, I'll give it to you. You are.
Well, Sean, here we are. Now, what are these riders thinking like now? What's the mindset of the riders going into this? Like I just pointed out, there's a limited amount of riders that's going to make it into the second motos, and you have a limited amount of time to make it happen. And what's going through these minds? I'm sure the best of the best riders, we even talk about it, sometimes don't make it in for one reason or another. Maybe they have a get-off, bike malfunction, or whatever the case may be.
Right now, it's just, honestly, I think winning. I mean, that's the goal for everybody to be in the LCQ. They want to win. They want to get into the main event so they can go and give it everything they got for the second moto.
And we're being joined in here in the booth right now, it looks like, with Tom Shields, who is part of the majors here as far as the American Amateur Motocross is concerned. And from Freestone County Raceway out in Wortham, Texas, we want to say good afternoon and welcome to Tom Shields. Tom, good to have you on board, man. I know that these majors, as far as the amateur motocross world is concerned, they mean a whole lot, and it's good to see that some of the other promoters are coming out and supporting Win and the Mini O's here this year.
No, I appreciate that very much. It's great to be here. It's nice to see all of the industry coming together in a sense that this is what the riders need and want. This is what they've demanded, and this is what the industry's coming to do. And that means the manufacturers, that means the promoters. So the majors is going to be quite the contender for the amateurs to be able to goal and set themselves for.
It is, and it's also good for the riders because as different as each event is, there is still that consistency that helps keep it all tied together.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's a looking for parity from going from one event to the next. Much like the transition from amateur to pro is such a rude awakening, and Sean can testify to it. You go from single events to a year-long series, 2 of them. And that's what you're dealing with. Whereas the amateurs, we've got all of these single events that we're dealing with no parity, and that's been the years in past what it's been like. So that's where we're bringing it together, coming together as promoters for the entire industry.
And I know down at Freestone County Raceway, man, you guys put together a spectacular program down there. I believe James Stewart comes on board with that one, too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
right?
he did a couple years ago. The James Stewart Spring Championship, he came on board in 2012, 2011. We established the event after Lake Whitney going away and losing that AMA National in Texas. We really wanted to find a unique blend, so we started time practice for the amateurs to get their gate pick.
Wow.
Again, that's another step in the direction that the riders need to learn how to go out and make that flying lap. And then, of course, we do sight laps for every moto as well.
That is, it's kind of like that ushering them in, the pro riders into that, but it also gives those amateurs a feeling of being like the pros, huh?
No, for sure. And these families make such a dedication to the sport by committing so much financially, personally. And it's a way for us to be able to prepare them for that next step. So it's not such a rude awakening.
You know, one of the things that I always hear people talk about Freestone, it's a warm place in Texas. Texas is very warm and inviting, I guess you could say. You guys are going to be running in March, actually. So I think that's probably a perfect time of the year for Freestone County Raceway to be running this race, huh?
Well, ironically, online registration starts on Monday, December 2nd. And the event this year, the dates are March 19th through the 22nd.
Wow, so that's going to be pretty exciting, I think. How many years you guys been holding this particular event down there now?
This will be the 4th year. This is the 3rd year with James involved. Of course, our class champions all get to go to James's house the week prior to Mini O's.
Wow.
So all class champions get to go down, and Big James is a big part of training the riders the entire day. So a lot of the class champions we had, I think, I want to say 18 class champions showed up at James's house last Wednesday. So I was just down there last week, down in Haines City. And,
wow.
Sean knows himself what an awesome place it is to ride and to train. And you have nothing but pure butter out there to ride on.
Yes, this is a great place, great dirt, great family, and, obviously has a great track. So really fun. That's really cool that Freestone offers that for all the riders to be able to win the race and then get a trip to go ride at one of the best races we have, this track.
I think so. I mean, it kind of entices me a little bit to maybe go try to run that 45-plus class. But then I think about Barry Karsten and all those guys that are going to be out, and I'm like, well, never mind.
Well, I was talking to Gary Jones a little while ago, and he was telling me about his 50A run. And he's like, well, I got 3rd. I kind of faded at the end like usual. I was like, here he is, a 50-plus, and he's still talking about his old days of, like usual, this is how I still ride. So it's awesome. Come down and ride. We'd love to have you, of course, and I think we're going to see you down there anyway. So
that'll be awesome.
I'm hoping that we have a lot of this live coverage coming for Freestone as well. So we try and give every bit of what the families at home, unfortunately, don't get to experience. hopefully they can get just one little taste of it. And I've been watching you guys all week, and awesome job to you both, and kudos, and a great job by Racer X TV.
Well, thank you very much, Tom. It's really nice to have you in here. Welcome to Mini-O's, and welcome to the Majors, my friend. The Majors, again, it's coming up March
19th through 22nd.
And online registration begins this coming Monday, December 22nd. Log on where?
To freestonemx.com.
freestonemx.com. And there, my friends, you'll be able to get registered early on for the upcoming first of our, that'll be the second of our majors. The first will be the Ricky Carmichael Supercross over at Daytona. So, man, it gets rolling early next year, huh?
Dude, after seeing how these riders are doing this week, now we get to see who's going to prepare. And when we come to the springtime, we'll see who did all the preparation.
Exactly. Tom Shields, once again, Freestone County Raceway. He's part of the majors. We'll be seeing him again in March, and we're glad to have him on board. We also got another guest coming in. Thank you very much. We also got another guest coming in there, Sean. And who we got coming in now? TJ, Tommy Rios, little Tommy Rios. Now, I know that this guy right here, man, Tommy, we keep talking a lot about tradition and stuff. Wasn't your daddy a racer too or something like that?
Oh yeah, he was 9-time Latin American championship, and he raced a lot, and he got to some of the pros, and he was really good. And when I was like 3 years old, he got me on a motorcycle, and I loved it.
3 years old, seriously? I mean,
Sure.
like 3, almost 4 years old, or what was it?
No, I think 2.5. He got me a PW50.
Did you know how to ride a bicycle yet?
Actually. He got me training wheels, and I didn't know how to ride a bicycle. And then he said to actually I quit like riding for like a week because he said I can't ride a dirt bike until I can ride a bicycle.
So it gave you some inspiration, huh?
Yeah.
It took you only a week to learn a bicycle at about 2.5?
Well, my dad tried to teach me at first, and he couldn't. So my sister tried to teach me for a weekend, and
your
she
sister
got
did
it.
teach you how to ride a dirt bike?
Bicycle.
Oh, bicycle. Okay.
So,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
your sister actually is the one you can say thanks to for helping get you onto this motocross career, then, huh?
Oh yeah, she's obviously a big part of it.
Well, tell me, how's your week been going, Tommy?
It's been going good. I didn't get to race Supercross because 2 weeks ago I got a broken foot, so I wanted to let it rest, and it's not 100% yet. But over at MTF they tape it for me, and it feels really good, and I just wanted to let it heal a bit more. So now motocross, it went pretty good. Yesterday it went all right. Got some bad starts and had to catch up, but today I got some good starts and ended up 4th in both of my motos.
Wow, man, good show, especially with a broken foot. I'm pretty impressed, TJ, man.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Dude, good luck the rest of the week, all right?
Thank you.
That's little Tommy, TJ Rios, and your classes you're racing again. What classes you going to be in?
I'm racing 12 to 13 mod and stock and 85 12 to 15.
All right, buddy. Good luck. We'll be watching for you for sure as we continue with our coverage here of now the LCQs. Sean Hackley, and this is where the nerve-wracking portion of our program begins for those that didn't make it in the first time out. One of those that we're talking about is that guy right there, the 64. Who would have expected him to be in an LCQ?
Yes, he had a bad moto. Thomas Cummins as well as Matthew Burkeen. Thomas Cummins got our motorsport.com whole shot. So he's one of the front runners in the top class at Supercross and all the qualifiers and first motos here in the outdoors. So a little bit of bad luck, but he's doing what he needs to do.
Covington out front, Burkeen in the number 2 spot, Andres Benanola, another rider we could expect to have seen in the 250A top numbers to position himself to not have to be here, but he is. Ben Robinson running the number 4 spot aboard the 238. As we take a look at this 250A Consi race, we had 49 riders that signed up for this. We had 2 consolation races, and we took the top 16 from each one of those. We got 1 LCQ, where we're going to be taking the top 8. So top 8 transfer here. Covington, Burkeen, Benalla, Robinson, Trevelise, Philip Moss now in 6th aboard the 179. Blake Thompson, the 420 and 7, and Scott Davis is your final transfer spot here aboard the 748. So at this point, I mean, what does this mean for Covington? I know it means the likelihood of a championship in this 250 class has pretty much fleeted out the window at this point unless something really major happens in it. the second moto turns inside out or whatever. But, I mean, what is his objective and his goals at this point?
I think his goals for this point, you know, like you said, it's going to be kind of tough for him to win the overall with a 17th score coming in for the first moto. But that's more time on the track for him to feel better. And if he comes out and wins that, he gets in everybody else's heads for the future 3 races that they have coming up.
Very good point. So, you know, and that'll give people a long time to think about it. Here we are at the end of November, so we'll have basically December, January, February, and a week or 2 in March before they'll ever be able. So a little more than 3 months they'll have to think about it heading into that first major coming up in Daytona there in early March.
Right. So, you know, even for a race that he almost made a mistake there, but even for a race that he knew he couldn't win, he still went out there and rode his best, so which also gets prepared for the 3 other classes that he has this weekend: 250 Pro Sport, 450A, and 450 Pro Sport.
Look at the time he's turning down, a 1:39.5 right now. It doesn't even look like he's even pushing. I mean, Tom Covington right now looks like he is just on a victory lap. I mean, it doesn't look, I mean, that's, whenever you can see a rider and it looks like they're riding effortlessly and they're not pushing it and they're turning fast lap times, that's when you know a rider's really fast.
Yes, everything's just clicking off, and I'm pretty sure that's the fastest lap time we've seen all week out of 250s, 450s, and all the big bikes.
Wow, so Covington, if not the fastest, one of the fastest. We see the next class dropping down into the Gator pit right now as our second qualifier is off and rolling. We're going to follow these guys on the camera. We're going to let you know Tom Covington, when he comes across the finish line here in just a couple of moments, Thomas Covington will take the LCQ win. That'll give him a score of 17 heading into Moto number 2. But like we say, it's important to be in Moto 2, and he can make that mark. And if he makes that Moto win, then he's going to get in their heads, like Sean said.
And he also just ran an even faster lap time with a 1:39 flat. So that's by far the fastest time of the week. I've seen a 1:39.9 before, but he was moving out there.
Wow. Matthew Burkeen in second. But Benalla is in the number 3 spot. Ben Robinson in the number 4. Richie Trevelise in 5th. Philip Moss in 6th. Blake Thompson 7th. Looks like Scott Davis hangs on for your final transfer spot. Right now on the racetrack is our second LCQ, and this is the first of 2 consies for our 250B limited class. This will take the top 4 from each one of these, I believe. I might have just wadded that piece of paper up that we needed. I did. Wrong piece of paper. Sorry about that, Sean.
Oops.
Oops. So, yeah, this is 250B limited. 250B limited started out with 95 riders. They had 3 heats from which they took the top 10 from. 2 consies, again, where we take the top 5. Nearing the completion of the first lap. And the green flag waves for lap 1 of 3 in the history books for the 250B Limited. Carter Gordon, the number 15, taking the early lead in this one, a 1.121 second lead over Nolan Hepner. Austin Tonskov, the 286, is running in the number 3 spot, while Micah Trainum runs in 4th. Evan Walker is in the number 5 spot. As we said, that will be your 5th and final transfer spot into the second motos. But Taylor Holt and Kyle Pacey, as well as Augustin Pauley, another rider in this B class now that we wouldn't have expected to see in this particular division for trying to get in an LCQ, but there he is. Kyle Dawson's also out in this one, so there's a few names that could be a little bit of a surprise to see out there right now. Carter Gordon still leading Nolan Hepler. Let's see, it was the Kawasaki out front of the Yamaha. And as we roll into the rhythm section now, look how tight things have gotten now back there behind this 4th, 5th, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place positions. There's Carter Gordon, Nolan Hepler. They're 1 and 2. We're looking for that battle for 3rd now. That's where it was getting exciting. And it looked like position changes might have been at hand. And looks like that 3rd place right now is starting to reel in the 2nd place position. And that is going to be, see if we can catch a number. I missed that number. There's 3 guys coming. That's Toskov, Train, and Eric Walker. I think Taylor Holt and Kyle Pacey might still be on pace also. Don't count out the 198 of Augustin Pauley. He was back in 8th spot again, though. He needs to make up 3 positions into the top 5. This is going to be tough to do as we near the completion of lap 2. It's Carter Gordon, 1:45.9, a 1:45.5 for Nolan Hepner back in the number 2 spot. Trainum and Toskov checking in 3 and 4. Evan Walker in 5th now. Holt and Polly. Polly up to 6 or 7 now. Holt is 6th. Kyle Pacey drops down to the number 8 spot. But look at this. This is a battle for the lead. This is for the lead.
So these guys want to win. They're not happy they're in the LCQ, so they're doing the best they can to get the win, get the lowest moto score possible, come into the second moto.
Toskov actually was one of the better finishers in this particular division out there. He got 11th in his moto. Carter Gordon actually took 15th in his moto, so a really good push for him to the front of the pack. But we got a new leader now, I believe. It looks like Hepner might have went out front there aboard the 44. He has. Gordon in 2nd now.
Yes, he made the pass here coming to closing parts of the last lap. So he's on a mission right now, trying to get the lead, trying to take off and get a win in this LCQ.
Wow, there goes. And they're firing them off one right after another, folks. LCQ's going. They got another one on the track right now while that's the Division 2, Consi 2 for these 250B limited class riders. All right, we're going to go. We're going to watch these guys. We'll line them up for you. I want to let you know who's in the 250B limited class. Consi 1 here. Carter Gordon passed by Nolan Hepner there on the final lap. And as those riders race to the checkers, Hepner will take the win. Gordon will take 2nd. Micah Trainum in 3rd. Austin Toskov in 4th. And Augustin Pauly, who was 8th starting this one out, methodically worked his way into the 5th and final transfer spot. Good for him as we look at that Fair and Racing top 10.
And your motorsport.com whole shot here is going to go to Ashton Hayes. I think he had a little bit of trouble in his qualifier, but for the 2nd division of 250B limited Consi. And he gets the whole shot, is doing what he needs to do, trying to get the win, take off, and make this an easy win for him coming to the main events, or the second motos.
There you go, making statements. That's what these guys are in the market for doing right now. Wow. Good, smooth ride. He's already opened up a good distance between himself and the rest of the field.
Yes, I think he was one of the winners from the Freestone National. Got to ride at James Stewart's compound here, a week prior to coming to this event. So it looks like the work there really is paying off for him.
Wow, I can't wait. Exciting to know that possibly a part of the Racer TV broadcasting. Kind of letting a little cat out of the bag there. We're going to go to Texas this year, it looks like.
Hey, that's right in my backyard. I might come there, too.
That would be fun if that does happen. Ashton Hayes, Adam Nickerson, Blake Green, Sam Wise, and Adrian Aguero, your top 5 in the 250B limited class. Richie Colquhoun in 6th, Cole Bryan in 7th, Daniel Fernandez in 8th, Cody Pinwell is 9th, and 10th, Tyler Searles. Again, only the top 5 transfer here, so still plenty of room for position jockey. And we got guys like Searles back there, Cody Pinwell, Fernandez. I mean, a lot of these names. There's Jamison Duclos all the way back in 15th, so don't be surprised to see things even different whenever they come around. Look at this battle up front. 321 Adam Nickerson. Is he getting around Hayes? I believe he might. No, he's getting pressured by Blake Green right now.
Yes, Blake Green, another one of the top riders who had a little bit of trouble coming to this moto. I know he's out of California, so this Florida dirt and this weather may be a little unfamiliar to him, but it looks like he's trying to make the most of it here in this LCQ.
Watch him coming into this rhythm section now. The rockers, as we say, all over the rear wheel of Nickerson is Blake Green. This is for 2nd. Sam Weiss should be back and forth. Aguero still back in the number 5 spot. Man, you can see him using as much of that racetrack as possible. Blake Green does not want to go in with a 3rd place finish in this moto. He wants to go in with 2nd, and he's trying to make his statements also.
Yes, I don't think he likes getting roosted. I know there's a few rocks here in this soil, and he's not wearing a chest protector, maybe possibly under chest protector. But either way, getting roosted is not fun. Pulling tear-offs might run out, so he's trying to make this pass as soon as possible.
Dropping down to the Gator pit, this time for the white flag, and back out Ashton Hayes has taken over the lead from, or has the lead over Adam Nickerson and Blake Green. That's the battle we were watching, Nickerson and Green. That was a battle for 2nd. Sam Wise, 278 in 4th. Adrian Aguero checks in again in 5th. Colquhoun 4 seconds back in 6th. 147 lap time. Looks like the 177 of Adrian Aguero is becoming a little more solidified for that 5th place position, but he can't ease up too much. Check out the lap times for our top 5. Hayes, a 142.3. We got Adam Nickerson with a 143.084, Blake Green a 143.2, and Sam Wise a 144.5. So, and Adrian Aguero 144.5. So basically, 2.5 seconds difference, or 2 seconds difference between the speed of first to fifth right now, and they are all at least 3 seconds faster than anyone else on the racetrack right now.
Yeah, so, I don't think he was one of the ones who wanted to be in here, who's had some misfortunes in the qualifier, but we still have another great battle going on right now between Adam Nickerson and Blake Green, so we'll see what it shapes up coming to the closing turns of this lap.
There's Hayes, once again, Ashton Hayes, the 299 Suzuki pilot. Again, looking a lot like Tom Covington, not under any pressure, not pushing at all, but still turning in some magnificent lap times out there.
Looks like Blake Green has some problems. He's not in the shot anymore, so trying to make the pass, that last-ditch effort, he fell, so hopefully he can still come over in qualifying position.
Yeah, I think I've seen Sam Wise come across in the come by in the number 3 spot. We'll see what kind of changes that will usher in as Ashton Hayes takes the win, Adam Nickerson in second. Now back to the number 3 spot. This is where it gets a little different, I believe, as we look at the Fair and Racing leaderboard. Sam Wise moves into third. Adrian Aguero is fourth. Still waiting on 5th place to see who our final transfer spot's going to be. And that's going to be Richie Colquhoun, the number 921 machine. Wow. Way to go, boys. And that 250B Limited Consi 2 is done. Here comes one of those with 3 consolation races. This one, only the top 4 are going to go in this one. We got 28 riders, 27, 27. So nearly 30 riders in each one of these, and you got to be top 4. This is really where you've got to be on your A game.
Yeah, it's really a bummer right there that we're watching the guy who was actually in 4th place just now coming through the gator tail, having a little mess up, falling over. So unless he can get up and hold it wide open and have some really fast lap times, I think that's it for him in this class this weekend.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly it can slip away. You can battle an entire 3 laps, and one little slip, one little bobble in the final turns could cost you an entire race and an opportunity to complete your experience here at the Winter Olympics in the Gatorback Cycle Park. So Hayes, Nickerson, Wise, Aguero, Colquhoun, that's the 250Bs. The 250Cs now checking in with Ashton Dickinson, Stephen Collini, John Farrell, Puelo Palladino, and Reed Hillman rounding out the top 5. We've got Juan Dabalos in 6th, Alec Wademan in 7th, Michael Sweeney is 8th, Brandon Elliott 9th, and Brandon Odell rounds out your top 10. Now looking at that Juan Davalos, is that any relation to Martin? You got to wonder about that. I'm not real sure the family tree on that one, though.
He's from Quakertown, Pennsylvania.
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so. Martin's from Ecuador, so.
Quakertown is a different country too, though. I think up in PA, or a different country too.
It could be.
No,
seems
like it sometimes.
I mean, somewhere they could Quakertown, China, or something like that.
Yeah. Ashton Dickerson is still leading the 250C Consi 1 now. It looks like. Stephen Collini is second. He was 2.1 seconds back of Dickinson. John Farrell, though, was closing up gap there, it looked like. 12/ being pressured by Paolo Palladino, who was a half second behind him. So second, third, and fourth. That's a good battle. Reed Hillman is being pressured by Juan Dabalos. And our Yamaha rider is our leader of the Yamaha number 15 machine, so he'll be coming around to take a white flag this time.
The Ashtons are taking over. I think the last one we just had Ashton Hayes won, and now it's Ashton Dickinson winning the 250C Limited Semi 1.
Wow, it is a day of Ashtons on a Friday, it looks like. Stephen Collini in second. Paolo Palladino running in the number 3 spot aboard the number 5. John Farrell, the 12/ in fourth, and Reed Hillman holds on so far to that number 5 spot. He now has a little bit of breathing room between himself and Juan Dabalos. The 14 machine back in 6th, opened up now to 1.176 of a gap, and that's still only 0.2 of a second difference than what it was a lap ago. So Hillman still under pressure and under fire. So it looks like Dickinson and Colini we're watching on the screen right now. And they were less than a second that separated these two when they made their way past the finish line for the white flag. And as we head off the Gators' tail now and through the roller section, we see that this one is tightening up even more. 9:46, Stephen Colini attacking that roller section, but doesn't look like he made up a whole lot of time there, as we've seen Dickinson doing the identical there. So it's going to take a little bit of a miscue, a brain fade or something on the part of number 15 of Dickinson for Colini to capitalize, I think. Both riders riding at extreme speed. A 1:49.5 lap time for Dickinson last time around. 1:48.2, about 1.3 seconds faster was Colini. It brought us down to within less than a second heading toward the checkers, and don't think he's going to be able to make up any more ground than that here on the final lap as they charge toward the checkers. And that looks like Dickinson takes the win. Colini in the number 2 spot.
I think Reed Hillman just made a pass for the final transfer spot coming around that turn. We're going to look at our Fair and Racing leaderboard here in a second.
Wow, he did. He made the pass. He was running 5th. The whole moto moves up to the number 4 spot. So I guess that is our final transfer. I said 5, didn't I? It's only 4 in this one.
It's only 4 with three
yep.
consies.
Yeah, this is one of those with 3 consies, so only the top 4 transfer. So it's going to be Dickinson, Colini, Palladino, and Hillman does make the final transfer spot finally on that final lap. So good eye there, and way to catch that as we look at that Fair and Racing leaderboard now, and we're going to jump into division number 2. Once again, correct me if I start talking wrong again this time there, if you would, Sean. It's the top 4 as we drop down Gator Falls.
Yes, top 4 for 3 divisions, 5 for 2, and 8 for 1.
Thanks. Who got that motorsport.com whole shot?
Let's see. Hold on 1 second, guys.
Wow, that is that's beautiful to watch those riders all jockeying for position like that, you know. The sense of urgency for some, the quiet confidence by others. Division 3 off and rolling, and here comes our motorsport.com whole shot rider as he got the early lead in this one, it looks like.
He's trying to check out, too. I know it's number 30 on a Kawasaki. I'm not sure what his name is just yet until they come around for the first lap. But he's riding a great race. He got the whole shot. He's trying to check out, make this easy for him. I think he's one of the guys who felt he should have been coming out of the first qualifier, not having to deal with this race. So go out there, riding strong, standing up, taking some good lines, just getting some more time on the track.
And it is that number 30 machine we're looking at right now. I would go out on a limb and try to tell you that name, but I know it would only embarrass me, I think, in the end. But look, he's got a good battle, or a good lead over the second place ride. 3rd and 4th are kind of tight, but right behind 3rd and 4th, which 4th again is the final transfer spot. I saw 4th, 5th, and 6th that were nose to tail literally coming through there. Jesse Chappelle is who it is. Trey Hicks in second, and Hicks is one of the 250C riders that I didn't expect to see in an LCQ, so there's another one. You got Gage Stern in 3rd. Matthew Howard is your 4th place ride, your final transfer position, but less than a second behind him, Cameron Greer, the 132, so that one's starting to intensify. Look at that guy, man. Jesse Chappelle looks like he's having some fun, man. I mean, when you're whipping bikes around like that and going way too wide on a turn like that, yes. You're way comfortable.
Yeah, he's having fun, you know, looking good for the camera, too. So hopefully someone else, like I said earlier, got a photo of that. He can put it on Instagram, you know, just get some followers from that.
Speaking of followers, we want followers on Racer TV, at Racer TV on Instagram, and at Racer TV on Twitter. So join us, if you will. That way you can keep up with all the great Racer TV things that's going on in and around the moto and off-road racing worlds. Thanks for joining us here on RacerTV.com, as well as we've got archive footage from Loretta Lynn's on here, one of our majors, of course. We've got archive footage from the Grand National Cross Country Championship Series, as well as AMA ATV National Motocross Championship Racing, and OMA and more. Just check it out, RacerTV.com, all the archives. And again, following us at Racer TV. Are you following us yet, Sean?
I am, of course.
Of course. I don't know. I was just.
You guys are giving us great coverage and everything. You know, I'm here, so I'm a little spoiled right now for this. But, you know, beforehand, I always had to follow you guys.
You know, I'm kind of spoiled by the television monitors myself. It has lent its hand to spoiling me as an announcer because really you get to see the action so much more up close and so much more personal with the camera angles that these guys are lending us for these types of races.
Yes, the camera crew here does a great job. You know, this HD film is just, it's better almost than you can see in your own eyes. So it's crystal clear, great quality. We may not be able to see very far across the track, but these guys be able to zoom in and get crystal clear shots. We're able to give you guys what you need to hear.
Yeah, exactly. It's so HD that they have to keep the camera at a long shot whenever I'm in it. But Jesse Chappelle, Trey Hicks, Matthew Howard, Cameron Greer, he was running 6th a couple of laps ago, I think, is now in the number 4 spot. So we got some changes, if I'm not mistaken, taking place there. If not, so you got Gage Stern in 5th. We got Mike Thomas in 6th. And they're a couple of seconds back. Greer looks like he might be trying to close up on Howard. Actually, Matthew Howard putting on a spectacular run, a great lap last time. One of the fastest, well, the fastest of that lap, a 1:52.578, as a matter of fact. Aside from your leader, Jesse Chappelle's 150.431, which is the fastest lap of this qualifier, and I think of the semi-consi one. .144 did Hicks. Yeah, Hicks is under that pressure right now.
A little bit of a brake squeak right there.
Yeah, 132 Cameron Greer all over the rear wheels now. I believe that's still Chappelle out front with Hicks, Howard, Greer battling for 2, 3, and 4. Gage Stern turned to 155 last time. Don't expect him to be in that mix because it looked like things kind of started separating for him. But Jesse Chappelle at the checker flag on the on-track Moto Hero race winner. No, Trey Hicks? Well, what happened? Something happened.
I'm not sure.
Something happened.
I thought I saw him cross the finish line.
I did too. They might have reset the scoring monitor for that. So we're going to go with that. And we're going to say that Hicks and Greer and Howard might have been 2, 3, and 4. We're going to be unofficial, though. All right, motosport.com hole shot dropping down into the Gator pit now, down Gator Falls. And did you notice all the tear-offs laying on the face of Gator Falls?
I feel as though if any rider needs tear-offs, they don't have any this weekend. Just go walk the track, grab some Windex, some paper towels, clean them up, and it might be a little scratch, but it's better than nothing.
There you go. And it just seems funny to me that those guys are ripping tear-offs going down the Gator Falls like that.
They're getting comfortable with that drop-off. You know, that first lap around the track, we definitely didn't see that. Everybody's just jumping straight, kind of stick figure, like whoa, you know, we haven't dealt with this in a while. So a year for a lot of these guys who haven't raced this.
Opening up with, is that 114, I believe, in the lead of this one. This is Division 3. Again, the top 4 transferring out of this one. Looking for my race order quickly. 85 got a couple of 9 to 11 consies coming up. We'll be taking the top 4 from here in a moment. Reminding you folks, the 5th annual Monster Energy Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross coming to Daytona International Speedway March 9th and 10th. What better gift to give your racer than the opportunity to compete at the World Center of Racing for an extended weekend of Supercross action. You can come early, catch out the professional Supercross, and then a couple of great days of amateur Supercross. White flag or green flag out. Bradley Leachman, the 721 out front of Justin Dan Reinhardt, the 174, 765 of Chad Thomas in third, and Austin Flock, the 78, your 4th and final transfer spot with the 71X Colton Dorr back in the number 5 position. Less than a second behind, and 0.2 of a second behind him is Wade Milligan in the number 6 spot. I think we still got plenty of room for things to happen here, Sean, on this one.
Yes, we have plenty of time to go. You know, they just came around the one lap. There's only 3 laps, but that's still enough time for these guys to make their moves and try to gain some positions to make it in for the second moto.
If you look down through this particular division, this is one of the tighter divisions. There are a couple tenths of a second separating here and a couple tenths of a second separating there. Seemed like the other divisions, there were a second, second and a half, 2 seconds between each rider. But these guys on that first lap stayed pretty bunched up. I think they're all pretty anxious. They all had to sit in the start chute a little longer than the other 2 divisions, so they're probably a little more anxious when it comes to getting out for this particular race.
Yes, the novice class is always a great race to watch. You know, usually we've seen a couple of these guys, the top leaders had some troubles in their qualifier, but this might be a true one of these guys battling around that 16th position, or no, this one was the 10th position, the guys that just didn't have the great start. So, you know, the playing field is really even right now, and you get to see some great racing going on there. All these guys trying to make it for the second motos.
I believe Austin Flock may be under pressure from Colton Dorr, the 71X. See Colin Berryman back there. He was 7th right behind the 212 of Wade Milligan. All those guys bunched up pretty tight together. Could be battling for that 4th place position when they come around for the white flag, as we just saw our leader, the 721 of Bradley Leachman, new 2nd place, 765. Chad Thomas moves into position. Look at this. Look at that lap time for that Bradley Leachman in a 250C limited class.
Yeah, that's a good lap time. You know, they did some track work, so obviously the guys are getting comfortable. The track work did some huge changes to the track where they're able to open it up some more, maybe taking away some break and bumps, some of the big ruts, and charge forward.
A 149.9 for him as Chad Thomas checks in 2nd. Justin Reinhardt 3rd. Colton Dorr, your final transfer spot, 3/4 of a second behind him. Wade Milligan. Austin Flock, who was 4th place before, has dropped to 6th. And we were watching Dorr there, the 71X. We saw him moving up. And lap time right now, he was about 2.5 seconds faster than Reinhardt and only 0.2 of a second behind. So by process of elimination, I'm going to say that if the 71X of Colton Dorr hasn't gotten around the 174 of Reinhardt, he's probably working on him pretty hard right now. Here comes your leader, Bradley Leachman. There is 2nd behind him, 765, Chad Thomas. And Reinhardt and Dorr, the battle for 3rd, should be coming up behind him. Well, it's only about 3 seconds behind that 2nd place position. Leachman, and is Thomas hanging on to 2nd? I believe he is. Reinhardt's the question, though. Reinhardt in 3rd, Colton Dorr. That's the battle we see. Now, both those riders are in, so if Reinhardt does go back to 4th, it's not a monumental bad thing that takes place for him, but just means he's going to drop back to 4th. And let's see what happens. Leachman takes the win, 151.2 that last time around. Chad Thomas, a 152. Colton Dorr does make the pass and take the spot, as does Wade Milligan now. Justin Reinhardt drops to 5th, man. Can you imagine that? Riding in position the entire race, and then all of a sudden there toward the end of things, you make that bobble in the last lap, and bam, there goes 2 guys by.
Yeah, that's a little bummer, just coming that you were really excited. Maybe the pressure got on, nerves got to him or something like that, or just maybe he just made a mental error and had a mistake. But either way, I'm hopefully he has a couple more classes. We have a lot of events here that they can race, and he'll have other chances in another class.
Is that Villapoto on an 80 from back in the
It might be. Look, that's Thor gear and everything. So.
Yeah, it does. Wow. Deja vu right there. That is the 51, though, we're seeing in this LCQ. This is one of those 85s, I believe, that 9 to 11 class. We had, I believe, do we have 2 qualifiers out of this one? Or we take only the top 5, right? Yeah. 2 out of this one. So only the top 5 are going to transfer out of this one as well. And that's a tough one for these little young guys, the 85s, to have to race for something like that, man. I mean, it's a real heartbreaker, but at the same time, at least they get the opportunity to get out on the track a couple times during this week. Lou, speaking of a couple times, look at that. Couple times good racing coming down Gator Falls right now. Jace Kessler, Jesse Flock. Flock on the KTM, Kessler on the 511 Kawasaki. Then we had Nathaniel Thrasher in 3rd. Cody Groves, fourth. Gage Steberg, the 112, rounding out your top 5. At Aaron Cottrell, 117 and 6th. Riston Grigg, the 27 slash, was 7th. And look back there in 10th spot. Now, I know this is an 85cc class, but Crockett Meyer starts off in 10th. We saw him struggling, I think, earlier in one of the 65 classes maybe, and he worked his way up through the pack, and that might be the case coming into this 9 to 11 limited class also.
Yes, he's one of our top runners in the 65 class. So, you know, I'm sure his skills are just as good on 85. Maybe he had a bad start or had a small tip over or something like that. So when he comes across the finish line we'll check out our Fair and Racing top 10 leaderboard to see how he's doing.
Kessler still leading Flock as they roll through the whoop section now. Flock almost looks like he's closing up the gap some, but I don't think it was enough to really shake the 51 of Kessler just yet.
You mean Villapoto?
Yeah. Yeah, it takes me back, man. I can remember seeing him and Mike Alessi and a few of the guys go at it. Man, those were the days, I'll tell you. And I can still watch them on, I guess, on the Lucas Oil Motocross Championship. But it just seems so much cooler when they're on 80s, I think.
Yeah, it's a lot more fun. We're actually doing it for fun. You know, we're still doing good. I want to make our sponsors happy, but you know, as we get older, we have to do it as a job, so it gets a little bit more serious.
It does. That does kind of change. That's something that probably we ought to talk about maybe at some point, the differences and the transitions from becoming an amateur to becoming a professional. Jace Kessler on track right now for the On Track Schools Moto Hero Moto win here for the 85 9 to 11 limited. Consi 1 of 2. Jesse Flock back in second. Cody Groves now third. Nathaniel Thrasher is fourth, and Gage Steberg is rounding out your top 5. So Crockett Myers, we're watching, holding steadily back in 10th. Don't know if he's making up any ground on this last lap or not. Wouldn't surprise me to see that he would or did once the checkers come out. The 51, actually 511 is what he is listed in as. Chase Kessler. Little V right there. Styling and profiling that new 2014 Thor gear right now as we speak. Got a lot of that on display. A lot of new 2014 apparel on display here at the Winter Olympics. That's what's really cool about this particular event is all the new stuff coming out. It gets introduced at Loretta Lynn's, but this is where it gets used and abused and tested to its extreme. Your On-Track Moto Hero race winner, your On-Track Schools, bringing you that once more with a 153.647. Jace Kessler taking the win. Second spot is the 67 of Jesse Flock. The number 2 of Cody Groves is running in third spot, and Nathaniel Thrasher is your fourth place position with Gage Steberg rounding out the fifth and final transfer position now. That's your Fair and Racing top 10 board there. I want to say thanks to those great folks for bringing us that action. Jen Kenyon standing by with this LCQ winner.
That's right, Rodney. We're down here with Mr. Jace Kessler. Jace, congratulations. You made it. You're good for Moto2. How does it feel?
You know, it feels good. I wasn't too pumped on making it to the LCQ, but I had a little bit of problems in my moto, but I just tried to get a good start and put in some good laps.
All right, so we've seen you out here in a couple of the other classes. How'd you do in your first motos there?
Well, in my other class, I got 5th, so.
All right, well, good job, buddy, and good luck in your Moto2.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, Rodney.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon. And seem to be pretty excited to win that. A win's a win, man. It gets you pumped up.
Yes, it's always good to win, no matter if it's an LCQ or qualifier, and it feels even better when you're in main event. So, you know, hopefully he said he had some bad luck in that one. Maybe he'll get another great start from, you know, have an outside gate because of this. But, you know, he can still get a good start. Never know what happens in the first turn.
Well, as we open this one up, it's a 198 machine in the early lead of this one. And I have to say, man, as smooth as this kid's looking, he might be another shocker and surpriser out here in this 9 to 11 division riding in LCQ. You know, for some reason, it seems like it happens more often in the 80s than most other classes. But right now, what we've seen today, that theory right there went out the window when I seen some of the big names I saw out there in some of these earlier LCQs.
Yes, it's a growing stage, so getting used to the bike. They may be new, coming from 60s or something like that. So, or they may be a little bit big, wanting to graduate to the 125. So, you know, a lot of mixed match going up this races, but also some great racing.
Hey, I want to send a shout out to Lazy Days RV, by the way. Lazy Days RV, the official accommodations of the announcing and television staff of Racer TV. I want to say thanks to those folks. If you love RVing, this is home. Nick Merritt is the early leader, the 85 9 to 11 limited Consi 2. We got him aboard the number 198 with Cole Harkins, 220 in second. Jackson Kenny, the 100, is third. Fourth place, Luca Marsalisi in the fourth place position. And Dominic Andrew, the 461, your final transfer spot with Zake Graziano in the number 6 spot. Looks like Will Shadle, the 61 in seventh. Cole Bradford in eighth. Chase Yenser in ninth. And Jacob Glenn rounding out the top 10. Once more, though, only the top 5 will transfer here. Looking down through the list of names, there are a number of riders that could possibly be in a top 5 before this is said and done. Chase Yenser, who has been one of our top 50 riders for the last few years, back in ninth place right now. We'll be keeping an eye out on him to see whether or not he's able to work his way up through the pack. There's your leader right now, Nick Merritt. 220 Cole Harkins behind him in the number 2 spot as we see him heading back to the top of the key here before that big Red Bull arch. Wow, look at that. Nice shot. Merritt riding the ride of a dream. This is the ride that he wanted to put forth in his first moto. Cole Harkins, Jackson McKinney, Luca Marsalisi, Dominic Andrew. What about Graziano? Now, second, actually third, fourth, and fifth, they were all about a second apart when they went by the finish line there a few moments ago at a 2-minute lap time and a white flag, 2 minutes, .693. It's still Merritt out front of Cole Harkins, now down 2.422 seconds. He turned at 2:01.419. Jackson McKinney, the 100, just under the 2:01 mark at a 2-minute .8. He's a second and a half behind Harkins for second. Dominic Andrew moves up into fourth now as he is about 3/4 of a second behind McKinney for the number 3 spot. And Will Shadle drops to fifth. He turns at 2:01. He's 1.7 seconds down. And Luca Marsalisa has dropped out of the top 5. We see Chase Yenser moving up now. So still plenty of room for changes here. Battling through the final lap is Harkins, I believe, starting to feel some pressure. The 220 for the number 2. Whoa, a little bit of a miscue going up the face of that jump. I don't think he lost as much time as it appeared that he may have, but we'll see when I think the evidence will be told here on the sweeper turn. And though it looked like he got a little discombobulated there, man, he doesn't slow his momentum down any whatsoever. He's still got his sight set on Cole Harkins. And look at him go. He's got the inside line. He tries to hook to the inside as much as possible, trying to see if that would be the faster line. But as we pointed out, I don't think there's any faster line anywhere. It's just a matter of whether you can get there through faster than the guy ahead of you more than anything. Jackson Kenny all over Cole Harkins right there.
Yeah, it's just about executing these lines right now. Ruts are developing great. We've got some braking bumps still. They did the track prep a little bit ago, so the track's still forming new lines, and racing's going great.
Wow, we can hear the crowd outside the Racer TV studios right now cheering on this battle between Merritt, Harkins, Kenny, Andrew, and Shadle, your top 5. These guys all within just a couple of seconds, a few seconds of each other as they roll toward the finish line right now. Also, Marsalisi is not far off the pace back in 6th, so they're watching for him as well. But at the checkers, your on-track schools Moto Hero race winner, Nick Merritt. Cole Harkins in 2nd, Dominic Andrew in 3rd, Shadle up to 4th, and Marcelisi ends up breaking into the top 5. Yinzer just a little short there, it looks like, as he'll check in the number 6 spot as Conti 2 for the 85 9-11 limited class comes to a close, and we check out that Fair and Racing leaderboard. More racing action continuing here in just a few moments, Sean, and we just wrapped up with 85 limited class racing. Super Minis are up next. This is an exciting class, whether it's LCQs or not.
Yes, and a Suzuki rider got the motorsport.com whole shot, and he's already checking out. I'm sorry, that's a KTM. I think I might have just got confused a little bit by the yellow gear.
It
or
happens,
I could have said
man.
Honda in that matter.
Yeah. It happens, man. We can't be perfect. Hey, Jen Kenyon standing by with another winner, it looks like.
Nick, congratulations on grabbing this LCQ win. What was on your mind when you were on the gate hoping that you were going to get this top spot?
I was just saying I have to get the whole shot and just lead a clean race and not go down. And I came out second off the start, and I ended up passing him around down to the Gator pit, and I just led a clean race from there.
All right, so it's got to feel pretty good to be making it into that moto number 2. How is the track? It looks like the sun's coming out. Things are drying up a little bit.
Yeah, there's not as many ruts as there was before because it's like all drying up. So it was a lot easier to ride.
Do you have any good sponsors that helped you get the win out there?
I'd like to thank Tamer, my mom and dad, Interlake Sports Center for my new Cowie 14s, Decal Works for the awesome graphics, Vortex, Fly for my gear, and Weisco, MotorX, and everyone else that's helped me along the way.
All right, well, congratulations, bud. Good ride.
Thank you.
Your Nahilo Concepts podium interview. Thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon. Great job, and congratulations, Nick Barrett. Outstanding job there in his second Consi, the Consi number 2 win there, as we are off and rolling with the Super Mini 1 12-15 consolation race. I believe we just got the 1 in this one, so the top 8 transfer, I believe, there. Sean Hackley, and wow, look at this one already starting out. Jace Pennington. If you know much about amateur motocross, I think he could be a surprise in this class to have to be in an LCQ also.
Yes, he opened up a very big lead for that first lap, 7.1 seconds. So I don't think he means to be in here by any means. He just had a bad qualifier.
Exactly. Yuri Campello is back in the number 2 spot. As you said, 7.1 seconds. That's the biggest lead I've seen in these LCQs, even for some of those top 450 and 250 B and A guys we saw out there a little bit ago.
I think that's the biggest lead I've seen in the first lap all weekend.
Pretty much. That's a pretty good point, man, because the racing
Jordan
has
Bailey
been,
had a good one. I remember that one race. He checked out the first lap.
Right. There's only been like maybe a couple that have been more than that at the end of that first lap. That's a good indication.
Look at that lead right there. He has the entire Gatorback tail.
That is a huge lead. Huge lead for Jace Pennington. And there finally comes the second place position. Kawasaki rider Yuri Campello. Campello may have some trouble coming out of the number 8 of Tyler Williams, but Williams 1.9 seconds behind at the end of the first lap. Looks like he might have fell down to about 2.5 seconds back. Tyler Williams, then it's Max Chappie, the 121. Garrett Kinney in 5th. 6th place, Shane Fato, the 51. Then we've got Dakota Craig, 110 in 7th. Your final transfer spot is Jaden Wirtz with Tristan Kearns and Devin Stang in 9th and 10th. White flag out for Pennington this time around. 7.1 seconds last time, a 1:47.919 lap time for him. And yes, we have seen faster, but he doesn't even need to push any faster right now, and he's still got that 7-second lead. And at the end of the second lap, it's a 13.6 second lead. 1:54.390 lap time for second place. That was the second fastest lap so far. The fastest lap was a 1:47.919 that Pennington laid down there, and checking in with the second lap complete.
Yeah, so that means he's running some good, consistent lap times right now, even though he doesn't need to. Opened up 7 seconds on the first lap and another 6 on this one.
I'm scanning down through my results. Jace Pennington DNF'd, maybe DNS, actually DNF'd moto number 1. He has a score of 50 coming into this one. And with this win here, he would have a total score of, what will it be, 67, I think, going into the championship moto. So the chances of a championship, they're completely out the window. I don't think there's anything hardly that could happen that would put him in a number one spot for this class. And I'm not taking anything away from the kid at all. He had problems. He DNF'd the first moto. What I am doing is pointing out the fact that this kid really is a much better rider, like you had pointed out, with that 7-second gap at the end of the first lap. A much better rider, and one that you don't expect to see in these LCQs. But as we point out, with these championship motos, man, I mean, we're talking some classes 70, some classes 100 and some riders in it. Anything can happen, and it doesn't take much for one small mistake to become magnified. And when it does, man, I mean, it shows. And you find yourself out here in situations like this trying to make up for lost ground from the earlier motos.
Yes, with points that high, not much you can do with the 40-man gate coming in. You know, if you're already starting out with over 50, there's only 40 people in the gate. So
I think everybody that finished in Moto 1 basically would have to DNF at that point, or a good number of them anyway.
And I'm pretty sure you still, with a 1 DNF, he would still beat him.
Probably. Yeah. So Jace Pennington takes the win in this one. Yuri Campello, Tyler Williams, Max Chappie, and Garrett Kenny. Oh, make that Jaden Wirtz now your final transfer spot aboard the 320 as he got around Garrett Kenny there on that final lap. And that's your top 5. Or actually, it is 8 in this one, isn't it? It's only one qualifier, or one consi. So Kenny makes it. Devin Stang in 7th. Shane Photo in the 8th place position. We're going to take a break right now, and we'll be back with more of our LCQ coverage from the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of. I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
Hello, Phil from Farron Racing here. My partner and I, Mike Maroney, in 2010 had a dream to start an amateur race team. We're proud to announce that we've had 2 riders come through our program and now have pro contracts in place. In the near future, it is our dream to have a pro team in place where our amateur riders can then move forward to our pro team. With our new partnerships with MAV TV and Lucas Oil and other sponsors, all of our riders' dreams can come true. If you haven't watched MAV TV, check with your cable provider, give them a call, and insist on MAV TV. Let's go racing!
And welcome back to Gatorback Cycle Park as we continue our LCQ coverage of the Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit. And thanks to Jessica Isley as she tweeting out. Be sure and check out racertv.com for live coverage of the Mini O's. And you can tweet it out and follow us on Twitter as well and Instagram. It's simply @RacerTV. Join us and follow along with all the continuing coverage of everything that takes place at racertv.com itself. Jet Reynolds opening up in the 57-8 limited class in the number 1 spot. Jason McGurty is 2nd. Jordan Torres is 3rd. Nicholas Laurie in 4th. Landon Hartz in 5th. I'm a little blown away here right now. I'm sorry. 39 riders in this 7 to 8-year-old. They're going to have only 39 riders left to narrow down, and that means we've got one consolation race, I think, for these 51 7-8 limited class. One consi where the top 8 will transfer, but I'm still blown away that Jet Reynolds is even in this qualifier. He had a 9.7 second lead, and that's one thing that we were talking about just moments ago, how big of a lead the 7-second lead seemed to be in the previous LCQ, but now here we open up with a 9.7 second lead, so it's only getting more interesting. And again, pointing out the fact that some of these guys, they made those mistakes, and they're human just like anyone else, no matter how good a backing they have, no matter how fast they are, or anything. So Jordan Torres is 3rd, Nick Laurie in 4th, Landon Hartz in 5th, Grayson Smith in 6th, Christian Janik in 7th, Chase Patton in 8th, 9th, Joey Arico, he's just outside that bubble. He was .260 behind Chase Patton. So that was a good battle for the final transfer spot. And Sean, we thought 7 seconds was good, and now here we are looking at 9.7 seconds. Little Jet Reynolds in this one. he had almost 10 seconds over the rest of the competition at the end of that first lap.
They must be watching Racer TV, and he heard that. He's like, you know what, 7 seconds, that's big, but I'm going to beat it this
I
one.
can top that.
Yeah.
See, all right, see if anybody can top that 9.7 seconds that Reynolds has over McGurty. What happened to Reynolds, though, on that lap? He had some problems, looks like. I'm just still amazed at the abilities that this rider had on that first lap. And, you know, those are the kind of things right there. He had the lead. He had this dialed in, and then he gives it away. And that's what happened out there in the first moto. That's why he ended up in the LCQ, I can think. And, you know, I got to ask the question, too, Sean, is he at a point now in that transition from the small bike to the big bike, is maybe he's getting more comfortable on the bigger bike, or maybe he's pushing this machine a little bit more than it is capable of going right now?
It can be either one. He could be just getting a little bit too big, tangling his legs up, or just trying to go for it, hitting lines that his 60 can make, but this 50 not make. Or also, he could want to open up the biggest lead, go down, and have the biggest comeback and win the race. We haven't seen any really big comebacks yet. We've seen a few guys go down and come close to winning, but we haven't seen anybody overtake that first spot coming in for the checker flag.
So you actually think about that stuff when you're out on the track. You're like, okay, I'm going to go out here, and I'm not only going to win, I'm going to set a record here today, man.
I mean, that's kind of cool to think about. Just if you win, you know, there's a lot of people that win and a lot of racers that win each time, but it's a cooler story to tell someone if you're like, oh, yeah, I got the whole shot, slid out the second turn, went back to last, and then I came back and won by 15 seconds. So, you know, it was a pretty good race for me.
It was okay. It was all right. Torres is having an all right race. He turned a 2:13 lap time on his last time around. He more than made up the 9.7 seconds that Jet Reynolds had put on him. And actually, Reynolds is about 10 seconds behind Torres, or was anyway, the 711, your leader on this one. McGurty in second aboard the number 50. Reynolds in third. Nick Laurie in the number 5 spot. And the final lap is well underway. I got to wonder, curious, how far behind did Reynolds end up at the checkers as Torres takes the win? Your On-Track Schools Moto Hero race winner. Torres, the 711. At the stripe for second, Jaden McGurty holds on to that position. Some 14.377 seconds back, almost 15 seconds say. Jet Reynolds checks in the number 3 spot, a 2:22 lap time. He didn't push it at all on that one. Hopefully there's nothing wrong with him. And Nick Laurie rounds out 4th place with Grayson Smith in 5th, Joey Arico in 6th, Landon Hartz in 7th. Christian Janik was your 8th place position finisher. But again, remember in this one, I believe it is, once again, only the top 5 that transfer. Nor is it the top 8. It is the top 8. It is top 8. Sorry about that. We have
Landon Hart's got your last transfer spot.
There you go. So there we do have only one Consi in this particular division. Sorry about that. What are we going to now?
Schoolboy 1 Limited, BC Consi. There's only going to be one in here, followed by the 450A Consi. So we have actually a couple good classes coming up here for Schoolboy 1, 450A, and then Schoolboy 2. So for the guys racing both those classes, having to do an LCQ, this is going to be a tough one.
32 riders starting out, vying for 8 spots on the starting line for the second motos for this Schoolboy 1 Limited BC class. 458 coming up after that. We got Schoolboy 2 just around the corner, the 13 to 16 BC division. 65, 7 to 9 Limited Consis. There's 2 of those coming up, along with 450B, 450C, 85, 9 to 11, 65, 7 to 9, and then we'll have 250B, 3 Consis, 250C will have 3 Consis, 450B Consi, 450C Consi, 51, 4 to 8 LCQ, Schoolboy 1 Consi, and my gosh, man, College 16 to 44 BC Consi. How many, wait a minute, is there something, am I missing something here? We have a lot of schoolboys and a lot of, I thought we had Schoolboy 1 all the way up here, and then it's running back here again.
At Schoolboy 1 Limited.
Limited.
Yes.
Ah, that's where I got confused. Okay, that makes sense then.
Yeah, out of the 37 or 39 races that we had, or qualifiers, we're going to have 20 Consis.
That's a lot.
No,
That's
actually more than that because there's different divisions.
Yeah. So in reality, I think we said, nearly 2,100 riders signed up for this particular event alone. I believe we had that or better over for the Supercross. So, wow, about 5,000 entries, 4,000 or 5,000 entries for this week's racing. Is that 71 out there?
Yeah, this is Challenge. This is a race that he was fighting for the lead before he had a bike problem. So he grabbed the motorsport.com whole shot, and let's see what he can do with an open track finally.
Yeah, so we'll see whether he can best that 9.7-second lead at the end of that first lap.
We should give an award who can open up the biggest lead on the first lap. We'll see a lot of guys really going for it against the whole shot.
Then pulling off the track.
I'm done. That's all I needed.
That's all I can handle. Well, I can tell you, it looks like he's not going to be afforded a lot of luxury to be able to stretch that out probably 10 seconds quite.
Yeah,
but
he is a tough class.
It is a very tough class. Even for the LCQs, he's got his work cut out for him. But Shallon Tennant out front on that big KTM. Look who's coming in behind him, though. He's got some is that 721? I thought there for a moment we might be looking at somebody else. We'll look a little closer, but Tennant, strong on the KTM. He looks like a part of that Orange Brigade, actually.
Yes, he's one of the KTM Orange Brigade riders, also rides for FMF, I believe. So they have a great squad over there, great riders, a lot of talent, and we've seen a lot of these guys up front, Jordan Bailey, Alexander Fry, Challenge Tennant, and Brock Poppy.
You know, KTM has been known as a great off-road bike, woods bike for a lot of years, and on and off as a motocross bike, man. But since DeCoster and Dungey have made that switch over there, we've seen a big push in the motocross world. And these bikes are really becoming quite competitive now, even on the motocross track, it looks like.
Yes, they made some changes in developments, and they also broadened the horizon by opening up to 350 for more bikes for people to ride, electric start, hydraulic clutch, and just really good brakes, great motors. They have the total package.
Shallon Tennant, Baron Bellard, Casey Stewart, Austin Fuller, Trevor Schaefer are your top 5 in the Schoolboy Limited. Concy, that's one. We'll take the top 8 in this one, including Cameron Scheller in 6th, Blake Hansen in 7th, and Braden Bunker in the number 8 spot. Austin Kozad, who is the son of Kevin Kozad from MXers for Jesus, running in the number 9 spot outside the bubble there. Interesting story. I was talking with Kevin Kozad from MXers for Jesus this morning, and I was talking to him about his son. I was like, Kevin, I don't really remember ever watching your son race much as a kid, But here lately, I've seen him a little more often. He said, Rodney, he said, my son never raced until 3 years ago. He never even wanted a motorcycle until 3 years ago. And Kevin made him ask for it for like 3 times before he ever thought he might be serious about it. So he finally got him one. And Austin's been out here at the Mini O's, and he's making a name for himself. He might not be up front, but he certainly is out there having good times and bringing that MXers for Jesus family, I think, a little closer. I know that Kevin really enjoys getting to ride with his boy.
Yes, it's a great thing. I remember growing up, seeing him there, not wanting a motorcycle, not wanting to ride, just hang out with his friends and play with toy motorcycles. But being around motocross so long, I think it just gets in you. Like, oh, this looks like so much fun. Everybody's having a blast. You're going to end up getting a bike.
You are. Shallon Tennant and Baron Bellard, we just saw that battle going toward the Gator pit right there. That'll be at the conclusion of 2 laps now. Tennant is in. He had 3 seconds only over Bellard at the end of that first lap. That might have been Stewart and Bellard we were watching, turning nearly identical lap times at that, and a half second apart. Baron Bellard, the 721, the 221 KTM of Casey Stewart. 4th place, Austin Fuller, the 133. 5th place, Trevor Schaefer, the number 91. 6th place, 333, Cameron Scheller. 7th, Austin. Wow, Kozad is up to 7th now. Way to go, Austin. That's taking top 8, so he moves from outside the bubble to well inside the bubble now.
That's great to see. Doing what he needs to do, trying to get in that second moto.
There you go.
Get some more experience with riding.
Exactly. Drew Swenson, now your 8th and final transfer spot. We'll be keeping an eye on Blake Hansen and Braden Bunker. Those are your 9 and 10 place rides right now. Top of the key as we head back out to the big sweep.
And our second place rider goes down. He has a tip over right there coming the turn, so that may open it up, make it a tight race coming in this last lap. I'm not sure if he got up before the other guys got here, but.
Wow, Tennant unscathed right now up front. Baron Bellard, Casey Stewart battling back there for second, and things switching up there with a little miscue by your second place ride. We'll assess the situation and let you know how it's breaking down as your leader is rolling toward the Gator Pit now, and we're looking towards second spot. 721, Baron Bellard in the number 2 spot. He was able to hang on to that, and that looks like Casey Stewart, unless maybe Stewart's the one that went down there. The on-track schools Moto Hero race winner, there's going to be Shallon Tennant, the number 71. Not the way he wanted to make it into the Schoolboy 1 Limited BC class, but he is into Moto 2, and that's going to pay huge dividends. If you wonder how Tennant did there in the first Moto, he actually got credit for 26th place. So right now he's going 26-17 heading into Moto number 2. So a championship, well, it's pretty much the hopes of that are gone. Baron Bellard is second as we look at the Fair and Racing leaderboard. Casey Stewart in second. Austin Fuller is fourth. Trevor Schaefer in fifth. Drew Swinson in sixth. Austin Kozad holds on for a transfer spot in seventh. Cameron Scheller rounds out your eighth and final transfer spot. And just outside the bubble, Blake Hansen, Braden Bunker. That's your Schoolboy 1 Limited BC top qualifiers. Again, the top 8 went in that one. And next we got...
That's John Short out front in a Horton Racing Yamaha with your motorsport.com whole shot for the 450A division.
Yes. Which one of our 450A riders made it into this one? Well, we didn't expect to see here because we expected him to make it into the first qualifying process. I'm sure that we're about ready to have this question answered. 147 machine is who? John Short, I believe, is who that is that opens up with that ride. Tennant, Bellard, Stewart, Fuller, Schaefer last time out in that Schoolboy class. But as we look at division number 2, who's going to join them on the start line for Moto 2 in the 450A class? John Short, as we told you, got out early. 1.5 second lead now over Marshall Welton. Mitch Knorr, the 56, was third. Joey Deneen in fifth. Alex Spade, your fifth place ride. Richie Trevelise is sixth. Cody Williams in seventh. Noah Markel, your eighth place ride. One consolation race in this one, top 8 to transfer.
John Short's another ride out of Texas, someone that I get to see on a more frequent basis. We both go to the same training program at FitWise over in Decatur, Texas, and I'm good friends with the Horton Racing family and all those guys over in the Yamaha. But John having a little bit of trouble in Supercross, but he's feeling better on the outdoor portion. He didn't have the best of luck in the qualifier, but making the best out of an LCQ.
Is that something that you may have expected to see out of this rider, or did you expect him to be more of a Supercrossy type folk?
I expected him to be more outdoors. Just Texas, we have a lot of big, wide open tracks, so we don't have too many Supercrosses. The only Supercross tracks we have really are just the pros' private Supercross tracks that he's not riding yet, so he's just a little bit unfamiliar with it.
Short, Welton, Nord, Joey Deneen, Alex Spade, your top 5 again, rolling through lap 2 right now with Richie Trevelise in sixth. Cody Williams 7th, Noah Markel 8th. We'll be watching Jason Frank in 9th at 353 and Blake Thompson. Also Tyler Holmes, the 399 and 11. John Marino's back in the number 12 spot. Our final lap, John Short, 141.043, your leader. That puts him out now about 3 seconds ahead of Marshall Welton, the 285 in second. These guys opening up and establishing 6 seconds over third place at the end of lap 1. At the end of lap 2, it's 12.4 seconds. Alex Spade still holding on to that spot. Joey Deneen in 4th. Trevelise is 5th. Noah Markel in 6th. Mitchell Knorr in 7th. Jason Frank in 8th. Wow, John Short finished 18th in his first moto. This is a good redemption day for him, it looks like.
Yes, give him a little boost of confidence. I think he might have had a tip over in this race. So just winning a race, whether it be LCQ, like we said earlier, it's going to give you some confidence and running some pretty good lap times right now, compatible with the other guys. You know, they had some track changes and stuff like that, but still a good ride going for John Short.
Here comes Welton. Welton keeping him in sight. You gotta give it up for the 285 Honda ride, though.
Yes, he's riding great as well. I don't mean to take anything away from him.
Oh, but no, you're not. I'm just saying. I didn't want you to make you feel like you were.
No.
I'm just saying that I'm pretty impressed because Welton, you know, even though Short seems to have this thing so dialed in, he's not letting it affect him mentally. I mean, he's still keeping his own pace and his own ride. And he's still got a 12-second lead over the third-place ride. So I'm sure Marshall is feeling pretty confident in his abilities right now. And a little push in the early part of this battle with John Short might have deemed himself, thought about that, the bigger picture. Wait a minute, no sense of pushing this. It's only one position difference. I can hopefully make that up in the second motos.
Right.
On track, School's Moto Hero race winner, John Short, taking the win in this one. Marshall Welton some 4 seconds back. Alex Spade, the number 20, is third. Joey Deneen in fourth. Trevelise in fifth. Markel runs sixth. Jason Frank seventh. And there's Mitchell Knorr in eighth place position. And that's how the Farron Racing Board leaderboard looks here at the end of this one. We'll continue with more qualifiers here as we see that things have slowed down a little bit in our consies. Let's take a break and come back with more here from Gatorback Cycle Park.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of. I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
And welcome back to Gatorback Cycle Park as we roll through another LCQ here. We'll pick up the action in just a second. Actually, we'll watch the action. But I want to say thanks to Nahilo Concepts. We saw the commercial there just a moment ago. You know, they're an aftermarket company that develops and manufactures innovative billet products for KTM and other major brands, and everything is made in-house in their state-of-the-art facility right here in the great Sunshine State of Florida over in Stewart. Now, their goal is to develop products that will improve the function, the performance, and durability of your race bike, and the Halo products can be found on KTM's SSX models and other top riders' bikes around the world. The entire staff at Nahilo Concepts is very passionate about racing and what they do, so check out their innovative website at www.nahiloconcepts.com. Well, Sean Hackley picking up the action here in this one. I believe we are in the second division. No, this is the first division of Schoolboy 2, 13 to 16 BC. We talk about riders that we weren't expecting to see in this one. And remember, we talked about the number of riders that was in this class also. The Schoolboy 2 class, as I scan at 13 to 16 BC, 103 riders signed up for this one. They had 3 consies where we took the top 10, and we'll take the top 5 out of 2 LCQs, which are running 1 here right now. So this is LCQ 1, Alec Melick, Timmy Crosby, Josiah Hempen, Adrian Aguero, and Hunter Chandler, your top 5 checking in. And they're actually pretty tight through the top 5 and not far off pace back in 6th is Ross Westhoff. Timmy Crosby, another one of those names we weren't expecting to see in an LCQ.
No, neither is Alec Milk. You know, these Texas boys right now are showing off at the LCQ. I get to see this guy riding at Oak Hill Raceway and stuff too. So another ride I didn't expect to see in here. I'm not sure what happened. He's been training with Tommy Hahn, so he's been looking good.
What about riders like Cameron Farmer, the 315? He's usually a pretty good person to battle with out there. Danny Luce is another one. They're way back in the 20. Farmer back in 22nd. Danny Luce back in 25th. So, man, the things have really turned around a lot here in the motocross portion of this.
Yes, which is something you don't want to have happen. Just having a bad start in the LCQ it's way worse than having it in the qualifier. You have, you know, another lap or two to make up some more time, but in this case, everybody's pushing. No one wants to get past because they want to make it to the second motos.
Well, there is Crosby, and ooh, he about washed out, swapped out. Yeah. Your leader, though, is just ahead of him, Alec Mellick. Mellick in the number 1 spot. Crosby in second. You cannot really stretch things out over Hempen or Guerra or Chandler, your 3rd, 4th, and 5th place rides. White flag, I think, will come out this time as second laps will be complete. One more to go in the Schoolboy 213 to 16 LCQ. Our final lap, Alec Mellick, Timmy Crosby, Josiah Hempen, Adrian Aguero, and Hunter Chandler rounding out your top 5. Crosby, Hempen, Aguero, Hunter Chandler all chasing down Alec Mellick. Mellick having a great ride. This is the ride that he wanted out there in that first moto. And here's the amazing thing. Remember we told you they took 10 in the first moto? Both Alec Mellick and Timmy Crosby finished 11th in their qualifying motos for moto number 1.
Just come up a little bit short, but that shows that these top guys knew what they needed to do. They needed to be out front, and that's what they did this moto. They both got great starts, and they're charging. And as far as I'm concerned, these are the positions that they should be in.
And there they are. Mellick, Crosby. Mellick under the Red Bull arch. Riding with a 2 fistful of confidence, as is Timmy Crosby right now. I think both these guys probably have the same mindset. Dude, let's just make it in right now.
Yes, it's, you know, they wish they could have avoided this situation, but they're going to try to make the best out of it.
You imagine seeing each other after that. You got 11 too? Dang, man, we got to go to that LCQ together. And, you know, both of them looking at each other saying, he's going to be the tough one to beat in that one, you know?
Yeah, like, oh, man, I wish we could have did this. I didn't have to deal with this guy.
Exactly. Your on-track school Moto Hero race winner will go to Alec Mellick, the 53 machine. Timmy Crosby in second. Josiah Hempen in third. Hunter Chandler in fourth. And Adrian Aguero rounds out your 5th and final transfer spot as we look at the Schoolboy 213 to 16 BC results here and a Farron Racing top 10 board. That was Division 1, was it not? And this should be Division 2 if memory serves me correct. So we may see a couple more surprises out here, but kind of funny that both surprises get in the same moto, or at least the same LCQ out there.
And this is Tyler Kirshner. He's out of Maryland. I know he was out there. He got some great starts in the Supercross. He got the whole shot, one of the main events on his Yamaha 125. But here he's on a Honda 250F and look like he's pretty comfortable. Oh, and these guys are getting pretty dirty on the first lap.
Wow, 747, muscle in his way. Oh,
and rider down. See, that's what you didn't want to happen. Just a little bit too aggressive that first lap.
Those are the things you try not to do. Now, he was, like you say, he was aggressive. He got on that outside line. I think it looked like he just got sucked right off the edge of that racetrack.
Might have got his washed out or something like that.
Yeah, I'm sure on the outside of that big sweeper, right on the edge, it's got to be a little, like right there, you see some of that deeper stuff. He got into that, and I think exactly what happened. His front wheel washed out. Man, watch these guys. This is one of the more intense LCQs I've seen up front like this today.
Yes, right off the bat, too. 1, 2. So first and second are close. Third has a little gap.
of the top 6 riders, I think 5 of them are riding Hondas out there right now.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good show for those guys, for sure. Schoolboy 2 down into the Gator pit, now heading up out of the Gator pit for the first lap complete. And as we assess the situation here now, we've got Kirshner out front, Wilson Fleming in second. Yamaha rider Taylor Barnett is third. Honda rider Garrett Smith in fourth. Richie Colquhoun, the 921, in fifth. He's on a Honda. Augustin Pauly, the 198, in sixth. He's outside the bubble transferring right now, but he's on a Honda. Trey Green is on a Honda, the 7th place position, the 33. So one of two things. Either Honda is totally dominant here, or not a lot of them made it into the main out there. The guys made a couple mistakes. Kirshner, though, we know they're fast enough. It's just little mental errors sometimes that happen. If we took it at the 244's first moto results,
and second place right there makes a little bobble, so that's giving Kirshner a little bit more of a gap, making the fight for the closing. I mean, the final. Oh, these guys are getting close.
Yeah. So, wow. Kirshner got an 18th place finish in that first moto. He needed to finish top 10, I believe, in this one. 103 riders, though, man. That's a lot. 747. Wilson Fleming now having a tax being made by Taylor Barnett, Garrett Smith, Richie Colquhoun, Augustin Pauly. One blue Yamaha in amongst that sea of red up front. Oh, man. Pushing
These guys
it.
are pushing it.
That was Augustin Pauly. He was back in 6th at the end of the first lap. It looks like he's moved up to a 4th place position right now. Won't stay there long if he keeps pushing like that, I don't think, with the tails swapping.
Yeah, no, he needs to limit those mistakes if he's trying to make it in and stay on the ground. I mean, or stay on 2 wheels, that is.
Yeah, and the fortunate thing for him, momentum keeps him rolling, doesn't lose any time on it. I'm sure his heart probably pounded a little harder after that. But
yes.
Ty Kirshner, 146 lap time, opens up to 2.6 seconds at the end of 2 laps. Augustin Pauly is the 3rd place ride. Garrett Smith in 4th. Taylor Barnett rounds out the top 5. And we got to keep an eye on Micah Trainum as the 607, actually turning a 147, a little more than 2 seconds faster than Taylor Barnett, who's your new 5th place ride. Trainum was only 1.4 seconds behind, so this should really make the battle for 5th pretty intense. Here comes the battle for 1st. Kirshner, Fleming, Pauly. 1, 2, 3, and 4 right there's Garrett Smith, the 624. I believe, is that the 607 of Trainum? Has he already moved up? I think Trainum might have did it. I didn't catch him moving up, but I think if he didn't, he is in the process.
Yeah, he's in the process right now.
He's all over Taylor Barnett for 5th place right now.
Mixing up a little inside, outside, trying to change his lines up, confuse the rider.
So there they are, yeah, 624 just ahead of him. That's Garrett Smith in 4th. There's the number 12 of Barnett in 5th. Now call it 6th.
Now 6th.
Micah Trainum on a rail, man. He is moving up fast. Lap time, 147.103 last time. He was only about 0.8 of a second slower than Kirshner, who's out
and this
front
is for
right
the
now.
Final transfer spot, so these guys need to make the pass because he's getting them back.
Yeah. So, wow. Barnett not wanting to give that one up. Oh, look at this. This is going to be tough going down into that Gator pit. We're missing it. We don't know what's going to happen these final 2 turns right here.
I guess we got this shot right here coming to the finish line. Maybe they'll be side by side again.
It'll be a drag race to the checkers, I think, as whoa, wow.
And Barnett gets it. I saw Barnett a little bit ahead.
Wow, man, I tell you, though, you can't you got to give an E effort for Micah Trainum there, though. Kirshner, Fleming, Pauly, Smith, and Barnett are your top 5. They will transfer to Moto 2 with those LCQ scores. Again, not the most favorable way to make it, but they made it. Micah Trainum in 6th. 0.210 of a second behind Barnett there at the checkers. And again, I think it had to possibly be tighter than that as your on-track schools Moto Hero race winner once again, Ty Kirshner, the 244 Honda ride. Out on the track right now as we roll through more of our LCQs. This is going to be race the Schoolboy 2, this is 65cc, 7 to 9 limited, Consi 1. So, again, top 5 will come out of this one. We've got 2 consolation races in the 65cc class. Wondering how many riders started out in this limited. 65 class. We had 78 to start it. And we got Jen Kenyon standing by with Taylor Barnett.
That's right, Rodney. We got our 5th place finisher, Taylor Barnett. Taylor, you have to be pretty pumped you got that final spot.
Yeah, I mean, I got a pretty good start and just rode my own race. I knew I had to get top 5 to get in, and that's what I did.
You seem a little bit out of breath. I know you guys had quite the battle going for that final position. What were you thinking there on the last lap?
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was in 5th place, and I was just trying to keep the 6th place behind me, and I'm just ready for the next race.
All right, well, congratulations on making it to that Moto2. I'm sure you've got some sponsors you'd like to thank here.
Thanks. I'd like to thank my mom and dad. They helped me out so much. Rock River Power Sports, Fox Racing, Todd and Aaron, they helped me out a lot on the gear. Scott, EVS, Race Tech, Vortex, Liquid Performance, JMS, FMF, Roost MX, Team Mumblo. Just thank you, everybody.
All right, well, way to go. We'll see you in Moto2.
All right, thanks.
Wow, that right there, you heard it in his voice, Sean Hackley, and I'm sure you've been in that situation before, laying it all on the line like that, having that pressure applied, coming from out of nowhere seemingly, and pushing every ounce that you got right there to the very end.
Yes, that's what we come here for, to be able to race all the events that we're able to, make all the motos, and qualify for all our classes. So for him to be in the final transfer spot, lose it, last lap with only 5 or 6 turns to go, getting it back, losing it, and then getting it back and holding it for the finish line, that's just a great achievement and give him a little bit of confidence coming into the finals.
Well, Aspen Boothie opens up with the lead in the 65 7-9 class. He rides the 34 machine with Hamden Hudson, the 88 in second. Stewart Covington, 330 is third. Tommy Welch, the 98 in fourth. And your final transfer spot in this first division of 65 7-9 limited riders is Jaden Clough, the 45 slash. Outside the bubble right now is Kyle Barfield, the 113 in 6th. Colby Burke, the 456 in 7th. Grayson Smith, the 67 in 8th. Christian Janik, the 759 in 9th. And Braden Gaudette, the 319 KTM ride, rounding out the top 10.
We had a rider go down pretty hard in the sweeper, and that looks like the leader Boothby going down in the roller section. Hopefully he's all right because he's not too quick to be getting up.
Yeah, normally those little guys in the 65s, we like to say they're made of cartilage and they bounce right back up. But that one might have hit a little more solidly, and it might have hurt a little bit more. But Hamden Hudson gets the gimme on that one, and Stewart Covington and Tommy Welch battle out now behind him for second place.
Yeah, just that's a shame to see Aspen Boothby go down because he's one of the riders that we've been seeing running up front in our top 5. And having raced this LCQ and then having a crash like that, hopefully he's injury-free and still can race all of his other classes.
So Boothby out of this one, at least for a top 5 ride. And I'm sure he's probably looking there and saying, okay, I'm ready to go back to the pits, Mom and Dad. Let's lick my wounds and come back and try to race Moto2 later.
Yeah, so hopefully he's good and continue racing.
Our virtual trainer last lap underway now as Hudson now Clough up to second aboard the 45 slash. Stewart Covington running in the number 3 spot. Kyle Barfield is fourth. And a little bit of a gap developing back to the number 6 ride. It looks like Tom Welch had some problems there. And Colby Burke moves into the number 5 and final transfer ride. And there was 12, almost 13 seconds back to the number 5 position from back behind fourth. Wow, look at this going on up front. Is this the battle now, I think, for, is this the lead or second we're looking at? The number 1 spot.
I'm pretty sure this is for the lead.
Yeah, I think that's Hamden Hudson, and Covington and Clough are not far behind. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That is Jaden Clough, the 45 slash. And that behind him, Stewart Covington, the 330. I'm getting lost in just watching these little guys ride, man. The track is exceptional. You remember we talked about the water. We haven't put any water down for quite some time, man. I mean, that last track maintenance we did, the guys did out there, man. They did an excellent job in prepping the track for a good part of the rest of this day.
Yes, even with the LCQs today, they're taking care of the track, maintaining it, keeping it well, and there goes a pass for the lead.
Wow, Jaden Clough on a mission from back outside the top 5 in the early part of this, up to second place in the first now as he gets around Hamden Hudson, who drops to the number 2 spot after taking the lead away from the early leader out there. Aspen Boothby does check in with 2 laps complete. He's back in 18th place position. So if those of you wondering, is Boothby okay? What did he do? A 3:54 lap time. So he was down for a little while, Sean, but he does make it around, and that's a good sign right there.
Yes, that's one of the best things right there. You see that he still was able to continue, get back on the bike, and continue riding to either finish the race or be able to pull off and talk to his parents to tell him how he's feeling.
And he might have done a little bit of that and said, I'm feeling like crap, but I ain't going down this way, Mom. Jaden Clove taking the win. Hamden Hudson in second. Kyler Barfield in third. Stewart Covington in the number 4 spot. And our final transfer spot was Colby Burke. And I think he's going to be able to hang on to that unless he had some sort of a problem. Let's see. He was almost 13 seconds behind at the end of lap number 4, or at the end of lap number 2. Sorry about that. And at the end of lap number 3 for these little guys, I think it's opened up a little more than that. I wouldn't think it'd been over 15 seconds, but they're saying top 4. Do we have 3 LCQs in this?
No, I believe we have 2. I just looked at the paper and it said we have 2. So
okay, let's double check, make sure we didn't mess anything up here.
Hopefully we can blame it on someone else and not us.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, this was 85 or 65, 7 and 9 limited. 78 riders, 2. Oh, there's 2. They got 2 LCQs. They had only 2 qualifier or 2 motos, 2 heats, I guess we could say. But they had to break it down this one into 2. They got the top 16 out of that, but they had enough to make 1 LCQ for these guys, or 2 LCQs instead of having to, whatever it is, go to 2 or whatever. But anyway, it's top 4 in this particular one somehow or another. But sorry about that. So only the top 4 transferring. Clove, Hudson, Barfield, and Covington make your top 4 in your final cut there. So sorry about that, and sorry for any confusion because it confused me too until I looked at that paper.
Yes. And I see Ryder DeFrancisco in second place on a 65. So we saw him earlier doing good in his qualifiers, had a little bit of trouble in here, and he's trying to close the gap for 1 to get a battle going.
So our second wave of 65, 7, and 9 limited riders, again, top 4 transferring in this one. I'll tell you how it broke down. This way it might make a little sense to you. 78 riders. We had 2 heats for that first moto for those guys. Top 16, that took 32. And with 32 being gone away from 78, must have left less than 40 or more than 40, still have more than 40 to go on the gate for the LCQ, so they had to break it down into 2 LCQs. So we only needed 8 at this point, so only the top 4 from each one go to make that final 40.
That's Thomas Renner out there with the lead over Ryder DeFrancisco. Then we have Zachary Carr in third, Bryce Anderson in fourth on number 33.
Wow, yeah, well, you mentioned it earlier, Ryder DeFrancisco, I think he finished 17th. Yep, 17th in his first moto out. Tom Rendall finished 18th right behind him, who's leading right now. So I'd say Tom is another one of those riders he might have expected to see in the top spots, or at least not having to come to an LCQ anyway.
Well, it's good to see them out there getting it done in the LCQ. This is the second division, so these 2 are fighting. No, they didn't have their great first motos, but they're doing their best right here in the LCQ.
Rendall, DeFrancisco, Carr, Anderson, Brendan Jimenez, the number 37, rounds out the 5th place. But again, it's the top 4, so it's Rendall, DeFrancisco, Carr, and Anderson, the ones that we're looking at. And we'll be looking at lap times when they come around this time. Zachary Carr in the number 2 spot, but feeling pressure and heat from Bryce Anderson. Anderson, I believe, might have moved up a spot into the number 3 position. Actually, it was Rendall, Ryder DeFrancisco. That's actually Zachary Carr, the 926. That's the battle for the 3rd place position. Anderson is 4th. Jimenez, I don't see him in the shot right there, so, well, there he is, not far off of the pace, it doesn't appear, as we catch him there. So, yeah, so this ain't over for Bryce Anderson or Brendan Jimenez yet either for that 4th place position. If Jimenez has anything to say about it, he'll be making up some major grounds. We'll take a look at lap times now to see how those will compare against one another. Rendall, the 2:10.6. It is DeFrancesco with a 2:11.8. He's 3 seconds behind. So look a little further back to the number 3 position, Zachary Carr. Then we got Bryce Anderson in 4th, and Brendan Jimenez rounds out your top 5. But how about this? Trey Atkinson, a little faster lap time, as is Damian Bushiri. Both 2:17 lap times, about a second faster than Jimenez, and less than a second behind is Trey Atkinson. So don't be surprised to see the 37 and the 51 in a heated battle in this final lap of the 65 7-9 limited class. There's your leader, Rendall. If you're watching at home here on second place, I guess, is still going to be, I think DeFrancesco is still second. Let's see if things have not changed. That 18 we see there is Noah Geyer. He's actually 21st place position. So lap traffic for Thomas Rendall. Trying to get around the lap rider right now. DeFrancesco still back in the number 2 spot. About 5 seconds now, I think, is where we're seeing that rider. You know, the 65 riders that seem to go fastest like that outside line, Sean. What is it about that line? I mean, I see that inside's got that roller, so to speak, and that might take a little bit of the speed away, but is it the momentum and being in the inside of that next turn that the riders are looking for, you think?
The inside, that's definitely the straightest line that you have, and it's cool that they put the roller there, your primary line that everybody takes. So that roller, you're jumping into breaking bounce where you can go outside, hold it wide open, kind of sweep around, and then come into the breaking bounce, which you have the inside of the next turn. But with the following turn, like I told you about the designs here, you'll have the outside of the next upcoming turn.
So Tom Rendall takes the win. Ryder DeFrancesco in second. Zachary Carr is third, and Bryce Anderson, your fourth and final transfer spot. You got to say tip of the hat to Trey Atkinson. He didn't get in the race, but he put together a heck of a show with a 2:14 lap time on that final lap, trying to close in on Bryce Anderson for the fourth and final transfer position. So top 4 transferring here today for the 65 7-9 limited, now Division 2. Jen Kenyon standing by now with more great words from down near the finish line.
Yeah, Rodney, we're down here with our winner, Thomas Rendall. You got to be pretty pumped on that win there. It was a little bit better than your first moto, huh?
Yeah, it was a lot better.
What happened in the first moto for you?
I don't know. I just missed it out by 2 spots. I don't know, hit some big bumps.
So what's the track like now compared to what it was for your first moto? Because you looked like you were ripping out there.
The track's way better. Like, it's like 10 times better.
Looks like you have a pretty big smile on your face. Who would you like to thank for getting you this LCQ win?
Oakley, Alice, Fox, Bell, Wheel Sport, KTM Canada, Nihilo, WMR, and thank you to anyone else I forgot.
All right, well, good ride out there, buddy. We'll see you in Moto 2.
All right.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon. Good words, wise words. Tom, I could hear the smile in his voice. I don't know if you could or not, Sean, but you can tell when kids are happy, and that sounded like a happy kid right there.
Yes, that gave him some confidence, like we were talking about earlier. Getting the win in anything always feels great, you know, and even with the 450B constant coming up behind him, he was still really excited.
450B, as you said, coming up. This is 1, so the top 8, if I'm counting it back right, will take the spot on the gate. The rest will take a spot on the fence to watch the rest of these guys for this particular moto. It is the 29 machine. Honda's faring very well in these LCQs. The 199 back in second. Trying to recall who these guys are, and if I'm thinking right, I'm thinking they might be a couple of contenders that we might be surprised to see here. Don't have my paperwork for this class, and I know as soon as I make the call on who I think it is, I'm going to be so wrong and make somebody so upset. So it's just better to go like this, don't you think, Sean?
Yes.
Don't want to give anybody in there in that chat room anything more to complain about.
You said his name wrong. That wasn't him.
Do want
to give credit where it's due.
I do want to send a shout out to all those that are in with us in the chat room. We are watching, and good and bad comments. We love them all, man. Ryan Hoover, your leader. Sidhar LaRoche in second. Joachim Polly in second. Actually, yeah. Hoover, Polly, LaRoche is third. Matthew Boyer in fourth. Shane Kehoe in fifth. Jonathan Mazak in sixth. Tucker Cantrell in seventh. Talon Smith, your eighth and final transfer spot.
Looks like we have a pretty good battle for the lead right now with our Hooler and Poley. These guys are going forward on the first lap. That's great to see. It looks like Poley just got around him, but Hoover's going to stay close. You know, these guys don't need to focus too much on about winning this race, but make it in the second moto.
Well, Sean, Tim Cotter here stepping in for Rodney Tomlin. Sean Rendell's family's listening in from Canada today.
Okay, well,
Thomas Rendell. How about that? The Canucks. Ryan Hoover's leading all riders here. Polini into the number 2 position. So we see these riders make their way around. I just went and took a tour of this facility, and it is jam-packed. I don't think they can get another RV in the place. The Lazy Days RV folks are very busy today. We see the 199 making his way around here. That is Joaquin Polini now running into the number 2 position. Let's keep an eye on him. He's dressed in white, trimmed in black with a little bit of red atop the Honda. He goes out of sight just momentarily, and he dips down into the lowest elevation on the property. This is an old mine, and they mined or excavated aggregate out of this area, and that's why you see the massive elevation change that is uncharacteristic for the state of Florida. Polini now into the number 1 spot. Hoover now to the number 2 ride. LaRoche in 3. Boyer in 4. Kehoe now to the number 5 position. And Mizak now moves up into the number 4. Kehoe drops into the number 6 ride, rather. So it's Mizak up into the number 5 position as the sun shines down here in Central Florida. Sean, you can see these riders now, and with all the riders that we have here, there's not a lot of time on this racetrack. These guys got to make hay quick.
Yes, you know, they got practices and they had your first moto, your first qualifiers, and for some of them couldn't get the track dialed. So, you know, having troubles in your qualifier, having an LCQ right now, for some of them it may help them in their further classes, getting more time on the track, getting used to the dirt, and, you know, it looks like that at Poley, you know, after he got around the lead, he's checking out right now and pulled a good lead that last lap.
Poley is on it indeed. These guys are trying to make it into moto number 2. Now, the way they scored here, the first heats are also your motos. So going into the second moto, you may have a tie for 2 firsts, 2 seconds, 2 thirds, depending on how many heat races they had. But Poley is on to the number 1 position, so he's probably coming in with a 15th or worse as he came into today's event.
Yeah,
Looks
he
like
got a
he's sitting on a 22, so he doesn't have a chance at the overall going into the final moto that we will see tomorrow. But nonetheless, he's got to dig deep here, and this is his opportunity to make that show, to make that second moto tomorrow afternoon as we put a closing on the 42nd running of the Winter Olympics here in Central Florida.
Yes,
also
not trying to cut this trip short by any means by not being able to make all the full moto. So just spend the full week here and end up on the last day.
That'd be a bad deal, no doubt about it. And you know what else is going on in Gainesville tomorrow? That's the Florida State game. So about 100,000 fans will be coming in. You're either going to like the Gators or not like the Gators, and you're either going to like the Seminoles or not like the Seminoles. There's no riding the fence tomorrow here in Gainesville.
I think I'm just going to try to stay neutral and say I'm going to go for Florida.
Yeah, I'm rooting for West Virginia.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't want to get in any trouble right here since this is completely Florida territory with both Floridian teams.
All right, well, Poley holds on to the number 1 ride. Not sure who he's rooting for, but he's holding on to the number 1 position. Hoover in 2, LaRoche in 3. Mizak now to the number 4 position with Boyer in 5, Kehoe in 6, Cantrell in 7, Dawson in 8, Smith in 9, Bake into the number 10 position, and Marcellus into the number 11 spot, Chin in 12. As we watch them as they continue around this racetrack, this is the 450B Limited, and this is an LCQ. We're taking 8. Top 8 riders are making it in, so Dawson right now is on the bubble here as we get off here on lap number 3. I believe this is a 4-lap event as we watch him. It's a 3-lap event, so the checkered should be coming out here momentarily. Poley, Hoover, LaRoche, Mizak, Boyer, Kehoe, Cantrell, and Dawson right now in your top 8. This is Tim Cotter. I'm going to turn it back over to Rodney Tomlin. I don't know that I can handle the pressure of this seat for much longer.
We have Brandon Elliott out front for this second division. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the first division of 450C Limited. I think he got the whole shot. We have Colt McPherson in second and Garrett Lane in third.
I think it's the heat over here, man. We need to turn on the AC. It's the heat. He wants to go back out where it's nice and cool, I believe.
I don't know, but outside it's nice and warm finally. We're finally getting some sunshine in Florida.
Oh, I just went out and took just a quick break there just for a second, and, man, the air is so crisp and fresh out there. And like you say, the air is warm. It is a picture postcard perfect day out there, weather-wise and temperature-wise. Look at those beautiful blue skies that we're racing under right now, and we're rolling through our first 450C Limited division race, LCQ here, I should say. We got one of those, and top 8, once again, I believe, is what we will be looking at. And double-check just to make sure, because I didn't do that one time, and it bit me. So top 8 is what's transferring here. So Brandon Elliott leading Colt McPherson. Garrett Lane in the number 3 spot. Javier Roberti is your 4th place position. The 172 of Luke Horner. He's a Kawasaki rider in 5th. The 12X Wyatt Johnson in 6th. Justin Kalvik, the 317 in 7th. Your 8th and final transfer spot here is going to be Daniel Garrett, the 81 on the Honda. But don't count out Zach Hall. I know he's 4 seconds back right now aboard the 302 Yamaha, but he is a contender here. Good battling going on. Garrett Lane, Colt McPherson battling for the number 2 spot, it looks like. The 934 and the 795 right now. Both got sights set on Brandon Elliott, the 585 up front.
And I think Colt McPherson took over the lead that last lap. I haven't seen Brandon Elliott. I'm not sure if he checked out. He did open up a 5-second lead that first lap, so he could be gone or he could have some problems.
So we'll be watching the timing and scoring and see how that goes. Elliott, a 154. He is that far ahead of everybody right now. 154, 438 in his 450 novice limited division. So the battle we're watching, Colt McPherson, Garrett Lane, Javier Roberti, as well as Luke Horner. That's your top 5. McPherson turned the 2-minute lap time. They are 10.7 seconds behind the rest of the field right now. Garrett Lane, 3/4 of a second behind in the number 3 spot. Javier Roberti, another only 0.8 of a second behind Garrett Lane, who is 3rd. So Roberti is 4th. Luke Horner in 5th. Wyatt Johnson 6th. Justin Kalvik in 7th. Daniel Garrett is 8th. And am I reading this right? 450C Limited. 47 riders started out.
Yes.
Had 2 heats, took top 6, 1-8. So that's 40 riders. That should leave us with 7 riders. So in reality, look at this. Only 9 riders showed up to the gate for this one. Another 6 riders elected not to even show up for the 450C class LCQ. And that means that Zachary Hall and Daniel Garrett, one of those will not make it. And only 1 rider in this 450C limited Consi race will not make it. And that would kind of stink, man.
Yeah, that's a shame, but at the same time, you don't want to have any more riders on the track. You could have, if you double gate it, that's 49 riders. There's a lot of people on the track when it comes to the leaders coming around for lapping and stuff like that. Could mess up those guys. It
most certainly could, and a great format that we follow here at the Winter Olympics. Look at this side by side.
4-man battle right here.
I know, and they've been going at this for the 2-3. Luke Horner back in 5th. I think is he back up? He's up to 2nd, maybe 3rd now. I think he might have just.
I think that KTM right there having a little bit of problems in that turn.
I think we might have the 172 of Horner up from 5th to 2nd in that lap. But like you said, when you got 4 guys slicing and dicing like it, now it's down to 3. Like you said, the KTM right up Garrett Lane might have had some problems there, slowing his progression down. Let's see what's going on. Checkers are out. Elliott takes the win in this one. We know the top 8 go here. And timing and scoring are telling us right now that
Luke
McPherson
Horner did come up to second place.
Horner did. McPherson dropped to 4th. So Horner, Lane, McPherson, Wyatt Johnson in 5th, Daniel Garrett in 6th, Calvig in 7th, Javier Roberti in 8th. That's your final transfer spot as we look at our Farron Racing top 10 board.
Now we have the 85-911 consi. That's just going to be one consi in this class, followed by the 65-79 consi. So if you guys have some friends and families in there, your moto's coming up.
The 85 9 to 11-year-old division, 69 riders started out in this one. They had 2 qualifying heats for the first moto. Top 16 went from that. And once again, we have 1 moto where the top 8 will transfer from. Leaders now dropping down into the Gator pit as we wrap up our first lap of 3 in the 85 9 to 11-year-old class. Follow us on Twitter once again, folks, at Racer TV on Instagram and Twitter. We'll try to keep you up to date, not only on this particular broadcast, but all the great things that happens with us at Racer TV. Jesse Flock opening up the early lead, the 9 to 11 division here with Nathaniel Thrasher in 2nd. Charles Tollison to 4th is 3rd. Dominic Andrew is 4th. Sean Haymaker in 5th. Wilson Earhart in 6th. Zane Graziano 7th. Lucas Marsalisi in 8th. Then we got Kyle Inanule in 9th and Chase Yenser rounding out the top 10. And again, this is one of those classes where a number of riders could still position themselves to take over one of the top 8 spots.
Yes, if I do believe, this is the 85 9 to 11 class, but Flock sounds like a really familiar last name. I think we announced him earlier in the LCQ of the 85 9 to 11 Limited. He either got 1st or 2nd.
Yeah, Flock, having troubles in his first motos, but when it comes to these LCQs, man, he really rises to the occasion, it looks like. Don't like being under that kind of pressure, I don't think.
No, but, at the same time, being in this pressure where you have to get it done, only a few less laps, he is getting it done.
Watching Wilson Earhart, the 15, and the 461 of Dominic Andrew. Earhart, we've seen doing very well and riding very strong throughout the Supercross and the motocross portions, except for this 9 to 11 division. If we take a look at that number 15's results from Moto 1, he finished 21st place. He went around last lap in 6th. I think he passed all the way up to 4th place as he got around Dominic Andrew there just a moment ago, the 461 machine. We'll see, though, maybe Haymaker was able to make up some ground out there, but at the end of lap number 2, as the 85cc 9 to 11-year-old class wrap this one up, Flock checks in with a 159.2. Back to the number 2 spot. The gap 4.1 seconds at the end of lap number 1. And now at the end of lap number 2, it's 7.6, a 2:02 lap time for Thrasher's. Charles Tollison the 4th, goes 2:03 for 3rd. Wilson Earhart, as I thought it was, moved into 4th. Dominic Andrew was 5th, the 461. Sean Haymaker, or is that Thien Haymaker, in 6th? I know, that's how you...
I'm pretty sure it's Sean.
You pretty sure? Is that how you spell your name, Sean?
That's how I spell my name.
All right, we'll go.
S-E-A-N.
You seem to be in the know here. Zane Graziano in 7th, and Lucas Marsalisi is your 8th and final transfer spot there. So some changes there, and I think Earhart is still one to keep an eye on out there. He was 1.1 seconds behind Tollison for 3rd, so he could be turning about that much faster lap time. So they should be wheel to wheel about right now in that battle for the number 3 position. We're watching our leader right now. Again, he had 7-second lead. He was turning about 3 seconds faster. So he's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 seconds ahead of Tollison and Earhart right now. But I think that battle is going to be pretty tight when it comes off the tail of the Gator here.
Yes, Jesse Flock's been having a great day with the LCQs. It's a shame that he had to be in them, but he's making the best out of the situation.
There goes your leader right there, and you can see the gap that is coming. There it is. There is the battle. Tollison, I think, has made the pass. He got around him. The 46, as we thought, was putting the pressure on the 428. No, we didn't. Actually, that's Earhart now right behind Tollison. So he hasn't gotten around him yet. I thought that they might got around Thrasher, but that's not the case. Here comes Earhart now. This is the final lap, man. You got to commend Wilson Earhart on a spectacular run.
Yes, great ride to not so great start. So hopefully in this main event he gives himself a good start, show everybody what he can do.
He's one of the guys that I think could probably leave these guys with a little something to think about heading into the RC Supercross coming up in March to kick off the majors for 2014. But Jesse Flock, Nathaniel Thrasher, Charles Tollison is your third place ride. He didn't get around Thrasher, and Wilson Earhart didn't get around him. So Tollison rising to the occasion as Wilson Earhart, spectacular ride. Marcellisi, Haymaker, Dominic Andrews, Zane Graziano, your final transfer spot. Graziano riding the number 159. Chase Incher, man, he's come up short a couple of times out here today in these LCQs.
Well, that's never a good thing, but just being at the race, the experience and everything, getting the ability to race with some good guys, maybe a little bit better than the guys you get to race back home. So just the racing here at this event helps no matter which way you look at it.
65, 7 and 9-year-olds, I think is what we're looking at right now, right?
Yes, sir.
One Consi we've got for these young lads, and 65, 7 and 9-year-olds started out with 58 riders, 2 Consis with top 16, and 1 LCQ. We're going to be taking the top 8 to complete our 40-man gate for the start of Moto number 2. 331 opening up with the lead in this one. Look at this, 456. These guys, I don't know how many passes they've made back and forth to get to where they are right now, but look at what's going on here. Is I believe that we've got a rider that may or may not have been expecting to be in an LCQ, and I would say most of these guys don't expect to be in LCQs, and when they get there, some of the guys are a little frustrated, and they go out and they try to really put down the laps. It is the end of lap 1 with Romeo Carew, the 115 out front. Jack Beelan in second, and there is Devin Eaton. The kid is railing right now. He worked his way through some riders, and he's chasing down Romeo. We were talking about names yesterday, and Jack Beeland is right behind Romeo right now. And the names that we were talking about, cool names like Magnus, names like Ryder, but dude, Romeo, that's
Romeo, yes.
You're setting him up right off the bat. He's got to be a lover, you know?
Yeah, you're right. And they also make some shoes called Romeo, too. So he can just tell everybody he had the movie made out after him.
Romeo Carew out front. Jack Beelan in second. Devin Eaton is third. Giacomo Scavino is your fourth place ride with Damian Wassendorf in fifth. Colby Burke is sixth. Nicholas Laurie in seventh. Chase Patton in eighth. That's your final transfer spot. And then we got Sebastian Balbuena back there in the number 9 spot just outside the bubble. .119, or that's 150. My eyes are getting the better of me. Carew, Beelan, Eaton, Giacomo Scavino. We got a couple of Scavinos in this one. We got Gino Scavino and Gia Scavino. Must be brothers is the only thing I can figure. Are really close cousins. Carew still out front of this one. He has amassed a little larger lead than he had last time, I think. It was only 0.8 of a second. Didn't it look like it was a little larger that time? Beelan, though, I don't think he's going to let him get too far ahead.
No, I think that was probably a little over 2 seconds. We'll find out here from our fair and leaderboard, but looks like he has a smooth track. You know, we were just talking about him a second ago. Romeo just having a cool name.
Romeo.
And
where?
we were wrong. It's only a half a second.
Wow.
Our time's off right now.
Our time may be a little off, but Jack Beelan, man, he's making beelines right now towards the front of this. Look at that. Max Renner is up, man. Where did he come from? Out of nowhere. I didn't think he was in the top 8 last time. Max Renner, the 101, is in third. Eaton drops to fourth now. Wassendorf is fifth. Giacomo Scavino is sixth. Colby Burke in seventh. Nick Laurie now in the number 8 spot as we see a lot of changes taking place. Well, folks, as this the 65cc consolation race rolls on here, we'll keep an eye on this one and let you know how it breaks down. We'll be back with more right after this on Racer TV.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
Hello, Phil from Farron Racing here. My partner and I, Mike Maroney, in 2010 had a dream to start an amateur race team. We're proud to announce that we've had 2 riders come through our program and now have pro contracts in place. In the near future, it is our dream to have a pro team in place where our amateur riders can then move forward to our pro team. With our new partnerships with MAV TV and Lucas Oil and other sponsors, all of our riders' dreams can come true. If you haven't watched MAV TV, check with your cable provider, give them a call, and insist on MAV TV. Let's go racing.
Well, back at Gatorback, as I'm looking at pictures of the Great Northwest out there where Sean just came from a few moments ago. Sean, I want to go to Washington State with you, man. That's a beautiful place.
Yes, it's beautiful. People think, well, it does rain a lot. I won't say that it doesn't. So it's a little sad up there, but you get some good rest. Beautiful trees. You haven't seen trees so big before. I mean, just probably as wide as your car, long ways. So, really tall. Mother Nature is just a beautiful thing up there.
Wow. That's my bucket list right there. I'm going to the great state of Washington.
Check it out. Go to Port Angeles. There's a couple trails up there to ride and stuff like that. It's a really good time.
Oh, got to go. Our Farron Racing leaderboard has Romeo Carew holding on to this one right down to the very end. He opened up nearly about 4.5 seconds over Beeland. That was back and forth. Max Brenner, big surprise here, busting up into a number 3 position as Devin Eaton holds on for 4th. Giacomo Scavino in 5th. Damian Wassendorf in 6th. Colby Burke is, make that Chase Patton. Nick Laurie is 6th, then Chase Patton 7th, and Colby Burke in the number 8 spot. We had some changes there. I didn't see that. But Farron Racing, top 8 board. Those are the ones that transfer into the second moto now in this 65, 7, and 9 class. As we roll next, where are we headed to? Looks like 250B consies. We've got, 3 of those coming up next?
Yes, we have 3 250B consies coming up, as well as 3 250C consies coming to follow that. So 6 races of good 112 riders we had in 250B. So this is one of our biggest classes.
Wow, 112 riders. We had 3 heats of racing for the first moto. Took top 9 from each one of those, and we're having 3 LCQs where we're taking only the top 4. So top 4 is what scores here.
Is this Ashton Hayes again? I recognized the 7 gear. As James Stewart has that new gear out. But looks like he hasn't had some great luck in his qualifiers. But these LCQs, he's been getting the whole shot and checking out.
Wow, I saw him go down there. Did you see the swap out in the front of that? His handlebars swapping back and forth heading into that rut right there. It almost it didn't take any of the momentum away, man, but it could have taken him down pretty easy, man. That front end working pretty hard up there, it looks like right now.
Yes, he came out early in the day when the track was a lot smoother, so him getting the whole shot, wanting to take the same pace as he did this morning, might need to get through his first lap just to be safe and make sure he makes it to the second motos.
Exactly. So 299 back there, or up there, motorsport.com whole shot. He grabbed that, and I have to venture to say that I think that we're in a situation right now when we've got 112 riders that started this one out. There's probably more than one name that didn't make it into one of the top 9 positions because start was extremely critical, I believe, out there for the first motos in this class.
Yes, a lot of riders, a lot of great riders that too. So, with 112 guys out there, I'm sure we can find a great 40-man gate.
Oh, I'm sure probably the best. Ashton Hayes, the leader. Henry Miller, the 29 in second. Sam Wise was the 3rd place position. 4th place, Kern Thurman with Jeremy Smith, your 5th place ride, a half second behind him aboard the 208. So right now I think it's going to narrow down to the top 5 at this point. Looking back through the riders here, I see several names, but I don't think even some of the faster names you might see back there would have a whole lot of time to make it up to a 4th place position at this point.
Yeah, no, it looks like Henry Miller right now for the Horton Racing team trying to put some pressure on Ashton Hayes for the lead. I guess both of them didn't have good qualifiers, but I know these are both two great riders.
Wise and Thurman continue to battle back for the number 3 spot. Meanwhile, we see Smith checking in on the number 208 Honda, keeping a very close eye on the prize ahead, so to speak. He is just outside the bubble.
Got some fans on the side of the track right
Yeah.
there cheering on Henry Miller, just
gonna
right
say,
on the side.
look like
Better
somebody-
be a little careful. We've seen some guys fly off the track right there.
Yeah, I think somebody jumped the fence. Look at that right there. His buddy's doing well, and here comes Henry Miller. I wonder if that's Hank's buddy or if that was Ashton's buddy that jumped the fence right there.
I think that was Henry's buddy, so I mean maybe he needed that extra motivation. He
Exactly.
went inside there, got the lead, so now he needs to try to hold on to it.
Wow, did you see that swapping
Yeah, they
back
got
and
pretty
forth?
close.
Hayes and Miller, I think that Hayes might have got back on the inside of him, heading back down to the Gator pit. If that's the case, it's going to be tough for Miller to make that pass stick. But, man, he did get the inspiration by his buddy trackside right there, it looked like. Just an FYI, you're not supposed to do that. And I imagine that guy's being pulled off by his ear about right now, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, hey, his friend got the lead, but he jeopardized, might be kicked out of the event for something like that.
Now your buddy's getting disqualified. Now we're
Yeah,
just
see,
kidding.
then that's the problem.
Yeah, but I'm sure that Henry's not going to claim that guy. I don't know that man.
Yeah, I don't know him.
He was
man.
with
I'm
Ashton,
your
man.
brother. He's like, no.
No, that's Ashton's friend.
Yeah.
Henry Miller is out front. He made that pass stick. A 1:43.803 was his lap time. He had 0.6 of a second over Hayes when they crossed the finish line, with Curran Thurman back in the number 3 spot. Sam Wise, KTM rider 278, still 4th and still 5th, but clipping off a little bit of time there. Jeremy Smith aboard the 208. He's only 1 second behind Sam Wise, and looks to me like we've got a 3-way battle for 3rd, if you want to know the truth, as the 1st and 2nd place riders make their way around the Gator's Tail right now. The big sweep return, Miller and Hayes. And there they are.
I think Thurman right there is trying to come up there and battle for the lead, too. Looks like he put a good lap in that last lap.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Miller looking strong right there as he goes up top of the key, now head toward the Red Bull Arch. Hayes is looking exceptional today, even holding only steady in 2nd. Just a great smooth ride for that rider, and I think that maybe I'm of the mindset that his suspension settings might be a little bit off up front, but I could be wrong. But regardless, he's doing a good job of keeping it up on this very, very rough track out there. Thurman is right there knocking on the door. Wise is not far behind them, and at the checkers, Henry Miller holds on, 1:43.893. His fast lap was a 1:42.935, which was turned the lap before. No, Curran Thurman turned that. Thurman checked in a half second behind Ashton Hayes, and he turned the fastest lap on the moto at a 1:42.9. Almost a second faster than Miller that last time around.
It's a shame that we couldn't see him get the whole shot, maybe get out there earlier in the race. But now we have 250C, the one LCQ right now out on the track.
Jen Kenyon standing by with another excited rider.
All right, Henry Miller, you got that LCQ win. You didn't quite have to get first place to get in, but you made the pass anyway. What were you thinking there?
I was just thinking stay up, ride a good race, stay smart, stay safe. But Ashton, I just kind of caught up to him, and I was like, I wasn't going to stay behind and wait for somebody to pass me, so I made the pass on him and just got in front of him.
All right, well, it was a good race for sure. Who would you like to thank for getting you into Moto 2?
My mom, my dad, my sister, my grandpa and grandma, the Horton Racing Team, Rock River, Fly, Pro Circuit, Renthal, Scott, just everybody that I forgot. I'm sorry that I forgot you, but yeah.
Come on, man, smile. You're in Moto 2.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, good job out there.
Thanks a lot, Jen Ken and Halo Concepts, the Halo Podium interview. We want to say thanks to those folks. Be sure and check them out on the World Wide Web. And we leave one intense battle in the 250B LCQs. We go to the second LCQ, and I think the intensity picked up right where that last one left off, if you want to know the truth, Sean, because when I seen those guys going by, man, that was what I call racing.
Yes, watching their class before you on the line, getting to see them. They don't get to see much from the start line here unless you get off your bike and watch. But I feel a lot of these riders do that. They don't get a sight lap, so they need to check out as much as they can before they go out there so they can try to see the lines they're going to pick that first lap in case they get the whole shot.
listen to this right here. Eric Grondel had a 1.4 second lead over the second place ride, but that's what we were watching. 45, Tyler Scodris was second. Zach Putman, the 99, was third, only 0.6 of a second behind. Grady Featherstone, another 0.6 of a second behind in fourth. And fifth was David McFarlane, 0.9 of a second back. So that group of riders battling for second was rather tight. We got to keep an eye on Jamison Duclos and Justin Gant. Also, they're running 6th and 7th. We'll see what happens, especially if something happens. These guys force each other into a mistake, get together, and go down. That's going to open the door up for a couple of riders just outside that bubble. There's Grondel now coming through the rocker section. There's the 45 machine, but look out. Grady Featherstone seems to be the man on the move right now.
Yes, looks like we have a good battle like we were seeing first lap. So these guys still haven't spread out any. You know, it's really no rush for this top spot for them to qualify, but these guys still want to do it.
McFarlane, your final transfer spot. He's riding the 18 right there, and that is 3rd, 4th, and 5th right there. And only the top 4 once again will transfer here again, remember. So McFarlane is trying to make into the top 4. He's in 5th. So that's why he is riding with such a sense of urgency right now.
See, I thought there was only one qualifier in this. I forgot we had 3. So, yes, these guys definitely need to be on and just go and push in this last lap.
For sure, and the sense of urgency just raised that much more as the white flag is out. Grondel by, Scodris by, Grady Featherstone is by. McFarlane takes over the number 4 spot. Justin Gant now 5th. Zach Putman drops to 6th now. Jamison Duclos is 7th with one more lap to go. Only the top 4 transfer here again. Fast lap on that one, 1:44.432. That was turned by your leader, the number 35 of Eric Grondel.
And these guys are battling. You know,
wow. Go, yeah, what?
Yeah, that's Zach Putman and Justin Gant right now just going forward. They're trying to get up to that 4th place spot right now, battling for 5th. So instead of fighting each other, I think they need to work with each other and try to get forward.
So there, was that the 900 of Featherstone being challenged by
McFarlane? Yes, I'm sorry. So they don't need to be too defensive right now because they're both in right now. Don't take it. McFarlane needs to just, if he can make the pass, good, but don't force it and try to mess himself up.
Right. I think we saw that. We saw 2 different races there. So there's 2 positions right there. You were right on both accounts, to be honest with you, right there. Grondel, Scodris, Featherstone, McFarlane. It's the way they went by at the white flag as we roll through the Racer X virtual trainer last lap now. The 35 of Grondel with a near 6-second lead over second place, the 45 of Scodris. And all over him now, Featherstone, McFarlane, Grant, Putman. They're not far behind. Putman trying to make for some more passes there. At the checkers, the On-Track Schools Moto Hero race winner will be the 35 Honda Mounted Pilot, Eric Grondel. Tyler Scodris will finish in 2nd. Grady Featherstone holds on for 3rd. Your final transfer spot does belong to the 18 of David McFarlane, and Justin Grant comes up just a little short there. Tough break, but good pushing by all those riders as we go to our 3rd consi now. It looks like they're Sean Hackley, and this is another 250B class, and again, only the top 4.
Yes, looks like number 70 with the Motorsport Dog hole shot. And I think that's Blake Green on number 48 riding for Team Green. He's had not so good luck qualifying as well. So we saw him in an earlier qualifier today. He got 2nd in that in the LCQ. So it looks like he's in 2nd right now. I think he's wanting to win.
Oh, I'd say you're probably right. I know that any race is worth bragging about that you win here at Gatorback. A lot
See Challen 10 in there with
yeah.
not a good start.
I was going to say some riders buried back there with horrible starts. Challen 10 at 71. I think he was smack dab right in the middle of that pack, if you want to know the truth.
That's not the best thing to have right there. Just with only 3 laps to go, he's going to have to try to make a lot of passes these first 2 laps to set himself up in good position for the final lap.
Yeah, exactly, and especially whenever you take into consideration all these 250B clientele that you're racing against out there is pretty fast, and they don't make it easy to, number 1, pass and then pull away from secondly.
Yes, no one here in any class is a slouch. So, you know, these are some of the best rides we have here in the country, and they're giving them all. You know, we even have other people from different countries coming in.
Josiah Hempen grabbing the motorsport.com early lead in that one. Blake Green, the 48 or 481. is second. Nolan Hepner, the 44, is third. Andy Dynacall is the 51 in fourth. Augustin Pauly, the 198, back in the number 5 position. Here's other names that we could see easily into a top 4 spot. Adam Nickerson, Pedro Bueno back there also. Shallon Tennant is all the way back in 10th place at the end of that first lap. So there's a few names that could still work their way up, but, man, it's going to take a lot to get into a top 4 spot, I think, at this point.
Yes, for sure. He needs to get 6 more guys out there, but it looks like Blake Green made the pass coming down the downhill or the drop-off.
Nice move there. Blake Green, your new leader. Josiah trying to fire back, it looks like, Sean.
Yes, I mean, this is the main event coming up, but these guys are still pushing. They want to win. That win still feels good no matter what.
So Hempen, Blake Green, actually Blake Green now. Hempen, I believe, has dropped off to at least second. Nolan Hepner in the number 3 spot as we gather up more intel here, seeing these riders making their way down. Look at Blake Green, man. He's got that 48. He's listed as a 481, but he is the, we know him and love him as the 48. 70X, Josiah Hempen. Second spot looks like he may be under pressure now from the third place ride of Nolan Hepner. Hepner's riding up, and that could be Pauly also breaking into a top 4. We're going to have to reassess this as Josiah Hempen drops into the Gator pit and makes that long drive up that big steep hill. Moves in for 2 laps complete. Blake Green, Hempen, Nolan Hepner, Andy Dynacall, and Augustin Pauly, as expected, has taken over a top 5 ride. Here comes Pedro Bueno now, and up to 7th is Shallon Tennant. Last lap's going to be pretty exciting, and I think that if we just fade back and watch the battle back for the 5th place with the 198, the 197, and the 71, we might probably have ourselves a heck of a show as far as this Racer TV is concerned right here.
Yes, he has a little bit of time to make up, but this last lap, hopefully the guys in front of him start defending themselves, blocking each other, and just slowing it down to where maybe Shallon Tennant can't make it in for this second moto.
And you're talking about Pauly, Bueno, and Tennant, who are all top contenders in this 250B class.
Yeah, so it's gonna be really tough for them to make a mistake, let alone him give up some time.
I mean, there's 4 in this one. The Blake Green's there, Pauly, Bueno, Tennant. That's just 4, and there's probably more that we would normally expect to see, not in an LCQ, but those 4 in particular stick out, it looks like. There comes Blake Green now. He's holding steady. We'll be keeping an eye out for the 5th place positions, I believe, is what I'm looking for. There's 2nd place. That's Hempen, Hepner. And is that the battle we're watching for right there?
Yes, that's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th right there. So these guys are looking good. They need to stay in this position, not try to fight too hard and take each other out, and just keep those guys behind them.
Yeah, did Tennant make that pass on both Bueno and Pauly for the number 5 ride?
No, he did not. There's a little gap behind him, so it doesn't look like he's going to be in these for the second motos.
Wow, man, that's odd. Does not see Shallon Tennant in. But On Track School's Moto Hero race winner Blake Green turning the 146.2. There on the final lap, his fast lap was a 145.7. That's where he put 3 seconds between himself and Josiah Hempen. Nolan Hepner is 3rd. Andy Dynacall in 4th, and Augustin Pauly rounds out your top 5.
This is the first division of 250C, I believe, and it's great to see. That is Caitlin Morrow right there, out there with the lead in the boys class. So that's a girl coming out, getting a great start, getting a pole shot.
Girls can't ride like that.
Hey, she just did. And that's also Kyle McElrath, who just passed for the lead. So she's in great company right now, riding great.
Yeah,
we saw, another one of the women's rider, Hannah Hodges, and Superman in the boys 80s class. So it's good to see the older girls doing it in their division as well.
Exactly. I think we're going to see that tradition continue to follow in the future. Look how tight things are right here. Ooh.
Oh, and she stalls it jumping in the turn right there.
Too bad of a break there for Caitlin.
Caitlin Morrow, yes.
Caitlin Morrow, and Caitlin is one of the top girls riders. I've watched her grow up through the ranks of the amateur rides as well, and that's a tough heartbreaker there because here we are. We're in our first of 3 250C LCQs or consolation races, however you call them, and again, we take only the top 4. And we'll double check again.
Yes, and she was in first, then in second. She started, I think now she's in fifth. So she's
Yeah.
going to have to try to get one more person to get back in for this main event.
That's
Or,
it.
I'm
3
sorry, for the second
LCQs.
moto.
4 riders go. McElrath, Glazer, and Leo DeMaestri. The 609, a rider out of Ohio, actually. When I first started announcing, his father was a pro rider, and his father won the freestyle jump contest in Marion, Ohio, believe it or not. Little Leo is now grown into a 250 rider. I can't believe it. Trent Williams running in 4th. That's your final transfer spot. And Caitlin Morrow, as you said, back in the number 5 spot. She's got work cut out to get into the transfer positions. But if you look, her gap is only 0.2 of a second behind Trent Williams, and that was a stall that she had that took her out of position, a great position in 2nd spot there. So I think the adrenaline flow right there might be able to put her back in position here pretty soon with that little miscue there.
Yes, we know these boys are fast, but she's also a fast girl as well. You know, we have out in the lead, we have Kyle McElrath, and he won 2 Supercross titles, I believe, so he must have had some bad luck in the division because he was winning his qualifiers out here as well.
Man, McElrath following a pretty good program that his brother laid out before him. You know, you wonder, we never did hear a lot about Kyle, I don't think, growing up. I mean, Kyle obviously finally deciding to focus a little bit on it himself, I guess, after seeing the successes that his brother has had, huh?
Yes, you know, I know those guys train down at the club in Maxley. They have a great program there. I've never been there personally, but just looking at videos online that they've been doing, it looks like a great facility, and obviously they're doing something that's right.
For sure, want to say thanks to our friends at Moto Tees, your official souvenir supplier. Those of you folks watching at home, you want your official merchandise from right here, check them out. They hooked Jen Kenyon up. They hooked me up with some wardrobe. Want to say thanks to them for that. Kyle McElrath hooking up a great ride in lap 2 with a 155.045. Tyler Glazer in 2nd. We got Leo DeMaestri still 3rd. Caitlin Morrow, there it is. She got back up into the number 4 ride. She turned to 154.951. That's almost
That's the fastest lap of the race right now.
She's the fastest rider on the track in 4th place. Now she's tracking down Leo DeMaestri. She's 2 seconds behind him. Should be on his rear wheel. Actually, she's less than 2 seconds behind him. She's 0.2 of a second behind him. DeMaestri's in trouble, and soon after, I think Tyler Glazer's going to be in trouble.
Well, Caitlin Morrow just went to 3rd.
Wow. Got around DeMaestri now, and Leo's just like, what?
I wonder if he knows that's a girl, not just a guy with long hair.
Probably thinking, stupid hippie.
Yeah.
Passing me like that. But nonetheless, he's going to think, I got passed by a hippie, and then they're going to say, no, dude, that was a girl that passed. And I can't wait to see him. I'm going to give him a hard time. But I'm also going to pat him on the back because I know what kind of a rider Caitlin Morrow is, and she's an outstanding and exceptional rider, and I think this ride right here is proving just exactly that.
Yes, maybe he needs someone on the side of the track to cheer him on, just give him that extra bit of confidence right there to make this pass back for the last lap.
You got to wonder, though, is his girlfriend going to cheer him on?
I don't know. Girls like to stick to girl power, so I
That's
think
what
the
I'm
girl
thinking.
might cheer on, like, yeah.
She might be clapping for him when he goes by, but be happy that Caitlin got by him because she say, yeah, that's that way she can say, see, I told you. And then she's going to go out and start riding and try to beat him.
See, and that'll be a rivalry right there, just boyfriend and girlfriend battling for position at your local races. That's going to be a fight.
That will be. McElrath on his way to Checkers right now, and I think he took him. He's your on-track schools moto hero and race winner, Kyle McElrath, the number 36. 155.593 was his last lap time. Opened things up to 8.4 second lead over Caitlin Morrow, who got 2nd in front of Leo DeMaestri. The 609 is 3rd. Trent Williams finishing up in 4th, your final transfer spot. How about it for Miss Caitlin Morrow? Woo, man, I tell you, I'm
She
pumped.
came back to 2nd.
Yes, all the way back to 2nd after running in 5th and turning the fastest lap of the race right there.
Oh, I wish she wouldn't have fell. Then her and Kyle McElrath could have battled for the
That
win.
would have been
that would have been pretty cool.
That would have been pretty cool. And then can you imagine what Shane would have done to Kyle?
Yeah.
Again, I'm of the same mindset as you. These guys respect these girls. We're probably making more of a deal out of it than those guys ever would think about because they know as well as anybody. Caitlin is a fast rider. That was 250C Division 1. We got Division 2 off and rolling now. Again, this 250C class, as we told you a few moments ago, starting out with 113 riders, 3 heat races in that first moto, took the top 9, and then we took 3 consolation races where we're taking the top 4 from, which will give us 12 more that have to go in there. So that's why we are where we are right now with 3 LCQs and only 4 riders going, and a lot of people showing up for this one. Look at this. Who's that? I can't quite make that number out. That track is so rough going around through there. Those numbers kind of vibrating along the ground, it looked like. Going to have to catch them in the air when they're sitting still. There it is, 113. See how much easier it is to see whenever they're not in that rough part of the track there?
Yeah, and if you guys know, let us know in our Racer TV live chat we have going on. We could always use the help.
Yeah, we don't have our sheets for these particular races. We're just flying blind here, if you will. I think you're doing a great job for flying blind in this circumstance there, Sean.
Yeah, we're learning the guys, just seeing these guys race. It's great and having fun with it.
Yeah, they're going to light up the chat room right now, fire us up, I believe. I want to say hi to all you folks over in the chat room. We'll start Denton West, Stephen Collini, Barron Bellard, 1, 2, and 3, the way they finish up the first lap. Then it's Nick Story in the number 4 spot. Joseph Gonzalez is 5th. And Denton West was that 113 machine that we were looking at and couldn't quite sort out. I'm scanning the roster of riders that have checked in, 25. And I don't see a lot of names necessarily popping out. Nick Myers and Colin Berryman, maybe. Colton Burke also out there in that one. There's another Davalos, but I think that is Juan Davalos. Thanks, Joe Blow. We appreciate both comments. If you don't know, you don't say. You got to say something, man. You want us to sit here like this?
That's birds chirping and crickets, if you didn't know.
We're just playing, Joe. But good to have you on board with us, Joe Blow, and we will try to keep you continued coverage here, that's for sure. Denton West now under pressure from that 946. Collini is right there knocking on the door. He's jumping right into position. West, Collini, Barron Ballard, 721X, Nick Story, and Joseph Gonzalez. We'll see if, and I'm watching out for Alec Wademan. We saw some good riding out of him over on the Supercross track, if memory serves me correct. White flag out as they cross the stripe here and come up out of there. Barron Ballard, whenever they went around that last shot, I thought that Ballard looked like he might have gotten around. And that's exactly what had happened. So he did. Denton West and Collini are battling for second. Nick Story is still in that number 3 spot. He turned to 157.099. 5 seconds behind Collini and 3 seconds ahead of Gonzalez right now. All the Story has to do is hold steady in hopes that he can keep from making a mistake here on this Racer X Virtual Trainer final lap. So we are looking at under 20 minutes, I think, left to go of our broadcast today. And I'm not sure how far that's going to put us through this program, but I know myself, I'm excited to watch this rest of this day go. Joined in the press box now by one of our good buddies here, Mr. Wes Kane. Come on, grab a microphone there, buddy. How's things going?
Hey, Rodney. Good to see you out here, and I see you got a great co-host over here, Sean Hackley, out here. Seen him many great years come up through the 50 ranks all the way up to pro.
Yeah.
And now you've getting and he's logged many laps here at Gatorback. So, and I know you've announced here for years and years. So you guys are making a great team.
Man, we're having a lot of fun, Wes Kane, and glad to have you on board. I seen you rolling in, styling and profiling out there. What are you driving out there, man? Was that like some like Mercedes or BMW or something?
Yeah, I decided to give myself an early Christmas present.
There you go.
I picked up a new whip. I still got the Caddy. I got the Caddy and I got the black truck. But
no, what about that Caddy's? What, like a 1977 or something?
It's an 82 Commodore that we picked up from Lake Whitney from the Cowboys out there. Dana Kellstrom actually pulled the deal, who had Wonder Warhog Supercross team, and he pulled the deal with the owners to just say, get that thing out of there. So I loaded up Denny Stevenson, Mike Treadwell, Keith Johnson, and a bunch of others, Hubert from Nitro Circus, and we actually rode to Plano in it with that. Just check the oil, check the tires. The thing was a ranch car for years, and it was actually ready for the junkyard. And we went to Plano to watch Vanilla Ice do a concert, a good friend of mine. And it was like
oh, really? I didn't know.
It was like the Blues Brothers going through Dallas, and we didn't get back to the track till 6:30 in the morning. They went to their trailers, and I had to go to the announce tower. So we have a little bit of story with that car, but it's just like I call it my trophy piece from Lake Whitney.
I don't blame you, man. That's a heck of a car right there. We're watching the final lap of the 250C. To Bellard, Collini, Denton West, Nick Story, 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's the way they finished up there. Now we are into our third now of these LCQs. So we'll keep an eye on this one. And Wes, I know you've helped out a lot in the announcing throughout my career here at the Mini-O's. And I know this year not necessarily making it for the announcing, but you've been a pretty busy man. I guess you're doing your TV show with Vanilla Ice and everything. How's that all going?
We're actually in the middle of our fourth season right now, which is going to premiere at the end of January, early February. Our Amish 6 series
I heard that was great,
sequel
dude.
Came out. I was construction coordinator for 4 of those episodes. The last episode, we did a barn raising, so I came from behind the camera, in front of the camera, and there's rumors we may be going to Europe next year.
Oh, wow.
Well, yeah, 2014 plus season 5, so I'm very, very blessed to have that. Plus, Monster Cup, Amsoil Arena Cross around the corner. So if I'm not on an airplane, I'm filming a TV show. I got great friends, and I wanted to be here. It's my day off. I wanted to come up here and be with my racing family. And I just want to say hi to everybody, and I'm glad you guys are watching on Racer TV. And Rodney Tomlin and Sean Hackley couldn't be a better duo up here calling the shots.
Well, Wes, we really appreciate it. Glad to have you on board, and can't wait to see more of the Vanilla Ice project, man. You guys are doing a great job over there on the DIY network.
Thank you. And guess what, guys? If you check out your local listing, check out Amsoil Arena Cross. It's coming. We're opening up the season opener January 4th. We're going to be in Worcester, Mass., and then it just takes off crazy. We'll see if Tyler Bowers can win another championship. And the road to Supercross through Ricky Carmichael's road to Supercross, a lot of guys are leaving here, have to come do the Arena Cross. So it's definitely going to be great to see R.J. Hampshire come in there. We've seen him at Monster Cup take the win there. And it's just a lot of talent coming through now, and we're just honored to be a part of it.
The lovable Wes Kane in the CarMate studios here at Racer TV. Thanks a lot.
I'm going to let you go. Rodney, I love what you're doing. Keep up the good work. You look great. Sean Hackley, I'm glad that you're in here, and we're honored to have you. Well-respected amateur and pro rider, and I know you're giving it your best in here, and you know these guys. You probably still ride with some of them, and I couldn't think of a better partner for you, Rodney, than having Sean Hackley in here.
Amen on that.
It's an honor. I got actually goosebumps sitting here with this guy because I've seen him come through. I do. I have goosebumps. I mean, and to know these guys as children, to grow up to be fine young men and representatives of sport. And there's a job for everybody out here. It's not the end of the world if you decide not to go wide open and be a Villapoto or a Dungey. And I know Sean Hackley's passion is riding that dirt bike and what he can give us watching this and commentating. And maybe we'll get him in the live booth where we can really bang bars and call some outdoor shots. That's going to be great. So I'm going to step out and let you guys do your thing, and I'm just going to go watch some more racing.
All right, thanks a lot. Wes Kane once again joining us here in the Racer TV studios as Bradley Leachman, Chad Thomas, AJ Durham, Connor Rathel. Man, Rathel The 691 up from 6th. He was battling with Brandon Elliott and Tyler Brown. I think Jeff Ackerman was also putting some pressure on as well. But the 691 making the move up into the number 4 spot now as we roll into this 250C final lap now. Leachman, Thomas, Durham, and Rathel are still rolling, and I believe that might be the way we see him finish. We never can tell, though, as this track, again, continues to develop that race face out there. Sean Hackley, and wow, what did you think about old Wes Kane? It was good to see him, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was great to see him. You know, it's awesome to hear someone just appreciate what I'm trying to do. You know, it's pretty cool. I appreciate the opportunity Racer TV gave me. You know, this is a lot of fun, a great event to do it.
I appreciate you being here, man. You put a lot of good commentary in with us and made a lot of things that we might not have caught. You got a good eye. That's for good, to say the least. And right now we are watching the 721 of Bradley Leachman. He turned a 1:53.166 lap time last time around. He was 2.6 seconds ahead of Chad Thomas, but look at this. Chad Thomas is closing up now here on this final lap. The 765 is within only a couple of bike lengths, with A.J. Durham pushing behind on him now from that number 3 position. And is that the battle? I believe that was a battle for 4th. It got tight all of a sudden. Connor Rathel was holding on. We'll see what happens at the checkers. Leachman takes the win. Thomas takes 2nd. Only a second behind A.J. Durham, a couple seconds back, almost 3 seconds back in the number 3 spot. And that battle for 4th, the final transfer spot in this final LCQ for the 250C class, will belong to Connor Rathel with a 1:56.847. He was 9 seconds behind Durham and barely a second ahead of Tyler Brown. So Connor Rathel, the 691, your final transfer spot as we take a look at our Farron Racing leaderboard. Next, the 450B class, it looks like, as we look at our roster here. Race 56. There'll be 60 races in that first moto by the time it's all said and done with these LCQs in there, it looks like. But when we go back to the second motos, it's only going to be 39. Jen Kenyon standing by with an excited Bradley Leachman. Well, we're going to check back in with Jen in just a moment. So continuing to moto through our LCQs, 450B class. Let's take a look at this. It was 64 riders starting out in this one. We'll have one LCQ with a total of 8 going, and Bryson Taylor in the lead of this one. Mason Price in second aboard the 193. Ryan Hoover in third. Will McCracken is fourth. Curran Thurman in the number 5 ride. Corey Huberty in 6th. Tyler Searles is 7th. And Timmy Bador rounding out 8th place position there. That would be your top 8 that would transfer. Jordan Orr, the 79, back in 9th. Evan Walker rounding out the top 10. Neat thing about that, Orr only 0.8 of a second behind Bador, and 0.3 of a second behind him is, 0.5 of a second behind him is Evan Walker, and then 0.3 of a second behind him, Nathan Allen. And Shane Kehoe, 0.5 of a second behind him. So I'm going to say, as far back to 12th place, still vying for the 8th and final transfer spot in this 450B LCQ we're racing now. As we check up front, it is that 21 still of Bryson Taylor out front. There's second, Mason Price, 193. But here comes a good battle. 137. Will McCracken has gotten around Hoover. Can he make it stick? The 91 of Curran Thurman also getting around, it looks like.
Yes, he just got around that pass coming out of the roller section. So we saw him earlier, have a couple good races earlier today, being like, one of the top runners of the LCQs.
So with that, we should see Thurman maybe a couple of spots back with Searles and Bador. And I believe we now have Miss Jen Kenyon standing by with our winner. Bryson Taylor, Mason Price, Curran Thurman, Will McCracken, Ryan Hoover, your top 5. I thought I heard her trying to check in there. Corey Huberty, Tyler Searles, and Timmy Bador. All right, folks, we are in the midst of this one, looking for the top 8 once again to probably not change at this point. As I look, Jordan Orr is about almost 5 seconds back and turning about a 4-second slower lap. So unless something big happens in this one, you should see the top 8 finish the way they are right now. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with more from right here at Gatorback Cycle Park right after this on Racer TV.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
And welcome back as we continue our majors of motocross coverage here. And what's going on, Sean? Sean
I'm
Hackley,
so
you're
excited
excited
right now. That's Darius Glover. He's one of my friends from the East Coast. He actually got paralyzed a few years back. So it's great seeing him out there racing. He came away with the whole shot. That's one of the coolest things.
Go ahead and give a little backstory on this guy right here. A motocross racer who, again, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just a motocross racer. He's practicing one day, and he was just having some fun doing some whips, and ended up crashing. You know, one of the worst things happened to him, but, you know, he never gave up the drive, kept racing. They've been doing video series on him. I think, he races X Games as well, and, you know, he even qualified for Loretta Lynn's last year, I believe.
Yeah, and just amazing that, you know, to see him ride a motorcycle like this right here, and as you can see, he's kind of got a special, I guess it would be harness that helps hold him on the bike, right?
Yeah, it's pretty much a cage. It just holds him, straps him down. He's strapped to a seat, and his legs are strapped in, and he's stuck in third gear. So he has the clutch and everything. So, like, I saw him in the qualifier early, and he fell over, and everybody started freaking out. But he's okay. You just got to help him pick him up so he can keep going again.
Well, that's pretty cool, man. And that right there, that's a person that has a desire, a drive to race like that, and you got to tip your hat.
Just a true love for the sport.
It is. And as we wrap up the first lap, it looks like Brandon Elliott's going to take over the lead. Darius Glover drops to second, but wow, a phenomenal ride for that rider right there. Austin Griffiths, we got Colton Burke, we got Lane Marriott, Tyler McGee, Ryan Stewart, Trevor Holter in the 8th place position. And just an FYI, folks, this is going to wrap up our coverage of today's action from the Winter Olympics. We are going to continue coverage, broadcast coverage tomorrow morning from 10 a.m. until whenever. I'm not sure how long we're going to go. We could go all day until the very end, but whatever the case may be, we're going to be here bright and early tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. So hopefully you'll be able to join us, and we should have no technical difficulties tomorrow. And if we do, we've figured out most of the ways around that, so we'll bring you that show starting tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Brandon Elliott, Darius Glover, Austin Griffiths, Colton Burke, Lane Mariotti, Tyler McGee, Ryan Stewart, and Trevor Holyer rounds out 8th place. Your final transfer position, there is the 585 of Elliott, your leader. Man, I tell you, again, you know, I know that Elliott's out front, but I've just got to come. Whoa.
Oh, well, that was another good save as well. We've had some good saves today, so that's good. We don't like seeing crashes. It's good that the riders have the strength to hold on.
For sure.
Oh,
And
Darius falling back a little bit. I'm not seeing he was in second. I'm seeing fourth come through now. Hope everything's okay. I see some riders right there in front of me a little piled up. That's actually where he fell earlier today. Let's see if he's all right.
Wow, Darius Glover got the whole shot. There he goes. Look at him go, man. I mean, he does not slow down. That's hard to believe. That young man right there does not walk, can't walk.
No, he can't. And so it's just so impressive that it doesn't shift, can't really brake, and he has a handbrake and everything, but it's still a lot tougher just to think about not losing
You know
your
what?
legs.
And that kind of guy like that right there is whenever you hear somebody say, I can't, that's the kind of guy you think about and say, if Darius said I can't, he'd probably be sitting at home depressed and bored and not a bit happy, but he keeps the passion alive, and I think that is awesome. Good job, Darius. I'm not sure where he's going to finish up, and I don't think he's going to make the main, but a whole shot, getting the ride there for the folks on Racer TV like that's pretty cool. Brandon Elliott taking the win here, taking the lead, a 2:01.921 is what he is looking at as far as lap times are concerned right now. We got Colton Burke in second. Austin Griffiths is third. Lane Marriott in fourth. Ryan Stewart fifth. Tyler McGee in sixth. Trevor Sentner is seventh. And Adam Aderhold in the eighth place position. Wow. I think that Brandon Elliott, man, is finding every kicker, every hole that this racetrack has to offer out there, isn't he?
Yes, this has been the last few motos of the day. The track's rough. They did a little bit of a track maintenance today, but not as much as they had to do yesterday. So they're going to, shut it down today, get the track watered, prepped, and everything for the second motos tomorrow for the champions.
For sure. We'll be crowning champions tomorrow whenever we resume broadcasting here from the Winter Olympics, the 42nd annual running of this. And right now we see lap number 3 being worked on. And this right here should be our final lap as checkers do come out. Brandon Elliott holding on for the win. Good consistent ride there for that rider, 2:02.451. Colton Burke in, 5 seconds back. Austin Griffiths is there. And again, there's Darius Glover. Hats off to the 117 machine. When you think you can't do something, think of Darius, is what I say.
Yeah, it's one of the coolest things, too. Just he rides out at Blue Diamond, some of the big jumps there. He does whips. Yes, he does whips. It's so crazy. He just turns the bars really hard and turns them back. But it's so fun to see him ride.
I know that's something that we never want to think about ever happening to ourselves. But, I mean, I just can't see myself even doing that, to be honest with you. But anyway, we've got Trevor Hollier to round out the 8th and final transfer spot with Setner. Aderhold, Stewart, Mariotti, Griffiths, Burke, and Elliott ahead of him. Your top 8 transferring there for the 450C class. I believe that's going to wrap things up today. But before we do that, let's hand it on down to Jen Kenyon, who's standing by once again.
All right, Rodney, we're down here with our winner, Brandon Elliott. Brandon, you look a little bit tired. How was the race out there?
It's very good. It's rough. Track's good, though. Lines are good. It's just rough.
So what happened in your first moto that sent you here to the LCQ?
First moto in the start, I had someone crash in front of me. Got a terrible start, and then I ended up tipping over in the back section.
So it's got to feel pretty good going into Moto 2 with this LCQ win. Do you have any big sponsors you'd like to thank for getting you the win here today?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad for supporting me in everything I do. I wouldn't be anywhere without them. I'd like to thank Suzuki, Works in Action, MCR, Lugui Graphics, and all the other sponsors. Just thank you very much.
That's pretty awesome to hear the mom and dad shout out first. That's always, the most important 2 people in your life, and that's really cool to see.
All right, thank you.
All right, Rodney.
All righty, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon. Our name, HaloConcepts.com podium interviews today. And Jen, you've done an outstanding job. I want to say thanks to Halo and WMR once again for bringing those podium interviews. Also, thanks to Lazy Days RV. If you love RVing, my friends, welcome home is all I got to say, because those folks are great. They provide the staff and folks here at Racer TV with accommodations here at the racetrack. I want to say thanks to them. I want to say thanks to our friends at On Track Schools as well for being a great supporter of the Winter Olympics here on RacerTV.com. Thanks to Farron Racing, and as well, our friends at motosport.com. I also want to send a special thanks out to Jen Kenyon for all of her hard work today and all week long. You too, Sean Hackley, joining us here as well. Sean, thanks for all your help, and as well to our entire technical crew. Way to go, Jeremy Saylor, Griff Cotter, Jason, Uncle Dave, Cousin Nick, and Bolton. Don't want to forget Bolton and Gloop as well. You guys are doing an outstanding job today. It's been an outstanding day of coverage here on RacerTV.com. And for all those great folks, I'm Rodney Tomlin saying good day, everybody.